Good morning. Let me welcome you all to the second international conference being held by Faculty of Economics on South Asian economic development. The first one was held in April last year, which was dedicated to the memory of Professor G.K. Chadha, the founding president of this university, and this was inaugurated by our former Prime Minister, Dr. Manmohan Singh. I must say that the conference was highly successful, and then we decided as a faculty that we'll make it an annual event which will give an opportunity to scholars from all over South Asia to come together and deliberate on issues that concern South Asia. So this year we advertised the conference in the month of September, and in response to our advertisement, we received more than 200 papers, and it was a daunting task for the program committee to select 24 papers out of those 200 to be presented here after undergoing a referring process. I must thank all my colleagues in the faculty who took this responsibility. The president, Dr. Kavita Sharma, has always been supportive of these academic activities, and without her support, this wouldn't have been possible, and we are really grateful to her. Now let me tell a little bit about our faculty for the benefit of the outsiders. Now, this faculty is 5 years old, so are the university. But I must say that we got a stable faculty only about 2 years back. Before that, people were coming, going, there are no stable faculty here in place. We aim to become one of the best graduate training programs in entire South Asia, and we are constantly striving for that. I am pleased to add that students graduating from here have already found suitable placements in various spheres. Our students from various SAARC countries have found important assignments in their home country on their return. To celebrate that, we are also having a first alumni meet the day after we conclude this conference, that is on Saturday. We are fortunate to have two celebrities as our guests in this inaugural session. Dr. Rangarajan, former governor of Reserve Bank of India, and Dr. Atiur Rahman, sitting governor of Bangladesh Bank. I am particularly grateful to Dr. Rangarajan, who has accepted our invitation and flown in from Chennai only for this event. Now, a few years back, when I was the director of Delhi School of Economics, and Dr. Rangarajan was the chairman of the Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister, I wanted to invite him as the chief guest to D School Annual Day. Talking to our secretary, I got a sense that he will not have time to come for the event. Nevertheless, I pressed her to show him my personal letter, and then came a personal reply that he will come. I still remember that day. It started raining in the morning, but he came dot on time. The event started on time, and the packed audience was spellbound by a clear exposition of the state of the Indian economy. This time also, he was very kind. I sent a mail, and to make it doubly sure, made him a call the day after. He said that he has received the mail, and he is pleased to know that I have come to South Asian University, and he was about to send the acceptance. But the date I had mentioned was probably wrong. it should be 18 February 2016 rather than 18 February 2015. That is Dr. Rangarajan. Precise, immaculate, very clear. So we all know that he has been a distinguished academic, has held all important positions worth having, and helped in shaping the direction of economic policy in this country for nearly 30 years now. Be it as the governor of RBI, member of Planning Commission, chairman, Finance Commission, or as chairman, Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister. He has also dented into what we usually take as the realm of politicians. He has been an MP to Rajya Sabha. He has been governor of Andhra Pradesh for full 5 years, 1997 to 2002. And I must also add, that time he held the additional charge of Governor Odisha, that's my state. That brought some fond memory. 2012, I was honored with an award. This was given by the governor of Odisha. This is Platinum Jubilee Award in 2012. So it was Governor Bhandare who handed over the award to me. Believe me, at that point, a thought came to my mind that I would have been lucky had I received that award from Dr. Rangarajan as the governor of my state. Now, in 2002, he was honored with Padma Vibhushan, the second highest civilian honor in this country. I think one of the great tributes to Dr. Rangarajan is how some of the big achievers of the day associate themselves with him. Now, let me share a story with you. My friend Kaushik Basu, he was my colleague at Delhi School. We have taught courses together. Then he went to Cornell. He was brought in as the chief economic advisor. But then once in a private meeting, I just told him that, look, this is not really your area. I know your research. How do you manage being the chief economic advisor? He said, well, I have always help to take, and it is Dr. Rangarajan. So whenever there is any complex problem, I go to Dr. Rangarajan, and help was always coming forth whenever he wanted. You know, that's one of the greatest tributes that we can pay to Dr. Rangarajan. I'm sure Dr. Rahman, sitting to his left, who is also the practicing governor of Bangladesh Bank, will have few warm words about Dr. Rangarajan. Dr. Rangarajan was educated in Loyola College, did PhD in University of Pennsylvania. He taught in many places, including Wharton School of Business, New York University School of Business, but most of his life, I think, he has taught in IIM Ahmedabad. One puzzle that I haven't been solved as yet is that why for 1 year he joined Rajasthan University on return from US. Maybe privately he will tell me this story. Currently, he is the chairman of Madras School of Economics. We feel that that is our competitor. So he holds the chair of, chairman of Madras School of Economics. He is the president of Indian Statistical Institute, Calcutta. Recently, he has also been appointed as the Chancellor of University of Hyderabad. We are really humbled by your presence, sir, and we are really grateful. And I extend a very warm welcome to you to South Asian University. Our guest of honor today and the keynote speaker is Dr. Atiur Rahman, who is the governor of Bangladesh Bank. What I gather is that Dr. Rahman had a very humble beginning. He faced some difficulty in early education because of financial difficulty, but being a brilliant student, won scholarships to fund his education. After high school, He joined Dhaka University as an honors student in economics. After his master's, he won a Commonwealth scholarship to go to SOAS, London, for his PhD. He has served as a professor for many years in Bangladesh Institute of Development Studies and Dhaka University before assuming the charge of Governor, Bangladesh Bank, in 2009. I must also add that he has a stellar performance as the Governor of Bangladesh Bank and has been named Central Banker of the Year 2015 in Asia Pacific region by Financial Express London. He has been bestowed with number of prestigious awards. Notable among those are Gusi Peace Prize International 2014 for working for the welfare of the poor, Dharitri Bangladesh National Award, and Bangla Academy Award. We are really thankful and grateful to you, Dr. Rahman, to have accepted our invitation and have come here again, specially for us. He flew from Dhaka and just a day, and tomorrow he is going back. So we are really grateful to you, and I extend a warm welcome to you to South Asian University. Now, in the audience today, we have Professor Raghavendra Jha, the plenary speaker in our conference, who will be speaking tomorrow. Again, he has flown in from Australia to participate in this conference. I extend a warm welcome to him, an old friend, colleague from Delhi school days, and it's really a pleasure to have Raghav with us. Now, through this conference, we try to bring together distinguished academics from various organizations in this city. This will have 4 key speakers. I mean, in the conference, we have 4 key speakers. 7 eminent people are chairs from various universities and institutes in this city. 11 discussants and 22 paper presenters, out of which 10 are from other SAARC countries. And I must also add that in the audience, we have Professor Ramesh Chand, who is member Niti Aayog, who will be chairing the next technical session just after we conclude the inaugural session. I welcome him. I may not get time actually to give thanks to many people who have really helped to make this conference fructify. Having an international conference, one daunting task is to arrange visas, conference visas, for the participants who try to come to India. And it was Mr. Darlong, our Chief Liaison Officer, who is in the audience. And I'm really grateful to him. But for his intervention, maybe we won't have been able to get the visas for our participants to come here. I'm really grateful to Mr. Darlong for the help. I have my colleagues present here, deans. It would have been a unique event of some sort if we would have Professor Tyagi in the audience here, the Vice Chancellor Designate of Delhi University. Now, South Asian University being a new university, many people in the world probably don't know what is South Asian University. Of late, it is in news because one of our colleagues, a fellow Dean of Faculty of Economics, he is the Vice Chancellor Designate of Delhi University. Only yesterday, Sasanka is there, the Dean Social Science. Only yesterday, I was requesting him, please come. He said, I would have come, but the minister has called a meeting of all the vice chancellors of central universities. So he's busy there. But we are all glad that good things are happening to SAU. And I hope that this conference will go well. The interaction over 2 days is going to fructify. Uncertainties are part of life. As students of economics, we know. As I was telling you, I got delayed because of the traffic jam on the road. Somebody banged into my car. I didn't even stop to see what happened to my car. I had to rush to meet the deadline time here. The rains, we thought that we'll make it a grand event. The lunch and tea, everything will arrange outside in the lawns. The rain is threatening. I hope it will be okay. So I will only request all the participants and guests to bear with us. We're trying our best to do as much as we can. I hope you'll enjoy. So now I request our President, Dr. Sharma, to preside over the function and conduct the session.
Thank you, Professor Panda. Esteemed guests, dear colleagues, students, and friends. First of all, I have to thank Dr. Rangarajan, Dr. Rahman, Professor Raghavendra Jha, and other colleagues from South Asia who have come here this morning. I know it is hard to get out of your places, to travel, and especially Dr. Rangarajan and Dr. Rahman must have had immense trouble. They have taken immense trouble to be actually able to travel and come here. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the inaugural session of the Second International Conference on South Asian Economic Development, organized by the Faculty of Economics at South Asian University. As I said earlier, we are honored by the presence of Drs. Rangarajan and Dr. Atiur Rahman, who have graciously agreed to be with us today at this inaugural session of the conference and share their thoughts with us. South Asian University is a unique institution created with the express mandate of promoting regional consciousness among the citizens of South Asia, transcending the intellectual and institutional limits of individual nation states that comprise the region. It is the cardinal duty of our university to create a space for critical inquiry on the present state of affairs and for serious deliberations on the common challenges and opportunities in South Asia. We need to intellectually engage with the idea of development that is inclusive, which allows people, irrespective of their nationality, religion, caste, creed, gender, and economic background, to lead a satisfying, well-nourished, and creative life. We need to construct the imaginary of a process of development where the people can have the freedom to define their life's goals and have the ability to attain them, where they can have domination over the chances and circumstances pulling them backwards. And we need to grapple with and think about the ways in which all citizens of South Asia can be made part of such a process. As I understand, the ideation of this conference is largely informed by this imperative, and thus this event is organically linked to the fundamental ethos and obligations of our university. I thank and heartily congratulate the Faculty of Economics for organizing this conference. I'm sure this conference will provide a platform for productive deliberation and for sharing theoretical and empirical ideas that can inform debates on policies, both at the national and the regional levels, to promote inclusive and sustainable development across the region. I am truly proud that the Faculty of Economics has been an exciting and vibrant intellectual space at the heart of the university. With a faculty drawn from or trained in some of the finest institutions in the region and the world, and a body of interested and engaged students drawn from the SAARC region, it has been at the forefront of various academic initiatives. Both within and outside classrooms, the faculty and students have always striven to contribute towards the building of this university as a dialogic space of meaningful debates, discussions, and intellectual excellence. The first international conference on South Asian economic development, as Professor Panda, the Dean Faculty of Economics, has already told you about it, was organized by the faculty last year and was a huge success, attended by a galaxy of luminaries, established academics, and young scholars. I'm sure this time, over today and tomorrow, this conference will be as intellectually stimulating and will be able to show us more light towards a path of common betterment for all in South Asia. I'm very happy that the Faculty of Economics has taken a decision to have a conference of such high standards annually over at least the coming few years. I'm sure it will create benchmarks of excellence for not only the faculty but also the university. I also hope that the Faculty of Economics will reach out to its counterparts in other countries and be also able to do collaborative events with them. After all, one of the aims of the university is to create, as we have said earlier, a regional consciousness, which really means that we must work together to understand the challenges that face us in this region and to find solutions for them. This has to be a two-way process when as scholars come here and we go also outside. I have no doubt that all colleagues will come together to help the university to realize this vision statement of the university. I am also very happy that the Faculty of Economics has reached out to its alumni. Alumni and the university have a symbiotic relationship. Old students feel proud of their university when it does well, and the university feels proud of the old students as they spread out in the world and also do very well, bringing laurels to the university. Alumni are a valuable stakeholder in the university. I would like to congratulate Professor Panda and his team for the very wonderful work that they are doing, and I'm sure they will take this faculty to great heights and with it the university. I would like to wish you a very fruitful 2 days of deliberation. May you have all the success. Thank you very much.
Inaugural address.
Dr. Sharma, Dr. Rahman, Dr. Panda, Professor Ramesh Chand, Professor Rabindra Jha, and distinguished participants of the conference. It gives me indeed very great pleasure to be in your midst this morning and to participate in this international conference organized by the South Asia University. It is indeed very thoughtful of the Department of Economics of the South Asia University to organize this type of a seminar where there can be an interesting exchange of ideas and experiences from the various countries that form part of this region and also from other parts of the world. I'm indeed very happy Dr. Rahman is also with us today. It is not a secret, but let me say that there is one thing that both of us share, and that is both of us became central bankers straight from the academia. This is indeed a very rare thing to happen, but it's very clear from the performance of Dr. Rahman that academics can do well, not only in the academia, but also in the real world. I thought I will speak to you this morning on India's reform experience and some lessons that we can draw from that experience. "1991 is an important landmark in the post-independence economic history of the country. The country faced an acute economic crisis triggered by a severe balance of payments problem. But the crisis was converted into an opportunity to bring about fundamental changes in India's economic policy. In the 1950s and 60s, the dominant view was that state had an important role to play in the economy, and it had to play the role of correcting what was described as market failures. Market failure was particularly perceived in the area of investment, that is, allocation of resources over time, because of the myopic nature of the markets. But 4 years of development experience has also shown that there can be government failures, not only because of the misallocation of resources arising from faulty decisions, but also because of the diversion of resources into rent-seeking activities created by the regulations themselves. Therefore, the 4 decades of development experience only shows that there can be both market failures and government failures. And the critical question is not whether or not there should be government intervention, but the nature, extent, and quality of that intervention. There is a common thread running through the various measures introduced since 1991 in India, and that is to improve the productivity and efficiency of the system by creating a more competitive environment. And this is sought to be achieved by removing the barriers to entry and growth. While changes in industrial policy, which meant the dismantling of controls of various types, was meant to create a more domestic competitive environment, the changes in foreign trade policy were aimed at increasing the international competitiveness of India, subject of course to the protection offered by tariffs, which were themselves being brought down. In an economy, the state can play 3 roles: as a provider of marketable goods and services, as a regulator, and thirdly, as a provider of public goods and services. As a consequence of the reforms, the state as a provider of marketable goods and services has come down. But simultaneously, its role as a regulator and as a provider of public goods and services has in fact increased. There is nothing in the new economic policy which takes away the role of the state or government. It is true, the private sector is given a larger space in which to operate. Many of the sectors which were in the exclusive domain of the public sector have been thrown open to the private sector as well. But the role of the public sector, the role of the government, still remains in terms of provision of public goods and services and in terms of playing the role as a regulator. That is why I have repeated it many times, and it has been often quoted, it has been cryptically remarked, more market does not mean less government, but different government. As we look back, in the early 1990s, saw the first phase of reforms, which included changes in fiscal policy, trade policy, foreign trade policy, and foreign investment, in the banking sector, monetary policy, and subsequently it was expanded to include communications and others. But as I said, The fundamental test is how to create competitive conditions in the market. What has been the record in terms of the performance of the economy since the introduction of the reforms? The annual rate of growth of the economy has certainly picked up after the reforms. And the average rate of growth since 92-93 has been 6.8%. In fact, one sees a fairly sharper increase in growth rate since the 2005-6. To look back, between 1952 and 1980, the average annual rate of the growth of the economy was 3.5%. And with population growing at 2.2% per annum, the per capita income was only growing at 1.3%. In the 1980s, of course, the growth rate picked up. But picked up and the average rate of growth was something like 5.6%. But it also ended up in the crisis of 1991-92 when the growth rate fell to 1%. And I doubt very much if we had not made those drastic changes, the economy could have moved on a high growth path. Since 2005-6, the growth rate has picked up. Between 2005-6 and 2007-8, the average annual rate of growth for the 3 years was 9.4%. And some people, while reviewing the performance of the economy, begin to talk whether that 9.4% was accidental or something. No, I think it was continuous, consecutive in terms of the rate of growth of the economy. And the fundamentals also improved very substantially. This was a period in which agriculture also grew very strongly. And the balance of current account deficit was only 1.1% of the GDP. And at least there was 1 year or 1 or 2 years in which there was a current account surplus. And since the current account surplus was low and there were fairly substantial FII flows, we added during this period something like $144 billion to our reserves. The 2008-9, because of the international crisis, the growth rate came down to 6.7%. But the recovery from the shock, the international shock, was swift and sharp. In 2009-10, the growth rate was 8.8%, and in 2010-11, it was 8.9%. Therefore, if you look at 2005-6 to 2010-11, the average rate of the growth was about 8.5 or 8.6%. I say this because there is considerable amount of discussion in the country and elsewhere. What is the potential rate of growth of the economy? I will come back to that, and therefore in that particular context, we need to note this. Since then, the growth rate has slowed down. The following year, it was 6.7%. And the year that followed, that is 2012-13, it was 4.5%. But according to the revised estimates, it's 4.9%. And 2013-14, according to the old estimates, it was 4.7%. But the new estimate puts it at a very high level, 6.6%. And therefore, if one looks at that number, one would even argue that the slowdown was short-lived. I mean, it's really 1 or 2 years, not more than that. And there are, as you all know, considerable difference of opinion regarding or some doubts about the veracity of the numbers and credibility of the numbers. But I would only say on that point, the methodology adopted by the CSO there is nothing wrong with it. I think the procedure that they adopted in order to update the numbers is appropriate. But one doesn't know what numbers had gone into it, and anybody outside would never be able to comment on that. This period was also marked by what I may call a certain amount of instability in terms of the current account deficit, in terms of inflation, and so on. In fact, the inflation also touched a high level of 9.7% in April 2011. Therefore, there is a certain slowdown in growth. But as it has been remarked by many people, considering the world situation, the rate of growth of the Indian economy is still, as some people call it, the bright spot. In fact, I would say that the performance of Bangladesh, the performance of India still stand out in a period in which the growth performance of the world itself is coming down so drastically. But that is no consolation. I would say our growth rate is below our expectations and our growth rate is below our potential, and therefore there is much to be done. But certainly the broad conclusion that one can draw from the performance of the Indian economy since the launch of the reforms is that the growth rate has picked up. But there are always the questions. Is that the only way to look at the performance of the economy? I'll presently come to that. The other issue is really the potential rate of growth, which I mentioned. One of the reasons for the fairly substantial rate of growth in the economy during the period 2005-6 to 2007-8 was a high rate of domestic savings and investment. In 2007-8, the investment rate of the Indian economy was 38.1%. It's a very simple arithmetic that we all know of the growth rate being the investment rate divided by the incremental capital output ratio. The incremental capital output ratio was 4:1. 38.1 gave you 9.5%, which was the rate of growth that gave. I mean, I'm simplifying. I mean, there are lags and so on and so forth one should look at. But certainly over a period of time, 3 years, when you had a 9% rate of growth, that is a period in which the investment rate was as high as 38.1%. What has happened since then? If you look at the performance of the economy, by 2012-15, the investment rate has fallen from 38.1 to 36.6%. That itself would account for some decline in the growth rate. But the point that I would like to make is that the decline in the growth rate is greater than the decline in the investment rate, implying thereby that there has been a decline in the productivity of capital. Because with 31.6%, even with a decline to 36.8%, with an incremental capital output ratio, we should have got a much higher growth rate. But we got much, much lower growth rate. Therefore, there is reason to believe that the productivity of capital came down during this particular period. This is what is explained by a number of factors like stalled projects, which we talk about. Number of projects that have been started, did not reach the completion and in time, and that is why investment has been made, but output has not been flowing, and therefore as a consequence of this, the incremental capital output ratio has gone up. Therefore, to summarize this part of it, actually, even with current levels of savings and investment rate, we can get a growth rate of 7.5 to 8% in a consistent way if we can find our way to speedily complete the projects and ensure the productivity of capital. But if we have to get back to the growth rate of 9% plus, then we ought to be working towards a higher level of savings and investment rate as well. I ask the question, when you look at the performance of the economy, how do you judge it? Is it judged in terms of a single metric, which is called the GDP or the per capita GDP? What have been the concerns that have been expressed about the reforms? First of all, there is one concern, namely, as a consequence of the reforms, the country gets integrated with the rest of the world more and more. That is obvious. And if you look at it in the ratio of foreign trade to GDP, it has substantially gone up. Now, is that good or is that bad? Because globalization is there and you cannot opt out of it. You have really to get adjusted to it. And it is only through the process of international trade that you will be able to maintain your competitiveness. Therefore, there is no getting away from it. But you then become, in some way, a victim, if you want to call it, or the result of the consequences of the events that happen elsewhere in the world. We saw it in 2013 when it happened in terms of the on the balance of payments. Our current account deficit or our trade deficit was already high, and when there were some talks of the tapering coming to an end, it had a substantial impact on the exchange rate. Within a matter of 3 weeks or 4 weeks, the exchange rate, the rupee fell by something like 4 to 5 rupees, which is a very substantial reduction. All that happened because of the link to the rest of the world. So reforms do lead to a situation in which you get integrated more and more with the rest of the world, and therefore we need to build the buffers which are necessary in order to be able to take care of it. You cannot opt out of globalization. I think that is simply ruled out. I think that's not possible. All that you really need to do is what kind of buffers can you build up. The second and the other persistent point that is being made is the emphasis is on efficiency. Why do you need a competitive market? Why do we need to enhance competition? All that is really because of the improved efficiency in the system. The emphasis on efficiency, according to some people, can also lead to a situation in which the beneficiaries of reforms or the beneficiaries of globalization will be only those segments of the society or only those countries which are efficient. The left are left out. Therefore, one consequence of this can be the increased emphasis on efficiency, and once again leading to some segments of the society not being part of the beneficial impact of the thing. So therefore there is some need to reflect on the distribution of income or the impact on, let us call it, social development as a consequence of what happened during under the post-reform period. Let me give you, that's a topic by itself, but let me give you a few numbers. Obviously, the rate of growth of the Indian economy over a period of 4 to 5 decades has changed the picture drastically in terms of many parameters of social development, the literacy rate, life expectancy, and so on. All of them have improved enormously. But it also happens that India is still in the Human Development Index occupies a low position. India's latest number is 130. Rank is 130 out of 187. Of course, Bangladesh is also 142. It's only Sri Lanka which is above, and it's at the 73rd rank, and Pakistan is 147. So there is some reason to believe that while we have made considerable progress, probably on the aspect of human development, we are not as fast as we are. But there is also an interesting thing, that if you look at some of the social development metric, it is not necessarily that only the most developed countries have a better record in terms of the metric than the developing countries. For example, I looked at the infant mortality rate for India is 44 out of 1,000 lives. It is 37 for Bangladesh, and it is 14 for Brazil and 13 for Mexico. Therefore, income is not, or growth is not the only indicator or the only thing that has an impact upon social development factors. It also depends upon what policies you have in terms of social development. But in a fundamental sense, there is no conflict between economic growth and social development. After all, what is the purpose of economic growth? The purpose of economic growth is to improve the living standards of the people, and therefore it should include every segment of the society. There is a synergistic effect between economic development and social development. As social development improves, the health standards, the educational standards improve, and therefore you are in a position to be able to draw out the full potential of the people and has an impact on growth. On the other hand, continued high expenditure on social development is not possible unless growth is also occurring. You cannot sustain high levels of social expenditure unless it is accompanied by growth. And there can be serious situations if the if the progress on social development is not matched by growth. For example, if educational system improves, and if educational opportunity, if people get more and more educated, and if there are not enough jobs available for those people who are educated, and which growth alone can give, if growth doesn't happen, there will be a conflict in the situation. Therefore, in some sense, I would argue that growth and social development have synergistic effects and must go hand in hand. What does our own experience in recent period show on the relationship between growth and social development? I have looked at the numbers. Between 1993 and 2004-05, the rate of growth in per capita income was 4.3%. Between 2004-05 and 2011-12, the per capita income growth is 6.7%. In the first period, the annual rate of decline in the poverty ratio was 0.7, and in the second period, it is 2.18, which clearly indicates that growth has an impact and can bring about a decline in the ratio. More recently, I did a study to look at, there is some problem always about headcount ratio, saying that headcount ratio doesn't look at the depth of poverty. But the data, an analysis of the data clearly indicates that bulk of the people are bunched near the poverty line. And this, over a period of time, also shows that the number of people beyond the poverty line, in the more distant points from the poverty line, is coming down. Therefore, there is enough evidence to show that growth is having a favorable effect on poverty ratio. You look at the per capita consumption expenditure in the various deciles of the population between any two periods which I mentioned, and you will find that in every decile of the population, there is an increase in consumption expenditure. And also, if you look at between 1993-94 and 2004-05, and between 2004-05 and 2011-12, in the latter period, there is an increase, and it is also shown the bottom 5 deciles of the population have shown a much greater growth over the previous period than the top 5 deciles. Therefore, clearly indicating that the impact has been on the lower deciles of the population. So, I'm not for a moment underestimating the extent of the problem of poverty in this country. The committee which I headed, which is the last one so far to head a committee on poverty, showed that India's poverty ratio as of 2011-12 was 29.5%. Using the same methodology, we found for 2009-10, it is 38.2%, a decline of 8.7 percentage points during that period. Therefore, growth has had an impact. But nevertheless, we need to accept the fact, even according to the new methodology, 29.5, that is 30% of the population are still below a poverty line. And the poverty line is always a controversial issue. I mean, one can always draw the line anywhere. But the point is that if you analyze the data, if you draw the line at any level, you will find over the period of time the poverty ratio has declined. What next, Ned? As I mentioned earlier, there are specific areas in which we have introduced reforms. As we go ahead, what are the areas in which we need to introduce reforms? Some of which are India-specific, and I will not go into it in great detail. We are debating in this country about the introduction of composite goods and services tax. I think that is an important decision. That will be an important measure, in terms of improving efficiency. While everybody is agreed in principle, when it comes to details, there are differences. We need to work them out. There are also issues about land acquisition in India, which may become an issue in other countries as well. But in my opinion, acquisition itself is the antithesis of competition. Therefore, if the government have to acquire land, I think it has to be in a very limited situation alone. We should have a free land market in which no longer are the farmers unaware of the price of land. I think those days are gone, and they are unlikely to sell the land anymore at throwaway prices. The reform of the government, I think, is extremely important, and we need to focus on not only on improving the scheme that we have with respect to subsidies, but over a wide range of services that the government are making available. There's one question that even comes: what is the appropriate sequencing of reforms? Take, for example, labor reforms. There are some reforms which are needed to improve the labor market. It is very often said that the United States, since 2008, has made better progress than Europe because of the more flexible labor markets in the United States. But I would say that some reform measures are done when the economy is booming, when the economy is on the upswing, rather than when the economy is in the downswing. There are always some dislocations, and these dislocations can be taken care of at a time when the economy is moving up. Some people may be thrown out of employment because of this, but then if the economy as itself is growing at a faster rate, it can absorb the population. I think as the economy grows faster, people will realize that more employment can be created through the growth process than through a system of regulation. As the old saying is, the employed is the enemy of the unemployed. We can avoid that trap if we can introduce such reforms only when the economy is on the upswing and not when the economy is on the decline. Therefore, sequencing is extremely important, and I would say that, strangely enough, reforms succeed under two circumstances. One, under the shadow of a crisis, or two, when the economy is booming. 1991-92 is an example of introducing reforms under the shadow of a crisis. We were able to push through many things because the crisis was looming so large in the horizon. But I think as we move forward, some reforms can be postponed to a time when the economy really moves forward. To summarize, there are three things. One, the impact of reforms on growth. Second, the impact of growth on social development, on social spending. None of it is automatic. Reforms do not necessarily translate into growth, nor does growth automatically translate into increased social spending and improved social development. You need appropriate intervention policies. Reforms, take for example India itself. The policy framework did not change post-2012. But the Indian economy between 2005-06 and 2011-12 grew at a rate far in excess of the rate at which it was growing beyond 2011-12. Therefore, reforms are necessary for growth. As economists are fond of saying, this is a necessary condition, but not a sufficient condition. We need to create the appropriate environment in which reforms can lead to growth. There has to be a proper response to it. Second, social spending do not automatically come out of growth. We need to do it. In fact, it is Indian experience that the significant social improvement measures, such as the Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme, extended food security, the National Rural Health Mission, could be launched at a time when the economy was growing at a fast rate. Therefore, growth gives you the opportunity to be able to generate the surpluses, which can be channeled into increased social spending. Therefore, as I said, that it is very clear that we may be happy with the rate of growth, but data show that only if India grows at the rate of 8 to 9% by 2025 or a little later, India's per capita income will grow from the present level to $8,000 to $10,000. Then only India will graduate to become a middle income country. Therefore, growth is important. And for growth, reforms are important. But growth must also be utilized in a manner in which the social spending increases. Therefore, I would like to conclude by saying reforms are not ends in themselves. Even growth is not an end in itself. Ultimately, growth triggered by reforms must benefit all segments of the society. Equity and efficiency should not be posed as opposing considerations. They must be weaved together to provide an acceptable pattern of development. However, equity will remain only a dream if it is not accompanied by growth triggered by reforms. Thank you very much.
I must say it was absolutely brilliant. One repentance I have is that I couldn't be his student at any stage. I will now request Dr. Raman to deliver the keynote address.
Today's chair, Dr. Kavita Sharma, President of South Asian University, respected Dr. Rangarajan, who is not only an intellectual giant in the areas of central banking and development economics, but as you have heard, he is also the guru of reforms in the region. Professor Santosh Panda, distinguished speakers, participants, my fellow students, and also the faculty members here. I am indeed delighted to be here with you all in this month of Falgun in a Bengali calendar, a month before the holy festival here. Falgun marks the arrival of spring in Bangladesh. It is the month of color, celebration, and hope, the essence of Holi. What better way to celebrate Falgun than be with the students and the faculties of South Asian University, a university that invites the colors of and spreads the hopes across South Asia. We are deeply honored that Dr. C. Rangarajan has graced us with his presence this morning, and you have heard how brilliant is he. With his indulgence, if I may, sir, one attribute Dr. Ranjan shares with all of you studying here is his lifelong impatience for change and faith in reform. Even his last word was dream. You must have seen that. He's a very, very young in his mind and in his thought. For those of you who are too young to remember, don't take my words for it. I know you all have smartphone, so just ask your best friend Miss Google or Mr. Wikipedia. You will see his lifelong passion for moving mountains. That passion could not last, or to be precise, thrive, if you were not young like you in heart, defined like you, and did not have the audacity of hope and vision. At a personal level, I have tried to emulate and learn from him in my own modest capacity. As you have already heard, we are the two academics who were suddenly taken out of academic and put into the central banking. And I really didn't know anything about central banking when I stepped in. I'm sure this was also the experience of Dr. Rangarajan. But then we have learned by doing it. There is a Chinese proverb that if you want to cross a river, you'll have to touch the stones. So we have been touching stones, learning by doing, and moving forward. Sometimes, drifted apart, but then we move on. And things are still moving on because of this tenacity of an academic. Many people think that my wife actually was very scared when I was declared as the governor of the central bank, because I didn't know. I was then actually in a conference like this in Nepal when my name was announced, and she didn't know anything about it. I didn't know either, and she said, how could a decision like this be taken without my knowledge? I said, I didn't know about it. But then she said, you can't do that. You have been an academic all through your life, a researcher. You will just have to come back, after 2 months. You cannot handle this, this institution of 6,000 plus, and also such an important institution. So she didn't open her boxes when I joined the governor. And many of the boxes are still there after 7 years. She didn't open it. She didn't have the confidence that I will be running the central bank. But thanks to her pressure, that challenge really put me always on alert. And I have been still performing after 7 years of being a governor. Anyway, this is a job. It's a very difficult job. Dr. Rangarajan knows it. It's 24/7 all the time. Always you have to be on board. So thank you, Dr. Rangarajan, for being an inspiration, for carrying the light for all of us, and not just in India, but also those of us beyond the borders. In that spirit of bringing people together, I will touch now upon a few ideas on regional cooperation, on how we can all become the family that we always have been. In fact, you have heard about reforms, growth, impact of growth on social development and all that. So I don't want to repeat that, but I want to really focus on how we could really move together. The South Asia could move ahead, and what could be the role of the central banks. As you know, I have been trying to give a new focus on the central banking, and I really want to leave that legacy in a few months' time, that I was a developmental central banker, not only a central banker, but a developmental central banker. And I want to put that, through the activities that we have been doing in Central Bank of Bangladesh, how we have gone green, how we have gone inclusive, how we became socially more responsible, how we motivated the minds of the bankers to go green, to touch the ground rather than put money on the air. So those kind of things, we will be touching while I'll be speaking as well. Regional cooperation efforts comprise a significant dimension of development initiatives in South Asia. Regional development cooperation initiatives have proceeded apace in South Asia over the past few decades at multiple levels, between governments, business communities, professional groups, cultural groups, civil society, organizations, academics, think tanks, and so forth. Although the extent of contribution of the cooperation efforts to growth performance of individual countries in the region is yet to be estimated precisely, confidence on positive outcome from regional cooperation efforts remains strong. The South Asian University itself, with its mandate of instilling South Asian regional consciousness, and is hosting me as a keynote speaker in this international conference today, exemplify the depth of our aspirations and commitment to development cooperation in South Asia. Universities are the meeting grounds of bright minds, and also young minds, I would call, and warm hearts across generations, young and old, spawning fresh perspectives and ideas. I believe this conference will kindle new enthusiasm for South Asian development cooperation in the upcoming younger generation, besides imparting fresh impetus to the ongoing cooperation engagements. Let me therefore begin by heartily congratulating Congratulating conference chair Professor Santosh Panda and others involved in convening this conference on the theme very topical for our region in research and growth. And you have all heard from Dr. Rangarajan the importance of growth. Growth we must. How much, what will be the quality of the growth? That is another question, but growth we must have. Now let me address the challenges to sustenance of South Asia's growth momentum, heightened need for regional cooperation. Country-level efforts bolstered by collective cooperation initiatives have paid our region well by transforming South Asia into one of the few robust hubs of global growth. Vibrant with growth momentum underpinned by macroeconomic stability and socio-economic inclusivity evidenced in rapid decline of poverty, the issue which was covered by Dr. Rangarajan. However, sustenance of this growth and development momentum faces quite a few challenges now on diverse fronts, which are likely to be best addressed not in isolation, but in closer regional cooperation. For figuring out the scope and areas for closer regional cooperation, it will be convenient to proceed by itemizing the threats and challenges facing South Asian growth on the path ahead and the kind of cooperation needed to confront these effectively. Roles of South Asian central banks in strengthening the cooperation initiatives will be enumerated in a later section that I'll be speaking at the last sections. Now let me take you a tour to the challenges and the opportunities maybe. The foremost threat facing South Asia's growth momentum is from the uncertainties associated with a prolonged, persistent slowdown in global output and trade growth. The round of quicker gains from the globalization is largely over, and substantial growth gains from rising exports to traditional rich country economies on the verge of recession will be much harder to come by. WTO's rather patchy multilateral fair market access safeguards for the developing economies have already been undermined by rush of countries, large and small, to form plurilateral trade blocs like the ones we have, TPP, the most recent one. Heightening insecurity of economies in regions like ours in South Asia outside such mega blocs. The first line of defense South Asia against this insecurity will be for South Asia to present in trade negotiations a unified front as an integrated zone fully open for intra-regional trade and investment so that producers in member economies can exploit comparative advantages and economies of scale in the broader region-wide market. Even with best efforts, however, future gains from export-driven growth are likely to remain modest amid the tepid outlook for overall global output and trade growth. And South Asia will need to boost domestic demand-driven growth to make up for the weaker gains in export-driven growth. I understand Indians are already having the minus growth for almost a year. Thanks to our apparel sector, Bangladesh is still maintaining 8 to 9% growth. Even over the last 7 months or so, we are maintaining about 8 to 9% growth, positive growths. Stimulating domestic demand-driven growth entails pursuing a broad menu of well-coordinated near and medium-term policy support agenda, including financing as well as upgrading the technical and marketing know-how for MSME, that is micro, small and medium enterprises, output initiatives on the supply side, and incremental employment and income generation on the demand side. In Bangladesh, MSME output initiatives proactively supported with such integrated package of financing and know-how are simultaneously generating incremental output and matching incremental demand thereof from the employment and income generated in these MSMEs. We have been successfully adding this domestic demand engine to our traditional export engine. So 2 engines propelling Bangladesh growth. And Bangladesh growth story is fascinating because both manufacturing, servicing, and agriculture, they are moving in tandem. They are growing in tandem. It's not at all any kind of volatility in these three sectors. So that's the Bangladesh beauty of it. So we are adding another engine called domestic demand engine with our traditional export engines, which have already performing very, very well. So the both engines pushing apart, and as Dr. Ranga Rajan hinted, we are only next to India. It's the thing that happening, that both India and Bangladesh moving in tandem and becoming the growth hub. It's of the world, I would say. That we are the first is India, second best runner is Bangladesh. What better could be than this, actually? So we are very happy that we are moving in tandem. This has helped Bangladesh uphold steady growth momentum during and following the global financial crisis amid gloomy global outlook, maintaining stable 6+% annual average real GDP growth rate for well over 12 years now, with declining inflation and sustained macroeconomic stability. Let me give you a couple of figures, then you'll understand. Over the last half a decade or so, we are consistently maintaining current account surplus in Bangladesh. And over the last 6 years or so, our foreign exchange reserve has quadrupled. Now it's touching $28 billion, which is almost 7 to 8 months of import. This is happening. The inflation has literally halved from 12% to 6% now. The growth, as I said, has now been, last year it was 6.5%. This year it may touch our lucky 7%. So that's the kind of macroeconomic situation we are having. And in terms of volatility, say foreign exchange, we are, I think, the best in the world. Over the last 2 years, there has hardly been any shift in the exchange rate. It's standing like a mountain. I would say that. We had to do a hard job for that, intervening in the market, and but the exchange rate. If I just take away my hands off, tomorrow our taka will become rupee, a same exchange rate, I tell you. That's the kind of strength that the Bangladesh economy is demonstrating. We're the only country in the region who is having this appreciation pressure all the time, and we're managing that pressure. This is a pleasant challenge, and I'm doing it, maintaining every day this pleasant challenge of surplus, not deficit, so everywhere. Bangladesh Bank, the Central Bank of Bangladesh, continues to maintain a sustained thrust for inclusive financing to support MSME output initiatives. Belying apprehensions of Bangladesh Bank's more orthodox peer central banks, the small-sized MSME loans in Bangladesh have maintained asset quality no worse, and in many instances better than those of larger loans to bigger businesses. South Asian governments and central banks have pursued policy support packages to boost domestic demand-led growth in diverse mixes tailored to suit their local conditions, and this would constitute a rich source of learning from each other's experience, besides also being a rich area of systematic analytical studies by South Asian think tanks and universities. It will be relevant to note that closer integration permitting region-wide barrier-free trade and investment will magnify the gains from domestic demand-led growth efforts, opening up the broader region-wide market to producers in individual member countries, the one which was hinted by Dr. Rangarajan as well. Let me now come back to the threats, that may be looming. The looming threats of global warming-driven climate change pose the next major threat to sustenance of South Asia's current healthy growth trends. Environmental is unsustainable, polluting, high-emission traditional output processes and practices in the South Asian economies will warrant rapid transition to the energy-efficient, low-emission sustainable options to protect South Asia's output competitiveness. Agricultural output growth and food security will be at a particular risk from widely predicted global warming, and sea level rise will cause inundation and increasing salinity in the low-lying coastal regions and drought-like conditions in some other regions, endangering livelihoods of entire communities. Overriding priorities in addressing these challenges will entail massive rapid transition from traditional high-emission unsustainable production practices and processes in the South Asian economies, alongside fastest possible progress in climate change adaptation measures, including development of climate change tolerant crop varieties appropriate for various regions. Clearly, these are massive challenges, better addressed in mutual support and cooperation rather than in isolation. South Asian economies can launch joint research initiatives in developing cost-efficient, optimal options in technologies for transition to environmentally sustainable production processes and practices in various sectors of the real economy. Agriculture research towards developing climate change tolerant crop varieties can likewise do with region-wide cooperation. Bangladesh has done well. We have really addressed these issues in a modest way. We now have saline resilient crop varieties, seed varieties. We have drought resilient seed varieties. We have flood resilient seed varieties, and these are being really provided with the R&D support of the government. And the Ministry of Agriculture is really going fast in terms of providing organic fertilizers and also other areas where we can, including we are a bit upbeat on even in terms of technologically driven kind of seed improvement. We are moving in that directions. In Bangladesh, Bangladesh Bank has come forward proactively in support of rapid transition to green output processes and practices in the economy, promoting financing for a wide range of greening initiatives including solar, biomass-based and other renewable energy generation, low-emission clay brick baking, industrial effluent treatment, industrial water use efficiency enhancement, green building construction, adoption of green production practices in the export-oriented textiles, apparels, leather sectors, and so forth. Bangladesh Bank probably is the only central bank, sir, in the world which has a sustainable finance department promoting green banking and green financing. And we have separate funds for that, and we are working for greening of the minds of the bankers, and also bringing young generations with the climate change awards, and our corporate social responsibility funds are really gearing to changing the minds of the bankers and the youngers so that they work for the climate resilient moves. That's happening, and under the leadership of the central bank, this is something very unusual. We are now one of the implementing agencies of the GEF. So they have so much confidence in the central bank. They have made us the implementer of the GEF fund. So that's how the central bank is really becoming green. And we in the central bank, if you visit central bank, Mr. Hassan, Professor Hassan visits, we are probably the only central bank which has all its lights and all that green. When in the evening, all lights are green. In my governor's office is fully green. Entire building is becoming energy efficient. These are all moving so that we regularly monitor our carbon footprint, and we are asking banks to give their carbon footprints. So that's how we are all becoming green and becoming a very, very forward-looking central bank. As policy support, low-cost refinancing lines are available to lenders from Bangladesh Bank, both in Taka and US dollar terms, against their financing of specified lines of green project initiative. Bangladesh Bank has also tweaked some macroprudential rules to impart some extent of preferential treatment for green financing over the traditional alternatives. Green transition of South Asian agriculture and manufacturing practices are still at initial stage, with vast new areas yet to be covered, promising vast new scope of gains from South Asian cooperation. In fact, recently we have opened a $200 million dollar green transformation fund in the central bank itself. And from our reserve, we have taken away it from the reserve, and we will give this fund to the apparel industry and the leather industries so that they can brand their product green. And there is a huge demand for green product outside. So we are giving this LIBOR plus 2-3%. And we are providing this support through the factories, through a bank, and making ours as a green destination for many of the buyers. So that's how we, the central bank, we have already provided money which has transformed a factory into platinum, the best platinum factory in the world, I showed on the textile. So that's how the central bank is really becoming not only developmental but also becoming green. So that's how we are moving this into areas. Again, upkeep and expansion of physical infrastructure not keeping pace with the overall growth momentum poses yet another substantial investment impediment, posing threat to sustenance of growth momentum in the South Asian economies. Persisting in all South Asian economies, large and small, this appears to be more a deficiency in the governance process of resource deployment, decision-making, and implementation than of resource availability. Japan, China, and some other East Asian countries of both democratic and authoritarian kind have examples for South Asia to learn from on this issue. But there still are ample rooms for South Asian cooperation in pulling of investment resources for developing inshore road and waterway roads for cross-border traffic goods. Of late, Bangladesh and India are working on this, and we are really providing a lot of fund and cooperation there. Cooperation in hastening financial market development to facilitate infrastructure investments will also certainly be helpful. Complex customs clearance processes still impede cross-border overland trade traffic in South Asia. There are substantial gains to reap from cooperation in simplifying the administrative procedures. Besides governments, business communities, think tanks, academia, and civil society organizations have roles to play in building up collective will for resolute action in sustaining growth momentum by rapidly shoring up South Asia's severely overstrained, creaking physical infrastructure. There we can all communicate and cooperate. Again, like inadequacies in physical infrastructure, South Asia's ages-old legacy of administrative and governance infrastructure from colonial times has not transformed enough for dynamically responding to management and governance challenges in today's fast-changing, fast-growing economic and social environment, typically evidenced by slow, belated decision-making in non-transparent processes of unclear accountability, and by the unflattering global ranking of South Asian economies in the ease of doing business and such other indicators. Sustenance of South Asia's growth momentum will depend importantly on effective modernization of the overall governance and administrative infrastructure, requiring engagements by way of ideas and initiatives from all civil society segments, including academia and think tanks. Failings in such engagements will leave decision-making processes in public life open for being captivated by powerful interest groups. And as Dr. Rangarajan indicated, the state has still the role to play to provide the public good services, and that's where we need to be fast, smart, and not only the smart cities, we need smart government, and smart delivery in these areas. So now I want to just focus, I'm almost at the fag end of my presentation. I want to talk about the role of central banks in development cooperation in South Asia, a new area probably. Central banks are public institutions working closely with the governments and other public institutions in virtually all areas of decision making on macro and microeconomic issues, development strategies and policies. In their first and foremost responsibility of maintaining price and macroeconomic stability amid changing domestic and external environments, which probably most central banks are already doing. South Asian central banks regularly interact in their SAARC Finance and ACU forums. We always meet the governors. We are meeting in the SAARC Finance and ACU forums and exchanging our views Last time we hosted the SCO meeting in Dhaka. Raghu Rajan was there as well, and next time we are having it in Myanmar. So we are all working, in various forums. There are swap and borrowing line safety net arrangements among the SCU and SAARC finance member central banks for tiding over situation of external sector stress. South Asian central bankers interact regularly in SAARC finance meetings and workshops for learning from each other's experiences. There is room for further deepening of these interactions and mutual learning in the newer areas of promoting inclusive MSME financing and financing to support transition of output processes and practices in the South Asian economies from the traditional high emission options to environmentally sustainable green alternatives. In fact, you know about this SAARC Development Fund. This SAARC Development Fund has been lying there for many years. I think we need to work on that and really make that available for the development of the region. And of late, there is some movement I see, but I think we need to move further. Possible areas of further deepening of cooperation between South Asian central banks include analytical research on monetary and macroeconomic issues impacting the region-wide systematic evaluation of various central bank initiatives in promotion of inclusive and green financing, financial market deepening and development, etc. Universities in South Asia can be valuable partners of central banks in this country level and region-wide investigations. Bangladesh Bank on its part is ready in significant extent of such engagements with leading universities in the country and in the region. If South Asia University decides to send couple of or half a dozen of the students as interns to Bangladesh Bank, we'll be more than happy to take them and really allow them to really see what the hell we are doing there. As advisors to the government on macroeconomic and development strategies and policies, South Asian central banks can usefully influence decision-making processes in their governments towards hastening ever greater openness and integration in intra-regional trade and investment, as also in freer movement of people in the region across national borders. But I have to be very frank. The central banks can do only so much. I'm sure Dr. Rangarajan will bear with me. We are really intruding in many other areas, but again, we can do only this much. The real work has to be done by the students and the young. You have to lead. This is my clarion call I'm giving you. You have to lead. When we grew up, our skies were often segmented by borders. Our dreams were often hobbled by narrow considerations. Our communication moved at the pace of snail mail. You live in a different world. You live in a connected and digital world, hopefully with fewer and fewer worlds. Your dreams should be bigger and one. I'm confident you can bring down all the worlds. Before I end, I want to share a feeling I had as my plane was taking off in Dhaka. As you know, Bangladesh is a delta, crisscrossed with more than 700 rivers, some big, some small. From the plane, I could not see any borders, but I could clearly see the rivers. They meander but move on despite the obstacles. These rivers don't follow the borders. The Ganges carries the same water from the mountains to the ocean, nourishing the whole region in between and across borders. I hope as you study here, you all can become Ganges, not be constrained by the borders and bring the new dawn. You have to go far, together and now. At the very end, let me repeat a quote of Tagore made by Honorable President of India on the Republic Day of yours. He quoted Tagore, And Tagore said in Nutun Juger Bhore, Cholai Cholai Bajbe Joyer Bheri, Paer Begei Pot Kete Jai, Korishne Ar Deri. Move ahead, the roll of drums announce your trample march. With feet of glory, you shall cut out your own path. Delay not, a new age dawns. Thank you all for the attention. Let's all work for the making South Asia a community. Thank you very much.
Absolutely brilliant. I have no words actually to express thanks to both the esteemed guests. For the benefit of the governor, I may say that the largest participants, outside participants in this conference are from Bangladesh. And yeah. And just to share this, there's a private conversation between Mr. Dalong and me. I was pushing him that visas must be given. Then he asked me, why there's so many participants from Bangladesh? They're from Malaysia, England, Dhaka. I said, look, this is an academic conference. There's a competition. The best papers have been chosen. So be it Bangladesh. So the growth in Bangladesh that has been depicted by Governor Rahman here, it also shows in academic spheres. I mean, when we talk of South Asia, yes, Indian participants are the largest. Next biggest participant is Bangladesh. We are all very happy about it. And it's very kind of him to have offered that we can send students as interns to Bangladesh Bank, which we'll certainly take advantage of. Thank you very much. As a token of our appreciation to our esteemed guests, we want to present some mementos. I will request our president, Dr. Sharma, to present a memento first to Dr. Rangarajan Boishali. And a memento to Dr. Rahman. So we break for tea now. We'll go over to the lawns for high tea. The technical session starts at 12 o'clock. I'm happy that we have finished right in time, so we would have more time to interact over tea. Thank you. Please, I invite.
Maybe most of you are aware that this nutrition, health, education, they are also included in the Sustainable Development Goal. I think all South Asian countries are a party to, are a signatory to those Sustainable Development Goal of United Nations. It is also important to discuss these issues because even if food production in South Asia is growing at a much higher rate compared to growth in population, but that is not reflected in improvement in nutrition. So that is a sort of puzzle. Some people have written on India that why, despite per capita food production rising by more than 2% in India now for a long time, and also in South Asian country, food production growing at a faster rate than growth rate in population, why nutrition is not showing the improvement which is expected from the growth in per capita production. So we have a interesting paper which has looked at details of household data, We also have a paper on, I think, health insurance and nutrition and health. To some extent, they are related also. But I quickly look at this paper. It just deal with the different aspects of health. That is this social network and health insurance. Then third paper we have on this study of parents' private public school choice post enrollment in India. So this is on education. Again, I would say that very important because we are now discussing equity and equality in education. Last week, Niti Yog organized a conference where we discussed these things in detail, different dimension of education. One is, of course, by this literacy itself, that why even now more than 25% population in the country is not literate. Then these gaps that some people have PhDs, some people are masters, but many of these students, they drop even in after primary. So they are literate, but they drop after primary. So that equity aspect of education, universal education, lifelong learning education, very important. So I find that these three papers, they are covering very important topics. And Dr. Rangarajan also mentioned about social sector. To some extent, I think they cover the social sector, education, nutrition, and health, that they may not improve simply because economy is growing at faster rate. We need to do something more than mere growth. Growth is a necessary condition, not a sufficient condition. So with these introductory remarks, how I plan to go ahead is that we have about 90 minutes and we have three papers. I will suggest to paper presenter that complete your presentation in less than 15 minutes time. So 15 minutes is the upper limit. You can finish it in 10 minutes, but you have 15 minutes. Since topic of three paper is different, I feel it will be worthwhile to have some discussion on each paper after the presentation is made. So then we will keep 10 minutes for discussion. So that way we will utilize 75 minutes and left with 15 minutes. Then toward the end, I will give 5 minutes to each of the discussant, and if some time remains, then I would like to use that residual time for making concluding remarks. So I invite, we have a paper on demand for nutrients in India, an analysis based on 50th, 61st and 66th round of NSS. In fact, the author informs us that they have also looked at round 68th round, 201112 round also, which is the latest round, and we have three authors, Nidhi Kaikar, who will be presenting this paper. The other authors are Vani Kulkarni and of course Professor Raghav Gaiya. So to you, Nidhi, now just your time starts. Please try to complete in 15 minutes.
So good afternoon, respected chair, discussants and colleagues, and thank you South Asian University for giving me and my collaborators a chance to discuss our ongoing work with the research community. So this work essentially looks at nutrition, and we're looking at the calorie puzzle in a new light. One of the first examinations of the calorie puzzle was by Deaton and Rez. The average calorie intake has been declining between 1983 and 2004, combined with a very slow rate of improvement in the anthropometric indicators of nutrition, both among adults and among children. So the puzzle essentially is why the calorie angle curves shift downward in a country which is undernourished across the expenditure scales. So in their study, they explain why prices may not be able to explain this calorie decline, as the relative price of food remain more or less stable or rather declined between the period. A conjecture made in their study is that assuming that elasticity of nutrition with respect to income to be significantly positive, the reduction in calorie intake despite rising incomes is due to lower requirements arising because of declining levels of physical activity and or improvements in health. Another argument for this puzzle is the food budget squeeze argument, which again has got some recent interest from Banerjee, Duflo, Basaule, Basu, which essentially says that if the share of food in total expenditure has actually fallen. So basically, it's talking about that the share of food in total expenditure decreases, because of which the calorie intake also declines. But if we take this argument to be true, it means that the reduction, it means that people are meeting their calorie needs from cheaper sources of calorie. Though the recent data and recent studies, they suggest that even the poor are moving away from cheaper sources of calories to more expensive ones, which cast doubt on the food budget squeeze argument. So our approach to the calorie puzzle is embedding our argument in the standard demand theory framework using NSS data for 93-94, 2004-5, and 2011-12. In addition to the lower requirements, our explanation allows for shifting food preferences over time, thus emphasizing on diet diversification as key to nutrient intakes. We do not dismiss the role of food prices in explaining nutrient intakes. Rather, unlike Deaton's aggregate indicator of food prices, we look at substitution effects within food items based on relative price changes. In extending this argument, we first examine the patterns in nutrition intake and diets for the more recent periods. In rural areas, the mean calorie intake reduced by 5% in the first period, that is 93-94 to 2004-5, and increased by 3% in the second period, which is 2004-5 to 11-12. While in the first period, the decline has been across all deciles except the first. In the second period, the average calorie intake increased for the lower deciles, but continued to decline for higher deciles. Thus, there is a crossover in the Engel curves. This is for the urban areas. In urban areas, the mean calorie intake reduced by 3% in the first period and slightly increased in the second. For higher deciles, there is a decline in the second period as well. So a point to add to the calorie puzzle is that the calorie Engel curves displayed here if you look at the poverty cutoff point as well as at the median expenditure, the calorie intakes are still lowest in 2011-12. Now, in this study, while the focus is essentially on calorie intakes, we also describe the trend in protein and fat intake. For rural India, the story of protein intake is similar to that of calories, declining per capita per day intake from 60 grams in 93 to 56 grams in 2004. With a slight increase to 57 grams in 2011. A similar case for urban India, but here the patterns grossly differ between lower deciles and higher deciles. The average protein intake is slightly lower in rural and urban India between 1993-2011, but unchanged between 2004 and 2011. At poverty and median expenditures, the protein intake is lowest again in 2011. This is for fats. There has been a consistent increase in fat intake in the last 2 decades across expenditure deciles. The increase in fat intake was far greater in the more recent period, which is 2004-11, compared to 1993-2004. With the similar trend even for urban areas, this raises concern of rising obesity and the associated burden of non-communicable diseases. These are the fat Engel curves. So if we take the nutritional norms as valid, the overall picture of nutritional deprivation worsened considerably over the period 1993-2011. This table shows the share of calorie, protein, and fat deficient population by poverty status. Some quick observations suggest that there is increasing undernourishment and increasing share of protein deficient population between 1993 and 2004, with a slight decline post that, but a consistent decline in the fat deficient population. Now, using NSS data and Tendulkar's poverty lines, there was a near halving of poverty. In examining its overlap with undernourishment, there are 2 indicators that can be used. One is the proportion of undernourished poor, or the number of undernourished who are also poor in the total population. Given the sharp decline in poverty, it is not surprising that this actually fell from 41.2% to 24.8%. A related but distinct indicator is the proportion of poor who are undernourished, and this has actually risen over time. In 1993-1994, it was around 75%, and now it is, based on 2011-12 data, this proportion is almost 85%. If you look at the urban areas, it's kind of similar. The proportion of undernourished poor reduced from 23.2% to 10.9%, but the proportion of poor who are undernourished rose from 65% in 1993 to 68% in 2011. Thus, the poor are more likely to be undernourished. So this essentially brings us 2100 for calories, 60 gram for proteins, and 30 gram for fats. These are the cut. This is the uniform meal. Yeah. So this essentially brings us to the question why undernourishment is so pervasive, especially among the poor. Associating nutrient intakes to the food consumption that one chooses, our scheme is first to identify the shifting source of nutrients, followed by an examination of dietary diversification in India. Whether more staples are consumed or there's a shift to milk, dairy products, fruits, and vegetables actually depends on an interplay of incomes, food prices, and taste or preference for variety. We put these factors in a demand theory framework to explain declining nutrient intakes. So food composition changes are associated with the decline in nutrient intakes. In rural India, as seen previously, the calorie intakes declined between 1993 and 2011. Most of it is attributable to the decline in calories from cereals. The contribution of milk products, sugar, pulses, fruits, and vegetables remained largely unchanged between 1993 and 2011. But the contribution of oil increased substantially. In fact, calories obtained from oil increased from 111 in 1993 to 184 in 2011. Similar results are found for urban areas. Much of the initial decline in protein is reflected in the reduction in protein intake from cereals and slightly from pulses. Intake from dairy products increased moderately. Proteins from other sources are a very small fraction, and it largely remained unchanged. Between 1993-2011, fat intakes rose in both rural and urban areas. Oil has the maximum share in total fat intakes, and its contribution rose over the period 1993 and 2011. In rural areas, fat intake from oil rose from 12 grams in 1993 to 16 in 2004 and 20 in 2011. And in urban areas, the share of oil rose from 19 grams in 93 to almost 26 grams in 2011. Now, rapid economic growth, urbanization, and globalization have resulted in dietary shifts in Asia away from staples and increasingly towards livestock and dairy products, fruits and vegetables, fats, and oil. The westernization may also be attributable to supply-side factors such as liberalization of foreign direct investment with the role of multinational corporations, especially supermarkets and fast food outlets, and a sharp reduction in logistic costs. Now, often diet diversification is taken to be synonymous with dietary quality. Sophie, however, takes a broader view that dietary changes in the past 2 decades have had both positive and negative impacts on nutrition. On the positive side, the quality of diets at the aggregate global level has improved, and nutritional outcomes have improved in most parts of the world. On the negative side, diets increasingly contain more energy-dense, semi-processed foods, saturated fats, and sugars. These dietary changes are associated with an increase in overnutrition and obesity with implications for NCDs. So whether the nutritional implications are positive or negative is essentially an empirical issue which we try to assess through this study. There was a sharp reduction in cereal consumption between 1993 and 2011. the reduction was more drastic in the first period in rural areas as compared to the second. The key features of dietary transition in India are a reduction in intake of staples, mainly cereals, and an increase in intake of more energy-dense foods, particularly fats. But dietary transition slowed down in the second period compared to the first, as seen in the reduction in the rate of decrease in staples consumption and rate of increase in oil consumption. Now, for our study to capture diet diversification, that is a move from a cereal-dominated diet to more variety in food consumption, we use a food diversity index, which is calculated as sum of squares of shares of items in the consumption basket, which is similar to the Herfindahl index used to measure competitiveness of an industry. So for both rural and urban areas, the lower deciles of MPCE had less diversified diets vis-a-vis those among the higher deciles. However, for both the poor and the non-poor, the food basket became more diversified, and for poor it became diversified at a faster rate, which means the Herfindahl index decreased. So a higher value implies more concentrated diets and a lower value implies more diversified diets. In the rural areas, the food diversity increased at a faster rate in the first period compared to the second. That is, there was a 13% decline in the index in 1993-2004 as against a 7% decline between 2004 and 11. Thus, diversification slowed down during 2004-11 in rural areas. This is for the urban areas, a slight increase in index in the more recent period. So we report our findings on changing dietary patterns of Indian households based on an analysis of 93, 2004 and 2011 household surveys conducted by the NSS. At the household level, we regress the logarithmic household equivalent intake of calories on a number of correlates, including prices, expenditure, demographic characteristics such as age, education, household size, and few others specified as dummy variables including caste, location, and state. We suspect the index of dietary diversification to be endogenous. Since dietary diversification is linked to the emergence of middle class as discussed in recent studies, the latter serves as an instrument for the food diversity equation. This we capture based on ownership of consumer durables. Now, some consumer durables such as bicycles could actually be labor saving, energy saving, thus affecting calorie intakes directly. So we exclude those consumer durables and we focus on others such as television and radio. We are also aware of the possible endogeneity in the income variable, but as suggested by Subramanian and Deaton, this data is not easily reconciled with a nutrition trap, and they are highly skeptical that the feedback from nutrition to wages can be dealt with simultaneous equation techniques such as instrumentation. To reflect heterogeneous outcomes on household nutrient within rural and urban areas, we use Lee's approach to estimate calorie intakes by using a quantile regression with an endogenous variable. The key findings are summarized here. Firstly, diet diversification is associated with a lower calorie intake. Per capita expenditure increases calorie intake with a positive effect reducing over time. With rising cereal prices, there is a reduction in calorie intake, with the former being the main source of calories. Next, there is a confirmation of substitution effects between food commodities. For instance, higher price of cereals reduce calorie intake substantially, while that of milk and milk products does so slightly. These effects are modified when interacted with time dummies, implying shifting food preferences. And finally, urban diets are more diversified and also reduce calorie intake more than the rural diets. To conclude, our main findings are a decline in nutrient intakes with the exception of fats. Contrary to the extant literature and dominant explanations of the calorie intake reduction over the last 3 decades, our analysis confirms that dietary shift has an effect on nutritional outcomes. A demand theory-based explanation of changes in demand for calorie intake reaffirmed the important role of food prices and expenditure changes. A new insight, however, is that in several cases, food price effects weakened over time as also expenditure effects. The closer scrutiny of food preferences and taste for variety is thus necessary to understand better nutritional deprivation as also to design more effective policies to ameliorate it. So thank you, and I look forward to your comments on my presentation.
So it is open for comments, question, observation. Yes, Jasa. Then you.
Thank you very much. Excellent paper. I just want to ask you a couple of questions. The quantile regression, in the quantile regression, did you use the SQ-reg estimation technique where you estimate all quantiles simultaneously, or did you use the
Median.
the median?
Yes.
I see. And how many quantiles were there?
No, so we use only the
Oh,
median.
only the median. Oh, only the median.
Only the
Okay.
median.
And I see, only the median. And does that estimate for the median lie outside the 95% confidence interval for the regular estimation, non-quantile estimation?
I will have to check.
Because if it
Yeah.
does, then your quantile regression makes sense.
Makes sense. Okay, I shall check that.
Otherwise, it's basically equivalent. That's all. I said, excellent
Right.
paper. Very, very good work.
Yeah, I shall check that and kind of verify whether. Yeah.
Just draw a
Yeah.
confidence interval for that estimate.
Sure.
Hi, Nidhi. I have a simple question.
Yeah.
It's true that the diet has changed over time with that diversification and also quality. But if the basket you're tracking does not keep pace with that actual behavior,
Right.
then you are not measuring things right. For example, if a person taking Coke or chips or something, which is not in the basket, and
Right.
when the family expenditure is collected, there's no information on how many Cokes they consume and how many chips the packets they buy and all that. So you actually have calories from that, and you may not be hungry for more rice and whatever it is.
Right.
I mean, I don't deny the demand side of it, but there could be, simply that the basket you're tracking isn't capturing the actual household behavior pattern.
Yeah, I agree
And
with.
that way, sugar and everything, oil, everything will be wrongly collected.
Right. So, yeah, I agree that this issue is there. So, to the best extent that we could correct it was to use aggregates like 5 commodity groups. The first comprising staples, and the other 4. One is all the meats and milk and dairy products. One was oil. One was fruits and vegetables, and finally sugar and sugar. So, and we were trying to. Yes, the fast food is, the junk food is, yeah, so to whatever extent NS data was able to capture it, we've tried, but yes, I kind of agree that that's a limitation of our index in some sense. However, we feel it's an improvisation over existing indices of dietary diversification where you're merely counting the number of food items, which may not really give you an idea. Just by moving into an item doesn't really mean that I'm consuming a lot of it. So we just found this to be a better indicator of diversification vis-a-vis other indicators.
Thank you. It's not a comment. I just wanted to, could you please elaborate your IV estimation here again?
Yeah, so the instrument that we use is an indicator of emergence of middle class, which we capture using consumer durables. Now, this indicator of consumer durables has also been discussed in literature before with a direct impact on calorie intake. That is, if somebody has more bicycles, it's actually labor saving. So the index that we create for consumer durables is actually the proportion of households at the village level who have ownership of non-energy saving consumer durables such as TV, radio, etc. So it's at the village level, and it's those consumer durables which are energy or labor saving. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Okay, okay, fine. Okay.
Hi, thank you organizers for giving me the opportunity to be here. It's nice being here again. So I actually read the earlier version of the paper, but
Right.
and I have some comments, but I believe most of the comments are still valid with the changes that you have made. So basically there are two changes. One, instead of using the 66th round, now you are using 68, and then you have brought in more sort of role for diet diversity.
Right.
Okay, so I must disclose that I'm familiar with Dr. Raghav Gehai's work, more so because he is there wherever NSSO is involved, okay, inevitably. So some of these comments, might sound critical to you, but please,
fair
you are
enough.
free to take them, whichever way you want. Okay, one, to me, it doesn't really appear as puzzle. You know
Okay.
the reason? One thing is, in 83, the context was different, right? So when the NSSO data used to capture consumption differently. I mean, if you ask, a person of that era, how much was your consumption? Particularly the persons from higher deciles will tend to give you an overestimate of their actual consumption. And the reason was, that time the extent of formalization in the economy was low.
Right.
So most of the payments used to be in kind, not in cash, right? So suppose someone is giving, their servant in kind, then that consumption used to get reflected in NSSO consumption expenditure or NSSO consumption quantity, but it's no more the case now, probably. Now this has, very well documented in the literature, and I actually know some papers which have done it at least 2 decades back. So probably a review of literature will help. Second, I also couldn't follow your demand estimation. So you are estimating demand for calories, right?
Right.
So if I just forget economics, okay, for the time being, given my income, what do I demand? Should I demand food or I really demand calories?
Right. So that's why we use like a two-stage estimation, which is, yeah, no, I'm just answering his question, which is, okay, fine.
Oh, okay. So you see, this two-stage actually won't be able to explain what I am asking. Okay. So this demand for a food has a particular theoretical framework, right? So you have a utility maximization
Right.
problem, and then there is a budget constraint, right? Which is in terms of the food items, not in terms of calories. And then the consumer optimizes his utility maximization problem and derives the so-called demand functions. Now it is possible through some, because ultimately you can say calorie is nothing but a linear combination of various food items, right? That's what the Gopalan et al. Study shows. So maybe but you should actually show this empirically, that you can still write the demand for calories. It really exists. I don't really know. Third, I'm not really sure whether using 2100 kilocalorie is a good yardstick, because the literature clearly mentions that in rural areas there is a higher necessity for calories, and they use 2400 kilocalories in rural areas and 2100 in urban. Fourth, so you mentioned that diversification has slowed down over two decades. You see, so the difference of time periods also must have been taken into account, right? In one case it is 83 to 2004-5, and in another case it is 2004-5 to 2011-12. When these two time periods are not comparable, probably it is not correct to say the diet, because either you normalize it by time gap, time interval. Fifth, I'm not sure to what extent it is justified to create any indicator at the village level from NSSO. Right, so your paper actually utilizes some of the indicators at the village level, and also you mentioned now with regard to this IV, so proportion of households at village level. You see, NSSO to my knowledge is representative only at the zones, which are 78 in the country. And if you look at NSSO sample, there are many districts where sample size is merely 80. So even district level generalizations are hard to come by. Now I will say, there may be a village where sample size is only 5. So maybe, it doesn't make that much of sense to, utilize any indicator at the village level constructed from NSSO data. And last point is, you criticize this Deaton and Rez study, among other things, based on the price effect. So you say they are actually giving less weightage to price, and they are more sort of saying it's the RDA requirements which has changed over time, which seems intuitive somewhat, right? Because we see our occupational, we see the kind of occupational changes now. But your results also do not attest an important role of prices, right? To me, it doesn't, because you yourself say the role of prices has gone down over time, right? Your interaction dummies are sort of less significant. So these are some of the comments that I have. Otherwise, since I am aware with this literature, it's a nice paper. So thank you.
Thank you.
I think on first point especially, given he is also aware with a lot of things related to nutrition, agriculture, he must have something to add. So that
Yeah, just a quick reply. Thank you so much for your comments. So just one thing, our study doesn't criticize Deaton's and Rez's work. It's actually, we corroborate their findings, and we still feel that there is a role of time, and we have control for time. We have used time dummies there. And over and above time, there's the interplay of prices and income matters. The role of prices is still very important. So it is not that just the interaction terms are negative. So we just say there is weakening of time effects, and they are still significant. And I really like your suggestion about the village level, and I'm going to just think over it and speak to some people and see if we can kind of use a different instrument when it comes to consumer durables, not at the village level, but see how we could modify that. But thank you so much for your comments. And yeah, we've used 2400 for rural and 2100 for urban. Yeah, 2100 for urban and 2400 for rural. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much.
Move to the second paper. The title of this paper is Social Networks and Health Insurance Utilization, and authors are Shishir Devnath, Tarun Jain, Manvinder Singh. I think you are Shishir?
I'm Manvinder.
So Manvinder Singh will present the paper. Yeah.
Right. Okay, good. Shall we start? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Mr. Keynote Speaker, learned discussants, members of the faculty, dear students, and my dear friends. My name is Manvendra. I am a research associate at the Indian School of Business, Hyderabad. And this paper is joint work with Professor Shishir Devnath and Professor Tarun Jain, both of whom are assistant professors of economics and public policy at the Indian School of Business, Hyderabad. So to start with, I think the title of the paper, Social Networks and Health Insurance Utilization, kind of gives away the research question that we have in mind as well. I'll talk more about it. So touching upon the point which Dr. Rangarajan made in the morning was that what is the role of governments in today's world? So, and the question that we are trying to answer here is the government better equipped in providing certain public goods and facilities and services versus the private sector? And we study all of this in the context of publicly financed health insurance policy, which has been into effect in the state of Andhra Pradesh since 2007. So why do we study social networks and why do we study health insurance? So I'll take both of these one by one. So health insurance. As we live in a developing nation, developing countries face a very high burden of healthcare related challenges. Now, if you look at the WHO World Health Organization statistics, you would see that the communicable, the deaths or the mortality owing to communicable diseases is going down over time. However, the deaths happening because of non-communicable diseases is actually on an upward slide. So this is where we come in. Now, what implications does it have for a person? First of it is it leads to a higher healthcare related expenditure. The expenditure which otherwise could have been spent on more productive things, for example, educating the kids, or what the first paper was about, better nutrition to the kids and to the family. Now, this in essence could be avoided. Now, to give you a sense of the scale of this expenditure, so Banerjee and others did a survey in the slums of Hyderabad, and what they found out is this, that 10% of household expenditure goes to healthcare related shocks. Now, to put things in perspective, if you in the United States, any expenditure greater than 5% is considered to be huge. So, in that respect, you can imagine what a 10% healthcare expenditure, how costly this healthcare expenditure could be. Now, there was another study by Dorsleyer and others in which they look at developing nations, and what they find is that people who utilize, who are covered under health insurance versus those who are not, there is a difference of 2.7 percentage point in extreme poverty of the people who get sick and do not avail health insurance. Now, the question is, what is government, of course, has played its part in ameliorating or sort of reducing all these catastrophic healthcare related expenditures. So, for example, government instituted the RSBY, which is the Rashtriya Swasthya Bima Yojana, which has been studied extensively by researchers in the past. And what they have found is that it hasn't been so effective. So some of the studies which Rajshekhar, Maitresh Ghatak, and other of their colleagues conducted in the districts of Amravati, what they found is that only between 11 to 15% of the eligible population is actually utilizing the healthcare scheme. So this raises an important question. The question being, despite the availability of options, despite the availability of healthcare insurance and people falling sick, nobody is actually utilizing the health insurance scheme. Now, they did a similar study in Karnataka where they found that an impressive 85% of the people actually knew about this scheme, but they were still not enrolling in it. They were not, in the sense, using it when they were falling sick. The take-up, as the word for it is, was virtually zero. Now, there have been other tools and packages which have been used in order to promote healthcare insurance. The other, so one of them is Spandana. So it's an what they did was it's a study. So there's another study by Banerjee, Duflo, and Haubeck. So what they did was SKS Microfinance, in collaboration with ICICI Lombard, they started clubbing the microinsurance products, microfinance related products with health insurance, thinking that maybe when they are buying microinsurance, they would start buying microfinance, they would also start buying health insurance as well. But it didn't work out so well for them. In the end, what they found was that people actually started opting out of the microfinance when they were actually forced to buy the health insurance. So these things, the other thing also hasn't had any affirmative consequences. So now, the question is, what is the role of social networks in policy adoption? Can social network being the people, my family and my friends that I know, can actually...
Manvendra, this is just a suggestion. Yeah. I have your paper. You have lot of interesting results to share with the audience.
Yeah.
Choice is yours.
Okay.
You want to spend time on introduction, background, all those things, or you want to share your results? Just I thought I will just caution you.
Okay,
that
thank you.
You have only 15 minutes and you have used 7 minutes on introduction.
Okay, fine. So I'll quickly move ahead. So what is the role of social networks? So do social networks, the families and friends that I know about, can help me influence my decision? Why it is important? Because my friends and family actually influence my decision because it's word of mouth. Secondly, it also reduces the social taboo associated with utilizing and non-utilizing a particular product, right? So the policy that we are studying here is Arogyasri. It's a policy which has been in effect in the state of AP since 2007. A few salient features of the policy is that anybody in the state of Andhra Pradesh who is below the poverty line. Now, the interesting thing is in Andhra Pradesh is that 80% of the households in AP are below poverty line, are eligible to avail this health insurance scheme. It doesn't have any premiums, it's completely cashless, and there is no deductible. And the coverage is very high. Per family, they get about 200,000, meaning 2 lakh rupees per year to avail, which covers their health expenses. Many hospitals. Now, this is a map which shows that the level of utilization or take up at the sub-district level. Now, so the upper part first is Telangana, is the erstwhile state before bifurcation. So this is all Telangana, Rayalaseema, and all are these the coastal Andhra districts. Now, as you can see from here, so the darker regions tend to register are the ones where the claims filed under Arogyasri or the take-up is higher. So as you can see, most of the action is sort of limited to the urban centers, Hyderabad, coastal regions such as Visakhapatnam and so on, and all these sparsely populated regions of Rayalaseema, so they don't register as much high take-up. So now a background on the procedures which the policy reimburses. As you can see, so most of the procedures which have been performed under this particular scheme are more informationally intensive procedures, meaning which requires a lot of information for the person to actually go ahead and avail that particular procedure. Medical oncology, cancer, polytrauma, meaning accidents, severe accidents, and so on. Cardiac and cardiotherapy, nephrology, all of that. Now, another interesting thing here to look at is infectious diseases. In our data set, and the claims filed under these is virtually zero. So this has important implications when we look at our results, because infectious diseases could be, as the name suggests, are contagious. If I am infected by it, there is a high chance that the people in my network would also get affected by it. Now, this is not the case, so which only goes on to sort of reinforce our finding that it is actually that people are communicating the information about how to process, how to avail the scheme, and not actually they are getting sick by themselves, which is leading to more utilization. Now, yeah, so because the data set that we are using in our study, it doesn't have any mortality related, welfare related measure, which means we don't know if the people are actually getting better by using the scheme or not. So we chanced upon this independently done survey, which gives us the total amount of spent by a household in Andhra Pradesh on healthcare related items. So the people who utilize this particular scheme tend to spend 21,000 on an average 21,000 rupees lesser compared to the person who didn't utilize this scheme but was hospitalized. So now the outpatient expenses are considerably lesser, which means that the scheme is actually having an effect on inpatient expenditure, which means a person when goes on and the extent of his or her illness is such that he's or she's being admitted, the reduction in the expenditure is considerably higher. So which means there is, it only reassures us that it is actually leading to a welfare enhancement to the people who are actually availing the scheme. Very quickly, the data set that we have is publicly available. It's available on the Andhra Pradesh website. We have downloaded it, and it has about 22 million observations. Each observation gives us the medical record of a person. It is not identifiable, so it's not associated with the person's identity. It goes on to tell us what was the disease that the person was suffering from, what was the amount which was reimbursed. What was the disease that the person was suffering from, the patient, what was the amount which was authorized, meaning, and what was the amount which was reimbursed to that person. So that information we do have. And a quick look at the summary statistics. So average person in our sample was close to 40 years of age. And most of the data set that we have, majority of the population in the data set is backward caste, which is 52%. And on an average, 24,000 rupees were reimbursed per claim for the patient who filed the claim. So the question that we have asked is that does social network influence utilization? Which means that if I fall sick and I go to avail the healthcare Arogyasri scheme, does it also influence the decision of the person who lives next to me and is also in the same caste group that I am? So we have defined caste group very specifically. Any person who comes from the same caste group that I do is in my social network, while anybody else who lives in my village but is not from the same caste group is not a part of my immediate social network. So the model that we run here is that, and the coefficients of interest is beta 1. So on the left hand side, we have the unique claim filed in this period from my village. So village V, caste group is G, and time is T. So which means it is aggregated at the quarter level, which means any total number of unique claims filed by the people of my own caste group in this period. And the claim which we are evaluating is this. Is it being influenced by the total number of claims which have been filed by the people of my own caste group, but in the previous period? So if what we are proposing is true, beta 1 should come out to be positive and significant. So as a bunch of control, we also include other variables, which is, so this is the total beta 2 here, it's the total number of claims which have been filed by people who are living in the same village that I am, but are from a different caste group. So if what we are proposing is that I'm being influenced more by the people of my own caste group, beta 1 should come out to be more than beta 2. Similarly, this is the people, beta 3 here. This gives me the total number of claims filed by the people of my own caste group, but who reside not in my district, my sub-district, but in some other sub-district. So if, again, what we are saying is true, beta 1 should also come out to be larger compared to beta 3. And then there are a bunch of fixed effects that we used to control for unobserved heterogeneity, right? So very quickly looking at the results. So the coefficient of interest here is this. So when we don't include any sort of controls, we see that a unit increase in the utilization of the people of my own caste group in the previous period leads to a 0.19 units of increase in the utilization in this period, right? So which means my network is actually influencing the decisions of this period. Now when we subsequently start adding consecutively other set of controls, we see that the main coefficient of interest, which is beta 1, is stable and it doesn't vary by much, right? So it's again, so we subsequently add the other controls, and so as we have claimed earlier, so this second coefficient comes out to be significant, but it is considerably less than the first one, and also the third is virtually close to 0, and first one doesn't vary by that much. So another quick point that I would want to make here is that, so when we looked at the map, if you recall the map, we saw that most of the claims are being filed in areas which are urban, and the sparsely populated areas of Rayalaseema doesn't register a lot of claims. So, so we were asking ourselves is, what we asked ourselves is this, that do urban areas, so are the networks stronger in urban areas or are they weaker? Because theoretically it could go either way. Because in urban areas there are other means of communication, so maybe people don't rely on word of mouth as much. Or it could be the other way around, because urban areas are more dense, so maybe people interact more, and that is actually influencing their decision, and that is actually what we found, in the results. So what we see is that people residing in urban areas, the network effects are actually stronger compared to people who reside in rural areas, right? And also, when we subsequently add other controls, so the results, the coefficient is quite stable and it doesn't vary by that much. So similarly, when we look at means of communication, how are people communicating? So in villages, so we divide the villages wherein the amenities are higher and compare them to villages where the amenities are lower. Amenities meaning means of communication here. So similarly, the same argument. So if a village has more mobile phones, maybe people are interacting through mobile phones and not through word of mouth. And it would also go the other way. But what we find in our data set is again the same as the urban versus rural comparison, that villages which register a higher presence of mobile phones, radio, and are richer, the network effects tend to be stronger compared to the villages which don't register all these amenities. So with that, I would like to conclude that social networks are important, and this is one of the ways and one of the channels through which they help us spread valuable information about policy-related matters. So I'm happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I feared you will exceed time, but I am happy you completed within stipulated time. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, in this area of subject we're working on, the real challenge is the signing up on the program, right? And people want to know which networks would work better. I mean, I'm more familiar with the RSBY system. And the problem with that is it doesn't really cost anything to sign up. So it's a puzzle, why not everyone signing up? And it also happens to be the case that when they're signed up, they don't even know what the benefits are. And then the facilities are available in some selected hospitals. So they have to go there. I went to a place in Patna, and the MFI group are all signed up with RSBY. And one of the members, the daughter had some issue, and she went to the nearest clinic in the village and paid out of pocket, borrowing money from the MFI, but not use the RSBY facility that is still in another 5 kilometers or 8 kilometers away. Now, the issue is, what they've done is very interesting. You know, they find that the caste in the village does make a difference, and more interesting that the urban even does better than the rural, which is sort of somewhat counterintuitive, but I think the days of communication is not so hard to understand. But what would be more interesting to analyze is whether the MFI orientation, MFI identification, especially in rural areas, or self-help groups would give you similar results. I mean, the big challenge for RSBY, which is a nationwide plan, isn't as well known in every state. So that if Bihar has signed on to it in 2011 or 12, many people don't know it. And then the signing up, if the name has to be in the district list of BPL, which is faulty, of course. But even then, they're improving on that. So you have to have a membership in the, you have to be a member of the BPL in the state records with planning commission. And then it costs only 100 rupees per year for a family of 5 to sign up for the RSBY. It used to be 30. So anyway, it's not negligible. And you get benefit up to 30,000, maybe even higher for hospitalization. And there are a lot of fraud with that. We cannot go into that. But the issue is that really it'd be great to compare what is a more effective network, definition of network. You've done the village and the caste, but the other thing is self-help groups and the MFI orientation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just one short question. My question is that, when you talk of a state like Andhra Pradesh and when you talk of the implementation of a government-sponsored scheme, the problem is there are widespread areas with corruption. People do not want to sign up for a scheme, not only because there may be lesser networks in that area, but maybe because of the fact that there's a lot of widespread corruption and maybe they end up paying more than the official cost of the scheme. So do you have some controls for that in your regression analysis?
Thank you for the question. So the scheme is basically cashless, right? So you don't pay anything. So if you have a BPL card, you are basically eligible to avail the scheme, right? So it doesn't go out of your pocket. So I think the issue of corruption, although relevant, doesn't have a bite in this particular case.
Actually, there's a corruption issue there. Because what happens, hospitals bill you for false claims. Because they know, say, the smart card, right?
Yeah.
The smart card says you went for some minor treatment, and they say they gave you an appendix of surgery. You have no idea what they wrote on the computer, right? So your allowance of 30,000 on the RSBY might be used up by ghost surgeries you never had at the hospital level.
part of my, what I would have wanted to ask already answered. Whether it was cumbersome reimbursement procedure, but since it is not, and is it also because the hospitals covered are far and few, or the diseases covered are not relevant for that area? I don't know why, I mean, not popular, just 10 to 15% only. I just want to have your idea. What are the problems you see? Lots of policies have been made, schemes have been made, but from the bottom line, from the people who are to be using it, how do they see the problems?
So in this case, so it wasn't a problem at all. So the problem used to be with RSBY, as sir mentioned. So the problem, which based on some of my readings which I did, is the following: that although the people know that this particular scheme exists, they don't know the nitty-gritties of it. In the sense that they don't know where to go, what are the hospitals that I need to go in order to avail a treatment. So that is one of the major issues which has been highlighted in some of the earlier literature. So I think still the problem is the same, that people, although know the basics, they don't know enough in order to go ahead and avail the treatment.
So no hand-holding, that's the problem.
Yeah, no hand-holding.
So, this is an interesting point that I wanted to make, that it is the role of the information that we are trying to capture, or the role of the social networks. Social networks are important because they actually transmit the information that the individual needs. And if this information can be channelized through different other sources, maybe if government advertises a lot about it, still you might see, a lot of usage of this facility that is available.
I think you are right, because what we are claiming is the same thing, that social networks are in a sense acting as vehicles.
Exactly. So
for
this is just
information
instrument
transmission.
for the information.
That because in the absence of formal sources, the people are relying on themselves in order to avail that information. Yeah.
Manvindra, in one of your tables, you regressed that expenditure on health on this particular Arogya scheme. What about the stability of that parameter? You are not controlling for other variables? No?
No, we have control for a bunch of
You have
characteristics.
control.
Yeah, so because in the interest of time, I had to skip that slide. We are controlling for household size. We are controlling for other bunch of household as well as sub-district level characteristics.
Still the coefficient is significant.
So this was after controlling for all those characteristics. Thank you.
Basically, regarding the low participation, I have got I would like to know whether it's happening. There is a term called skimming in insurance literature. You see, what happens when such a program runs, insurance companies, they have got an incentive of taking those people who are actually have less risk of, have exposing to the different sickness. So ultimately, they skin somehow ration out those who are have high probability of getting sick. So ultimately, is there such a thing in the system, whether it is working, or that's why the participation is low or not? I'm just curious about to know this thing.
So because it's a government financed healthcare scheme, anybody, the entire population, it's free. So anybody who has a BPL card is eligible. So that's one of the contrasts that we see in Arogyasri versus RSBY. So one of them works while the other doesn't work as good as Arogyasri.
I have two small questions for you. The first one, you mentioned that the claims are more for complex procedures. What do you think the reason for that is? And the second thing that I have for you is, if we use your paper as the basis, what are the policy implications of this? In the sense that, how can your paper be a basis for the government to penetrate these social networks to increase membership? Or would that be beyond the scope of your paper? If you have any thoughts on this.
So to answer your second question first, what would be the policy implication? So one thing which we had in mind is incentivizing the people who go and avail the treatment. So let's say I go ahead and let's say it's like referencing, right? So if there is someone in my social network who happens to fall sick later, and I guide him towards the hospital and show him how the procedure works, it leads to a sort of a monetary or non-monetary benefits to me. Because we have seen already that social networks do have a bite in cases such as this. So that could be one way in which this could be molded towards policy. And the first question was, more complex procedures, I really don't know why this is the case, because it may be because infectious diseases or maybe like garden variety diseases, people don't require to go to the hospitals, right? And so it's probably because only when people get really sick and need tertiary care do they go to the hospitals. Maybe that is actually reflecting in the data.
Okay. Thank you. I think the paper is an excellent paper in the sense from empirical design or thing. I think considering that there are very few literature in social network and health in India, this is a very interesting paper. Having said that, I want to tell there is major conceptual problem. When you say importance of social network in health, I thought you would have very first defined that what is the standard definition of social network. And the process, how it can help, that is entirely missing in your introduction. For example, I will tell what is the first page, it might be what is the nature and extent of the socioeconomic or sociocultural characteristics. You assume this is the caste, but that is not enough. There are other parameters like inequality, depression, and all those. Then in second phase, I think there will be several intermediate variables which are actually representing social network. For example, as we mentioned, like presence of Mahila Mandals, attending religious function, presence of a political leader, and so on. And at the third stage, the impact will be coming, that it may be social network impact may be positive and negative. In health, sometimes it is positive, because if suppose you are in good network, you have better diet, better exercise, and so on. But it may also be negative in certain cases, like you have getting a worse smoking habit or drinking habit, and so on. Those things should be mentioned at the beginning of your paper. That is entirely missing. And then I thought the approach, your approximation that first time when that impact of first time utilization impact, the second in the next year, how many years you are considering here?
So it's starting 2008 and we end in 2038, right? 6 years.
6 years. Okay, that's fine. But I think it is still quite a big postulate in the sense that there are so many other factors. Like, if there is some information, like in the beginning, there might not have been government intervention to increase the awareness, but later on it may increase, that you are not able to capture. Okay, so that is another. Then review of literature, I think in the context, although literature is less, but still I find that review is not enough. You are doing a good literature review in utilization part, but not on social network. You need to emphasize more, or maybe you should see the Lisa Bachman's conceptual model. The issue with the data, like administrative data, there were concern already from people present here. In our experience for health management information system data, we found that administrative data are very, very unusable. There is a very good chance that people can inflate the values like utilization. And even if it is caseless or whatever, I think there's a great chance that there might be some inflation. You need to, I think you cannot do that, but you have to discuss those things. These are the concerns, these are the limitations. Understand? Anyway, you cannot change those stuff. Then in the empirical model in your equation on 1, I thought adding a demographic variable like number of 50+ persons in the house will be interesting, because it might be it will have an impact on this. Then you say for communicable diseases like transmission is a problem. So, but you see there is very less utilization in communicable diseases, but that may be true even for non-communicable diseases, especially when you see for oncology, cardiovascular diseases. because those are genetic in nature. Okay, so again, you cannot do that, but you have to discuss all those things. Then finally, in the map, when you show, you must show the concentration of BPL families, because now when we find, okay, there is some correlation, but underlying factor is because the very requirement of the scheme is that they have to be BPL family. But otherwise, I think analysis is quite good, and you have put a lot of your effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Manvinder. I can't give you more time to respond to discussant. Maybe during lunchtime you will discuss with her. We have already overshot our allotted time. So we move to third and final presentation of this session. This is a paper on study of parents' public-private school choice post-enrollment in India. So we have two authors, Shranik D. from Shiv Nadar University and Bishakha Agarwal from Shiv Nadar. So Bishakha will be making presentation. Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Vishakha Agarwal, and this study is a joint study by Shranik and I. We are undergraduate students from Shiv Nadar University and are currently in the 4th year of study. We are pursuing economics as a majors. The study was under the guidance of a professor, Dr. Nishant Chadda. The paper is entitled A Study of Parents' Private Public School Choice Post-Enrollment in India. The attainment of universal primary education has been a daunting task for developing economies. The main focus of the government is to provide education for all. This has increased the supply of private schools and low-fee private schools. Low-fee private schools basically cater to the demand of economically poor section in the society, especially people living in the semi-urban and rural areas. They charge approximately $2 per annum as fee. Increase in private schools and public schools has improved, and these programs, the Universal Primary Education Program, has helped in the improvement of enrollment rates. However, there is a concern among the researchers about the quality of education that such schools provide. Investment in quality education is important because it helps in improving the human capital. The motivation for a research is in the pursuit of discovering ways of how efficiently we can use this human capital, which is abundant in India. Before moving in, I would like to give a brief outline of our paper. The primary aim of the paper is to identify factors which lead to an intersectoral switch. Intersectoral switch is basically a switch from a public to a private school or vice versa. We use Young's Life survey in order for the empirical analysis. We believe that the switch has a cost attached to it. This cost could be monetary or psychological. The psychological cost is mainly borne by the child. So if the child switches from one school to the other, the probability of her losing her friends is high, so which basically impacts the child. The study is important because it helps us in understanding the parents' preferences, their priorities, and the challenges that they face in the decision-making process. The key results from our analysis is that it is the cognitive scores and the gender of the child which plays an important role in the decision-making process. I'd like to give a brief about the literature that we have looked at. They have brought 4 areas which revolve around this study. The first being the public versus private school choice debate. Researchers have shown that household income, parental education, and the school performance are a few key factors which help the parents decide which school they want to send their child in. Also, the school performance of public schools and private schools hold a lot of importance. Kingdon and French and Chudgar and Quinn in their paper have shown that private schools are better performing than their public counterparts. Muralidharan and Sundar Raman in their paper show that they provide they perform better and they do it at a lower cost per student. Also, the cognitive scores impact on this decision-making process. As Dender in their paper say that higher ability students are more likely to be enrolled in schools and less likely to be working, and even if they work, the number of hours that they give to work is less compared to the others. Also, as well known, there is a wide intra-household gender gap in the in school choice. Researchers have shown that boys are more likely to attend private schools than girls. What the literature lack is the study in post-enrollment choices. Basically, if the child has already started going to school, and if they switch the child to a different school at a later choice, there's not much research in this area. For the study, we have used the Young Life Survey, which is an international 2-cohort longitudinal study. In India, they follow the lives of 3,000 children, of which 2,000 belong to the younger cohort. These kids were born in year 2001 and 2 and were infants at the time of survey. The rest 1,000 children belong to the older cohort and were born in year 94, 95 and were about 7 to 8 years at the time of the survey. In India, the data has been collected from Andhra Pradesh, covering 20 sentinel sites in 7 districts, which include the capital Hyderabad. It is a pro-poor sample and basically excludes the rich section of the society and over samples the poor. We see that there is an attrition in the sample and about 1.4% of the kids could not be tracked back at the time of survey from round 1 to round 2, and approximately 1.8% of the children attrited from the second to the third round. So the survey has been done at multiple rounds, but the data is only available for the first 3 rounds. The first round was collected in the data for the first round was collected in the year 2002, the second round was collected in 2006, and the third round in 2009. We believe, since it is a longitudinal study, we believe that the switch can take place in 2 time frames. The first time frame being 2002 to 2006, and the second time frame being 2006 to 2009. We name these time frames as Action Space 1 and Action Space 2 respectively. The 2 tables here give us summary statistics of the switches that take place. So the public-private switch, we can see that 9.5% of the children in the first action space switch from a public to private school, while 8% kids switch from private to public. The public category here means that a kid could have switched from one public school to the other, or may have remained in the same public school, but this cannot be distinguished in the data. And same holds for the private, which means basically a kid might have switched from one private school to the other, but we cannot distinguish whether he or she stayed in the same school. Similarly, in the second action space, we see that approximately 10% of the kids switch from a public to private school, and approximately only 4.5% switch from a private to public. And coming down to the methodology, we use linear probability model for estimating our results. Our dependent variable is the switch variable. For each I is the individual and C is the geographical cluster that we have control for. The main dependent variables that are of major concern to us is the health, the test code, the interaction between these two, the gender of the child, and the interaction of gender and test score. Also, we have control for other variables, which include various household characteristics, parents' characteristics, and the child characteristics. In this presentation, I am basically presenting the results for our switch in our empirical analysis in the first action space. This table basically gives the summary statistics for all the important variables. The switch variable basically takes the value 1 if the child has switched from a public to private school and 0 otherwise. Also, the n is 647 here because we only look at children who started from a public school, and we did not include the kids who started from a private school. The mother's education and father's education are basically the number of years that the parents attended school. Out of school ratio here is of importance because it represents the motivational level or the perception of parents towards education, and since we cannot capture this using the data, we have used out of school ratio as a proxy. The variable is basically a ratio of the total school going total children who are in the school going age and are not enrolled in school over the total number of children in the household. Shock index has been captures all the negative factors or the shocks that could have affected the family, which could affect the child's education, and we have constructed this using the principal components analysis. And also the wealth index has been constructed using the principal components analysis and includes all the includes all the indexes such as the sanitation index and housing quality index, standard of living, etc. The test score is a binary variable, is a standardized score which has been calculated using the Raven's progressive matrix. Raven's progressive matrices is a multiple choice of abstract reasoning. Moving on to our primary results, this table shows the results for our first kind of switch, which is a switch from a public to private school. The first two columns there have these are our main variables which are of importance, and the last regression is the main regression which includes all the controls. The result of key importance is the interaction between the health and the test score, which basically states that the wealth and the test score, which states that the absent credit constraint, if the child is performing better, then the probability of that child switching from a public to private school is high. And the next key result is the gender, where it states that the probability of a girl child switching from a public to private school is low. Also, in the interaction between gender and the test score, we see that even though the girl child is performing better, the probability of her switching from a public to private school is low. In the literature, we see that it is a mother's education which is of importance and it affects the educational outcomes of the child, but in our study, we see that it is the father's education. The reasons for this I will discuss later in the presentation. What is of significance is the birth order. The birth order takes value 1 if the child is first born, and our results state that if the child is first born, then the probability of him or her switching is higher. Other controls are give the expected signs but are not do not hold much statistical significance. This empirical analysis shows the results for the private to public school choice. Here we see that it is the wealth which could affect the choice, and also the birth order, which has a negative relation. But we are not interpreting these results because we believe that the data does not capture the required information because at this point the children are in higher grades, and we believe that it could be the behavioral reasons which could affect this decision. Also, we believe that if the child is enrolled in a private school and is not performing better, it is not as if the parents will switch him or her back to a public school. We empirically analyze the second action space, and we see that the results are very similar to the results of the first that we found in the first action space, but they are not of they do not have high statistical significance. Also for robustness check, as a robustness check, we included the entire sample in a regression analysis where all the kids, irrespective of which school they went to, were included, and the switch variable took value 1 if the child switched from a public to private school and 0 otherwise. And in this kind of an analysis, we controlled for all the other kind of switches. And also for a switch from a public to private school, we took public as the base group, and for a switch from a private to public school, we took private as the base group. And in a switch from a private to public school, we find that it is the girls who are being switched back from a private to public private to public school. Coming to the conclusion, I would so in our research, we see that absent credit constraint, it is a cognitive score, a cognitive ability of the child which is driving the switch. And we believe that parents invest in kids who are better performing because they feel that the returns from their education would be higher. Also, we believe that we think that it is surprising and unique because we see that parents are kind of making the thinking process is kind of rational. Another key result is that it is a father's education which is having positive impact on the child's education. We believe so because the switch is a costly switch. So basically, if a child is switching from a public to a private school, it has the private schools are expensive than public schools, and the decision is basically an investment decision. And we believe that since it is the fathers who make the investment decisions in the family, that is the reason why it is father's education which holds more importance. Although we did check for the mother's education at the time of enrollment, and it still holds significant. Our results also explain the performance gap between private and public schools. And we can see that in the ASER reports from 2006 to 2014. This table here shows the percentage of children in standard 3 and who can at least subtract. These are the arithmetic results. The green bars are the private kids in private schools, and the blue bars is the kids in public school. And we can see that there is a huge performance gap between the kids in private and public schools. And the table here is shows the kids who were in standard 5 and who could do division, and we see the consistent results here as well. Moving back, we believe that this performance gap is because better performing children are self-selecting themselves to private schools. So over the years, we see that the total performance of children in public school is dropping. And we think that this could be better explained by the term bright flight or academic cream skimming. This term was used by Hamilton and James in their study, but in a different context. They showed this in the American context and talked about whether a kid would go to a public school or a private school based on various other factors, which included race. Also, from our result, we can kind of explain the parents' perception towards private and public schools, and we feel that since parents are switching their kids from a public to private school, we believe that parents think that it is private schools are superior in quality than public schools. Also, as talked about earlier, the gender disparity, the extent of gender disparity is quite huge. The female children are not being given equal chance to attend private schools as the boys. Finally, what we think as a serious concern is that government is focusing on the quantity of schools or that should be provided, but we believe that it is the quality to primary schools that should be given main focus to, because there are a lot of schools, but the kids are not, basically the type of education or the quality of education that the kids are receiving in such schools is questionable. So we think that this should be worked on. Thank you.
Thank you, Vishakha. So we can have a few questions. We have already reached the end of the session, but we can, I think, take 5-7 more minutes. Any observation? Oh, couple of. So we will start from there, then come to front.
Hello, I just had 1 or 2 doubts regarding the methodology. In the LPM model, you considered only the people who started with public schools.
For a switch from a public to private school, we only looked at kids who started from a public school.
So you are not considering the whole sample?
No, no. We also ran an empirical analysis for the entire sample, where we included all the kids.
But in the LPM model, you are considering only the public school.
Yeah.
So maybe there is a case for sample selection correction in that.
We believe that it is not, because our question is whether the what are the factors that lead to a switch from a public to private school or vice versa.
Yeah,
So
but public schools, students who are in the public school are not a sample in their own. They are like part of the larger sample. So maybe there is a case for, or maybe the panel nature of the data corrects for that.
no, we
I'm
are not
very
using the panel. We are using cross section, because the switch is over time. Also, the public school would be a sample, because we want to answer the question that what are the factors that is driving this switch. So
Yeah, but the data was collected, the sample was collected as a whole.
Yeah.
So I'm not very sure, but maybe you can look at it. And secondly, I think using factor scores or PCA factor scores in a larger regression, there has been concerns raised about it. So
we standardized these scores. We didn't use the
but
raw
still
scores.
there are concerns regarding
We haven't checked. Sorry.
Yeah, so these are the 2 issues.
I would check about that. Thank you for the question.
One of the common criticism that choice of schooling is concerned, even this is a criticism that extends to the study which was done by Toole and Geeta Kingdon too, is that most of the private school, the medium of instruction is English, whereas the medium of instruction which is used by government schools are Telugu as well as Urdu, etc. So there is this argument that most of the preferences that go from private schooling to public schooling is not because the private schoolings are better, because they even employ teachers who don't even have a BEd degree, whereas this is the preference that they have for the medium of instruction. They want their kids to be educated in English and not in the state language. So I'm just interested in could this explain the switch between public to private?
It could, but I haven't checked for it, so maybe I can check it and revert back to you with the results. But I believe that it could, because parents, these days it is English. Parents want their kids to know English, so they may switch them to a private school. Thank you.
Thank you, Vishaka. Just a small observation. Both Raghvendra and I, we think that often the children have to move schools because parents move jobs. And also in some societies, certainly in North America, whenever a family buys a home, it's usually in a different district than where they rent an apartment.
Yes.
So the housing choice by parents and job choice of parents would have a big say in the school switches in actual life. So I don't know how you can handle that in your data set. And the second very small observation is that the birth order may also depend on the number of children in the family. How many kids are there in household, and particularly school-going children, perhaps.
So we have control for the household size for the. So I think that could. Okay. Yes. So I would look into it. And for the first about the job, and so we have control for the for cluster dummies, but we don't have sufficient data about whether the family has moved between clusters, so we couldn't kind of check as. We did not have data for such.
Well, my task is extremely difficult here. The reason being, in the first paper I took extreme liberty, and here my degrees of freedom is virtually 0. So it's excellent actually, because you are an undergraduate student and you could present such a fantastic analysis by that level. So, controlling for all other x variables, this is quite good. So anyway, but I have, I won't comment on the analytical part, which is somewhat weak, but I can take that. But some general comments on the paper. So you see, there are some sweeping statements in the introduction. Okay, so for instance, human capital is abundant in India.
Yes.
Okay, so what do you call a capital? When will you call a human being as capital? Okay, so anyway, so similarly,
yes, sir.
Similarly, your first statement, which also figured here. So anyway, you think, so there are actually several such cases here.
So I will take care of this.
So please. Second is literature review. It is actually quite improved here vis-a-vis this, but I will still say, you see, you have actually left out the critical literature which looks at public-private choice, right? Public versus private choice, and it's not, someone actually raised the question as well, it's not the same thing as switch.
Yes.
So that should be, included here. Also, there are a plethora of papers based on the same survey by Galav and others. They have like exhausted at least the descriptive part of this survey. So that literature should also give you some insights, and it should figure here. So data part I will broadly skip, apart from one thing, maybe you can indicate n or number of observations everywhere, because it helps the reader to interpret. Okay. Similarly, in your table 3, it will be worthwhile to give summary statistics only for the sample with which you are concerned and not for the entire sample. Okay. So for apart from the switch variable, which is there for 647 observations, all your summary statistics is plotted for 1008 observations. So it's difficult, for us to understand the sample. Yes. So see, there are some other very minor issues like. This term significance is defined in a particular manner in econometrics, right? So you can't term a coefficient as significant generally, going by conventional standard if p exceeds 0.10. So you make a footnote that so that there are other ways of telling that if p is around 0.15, then this coefficient is significant or not, or whether it contributes significantly to externality power of the model. Then you see, you also construct an index, right? That wealth index.
Yes.
Now I wonder, what's the use of that index when the survey itself provides you the index? And 90. So you say, you yourself actually admit that there is a correlation of 0.99 or something between yours and theirs. So instead of investing your energy on that, because the survey is providing you the index, probably you can use that. I have 2 more comments related to interpretation of gender variable, interaction term, test score and gender. So, but I don't want to discuss it here, because you can work it out only with pen and paper, and if you have time, then maybe you can discuss it after this seminar, because I found your interpretation somewhat unconvincing. It is perhaps maybe incorrect, but anyway, I must congratulate you for coming out with this paper. Despite being an undergraduate student. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your inputs.
So friends, we move toward the end. I will be very, very brief, since I enjoyed the title of being a chairperson of the session. I am required to say something. But I know, I understand your bait for the lunch. All the paper, they were excellent, and they were analytical. They explored whatever aspect was chosen in depth. So just quick comment, first paper on demand for nutrient. I would say that still this paradox, we call it paradox in India, it remains. That paradox is not yet adequately explained by anyone so far, neither by Deaton and Drees, nor by this paper, nor by my papers, though I have also written on it. And what is this paradox? This paradox is very simple, that per capita income in India is rising, per capita availability of food in India is rising, and there is a large gap in calorie intake. Still, despite food availability rising, income rising, poverty declining, this gap, rather than getting reduced, is rising. So this is a paradox, that it is paradox particularly in the sense, if you look at the dietary transition in other country, economic transition in other country, whether it is Western country, whether it is China, whether it is other Southeast Asian country, you just find that with improvement in income, calorie intake has increased. But in India, it has either declined or it has remained stagnant. In 11-12, there is a small increase of 3 or 4%. Otherwise, it has been on a decline. In fact, some people tried to explain it by giving some explanation about Indian culture, Indian preference. In fact, in one of my paper published 3 years back, I coined the term of voluntary hunger. That in India, we can divide household in 2 categories. One is those who can't afford to buy required food. There's another category who can afford. Income is not a constraint, like me and you. But still, if you look at the undernutrition, the incidence of undernutrition is quite rampant based on the norm of ICMR NIN, even among the rich household. So either it is by choice or it is because awareness is not there. So maybe we need nutrition education or something like that. So Nidhi, you have looked at effect of different factor, but I feel you did not include one important factor, which when we did regression came out to be very, very important, that why in 11-12 there is that small increase. It is largely attributable to increase in PDS per capita. That variable, I don't know, maybe it did not occur to you. We found that variable was coming very, very significant, that how in 11-12 you find that this trend which was declining, it got reversed after 4-5. 9-10 of normal year one can say, but 11-12 there is this reversal of trend. So this is what is my comment. Another small comment I would like to make is, as far as calories are concerned, the availability is there, but people are not choosing to consume more calorie. But in case of protein, situation is different. Pulses are not available in the country. So there it is determined by availability. There it is not by choice. You know that over time per capita availability of pulses in India is declining. So protein deficiency is because protein is not available. Calorie deficiency largely is by preference, that people chose not to consume, but is set by ICMR NIN. Another reason could be that over time, out of home meal, that percent has been rising. How much snacks we consume, how many times we go out, dining out. So over time, that incident is increasing. I think it is very difficult to capture that in NSSO data, though they use some indicator, but very difficult to capture it. That could also explain that since over time, the percent of meal taken outside home has increased, and that is not fully captured. Therefore, you come out with that decline. But this is just, I would say, hypothesis. One need to test it. Now, coming to second paper on social network and health insurance, again a new type of research topic. I find that they have studied the role of different variable. I also looked at role of many other agencies, but again one variable, the household, particularly those who are smart, they take more advantage of these kind of public facility than household which are not smart. And education is one variable which make a household smart. So that education variable was missing in the regression equation. So you might like to look at the role of that also. And the second was in village, mostly people depend on intermediaries. If you have some work in Tehsil, if you have some work in hospital, they look for, is there some person who can help me to go to hospital like that. I come from rural area, I have seen. People always look for those kind of people who give either voluntary help or when money is involved, paid help, role of intermediaries. So very, very important. That I don't know how to capture it, but I feel that is very, very important. And also orientation of household toward public facilities. You see, that can also be captured, whether a household has a Kisan credit card or not. Some household have, some do not. Because again, it depends upon disposition of household, their attitude, whether they want to build public facility or they don't want to. So that I think can also be seen from access to other kind of facilities. And also in some of the cases, panchayats play a very important role. In many cases I have seen that panchayat, they help people, that if somebody in your household is ill, we will help you to get money and like that. And also board politics forces them to do this kind of things. So that is another variable which came to my mind. Third paper, again, I find of a unique type. Whatever search you do, there are always comments. So a young scholar should not feel discouraged. 2-3 things came to my mind, that why people change their education. My personal observation, because I come from a rural area, I regularly visit, and I find people doing it. 3-4 reasons because of which they change. One is competition among educational institutes, because we have not reached saturation level of educational institute. Many new schools are coming up. Whenever a new private school comes, they approach people. You shift your children to my school, I will give free book for 1 year, I will give you some concession for 6 months, you don't have to pay for bus and like. So that competition among the educational institution, if new education institution come, it try to, because they also need business from other schools. So that is one variable. Second very important factor is performance of child. If a child performance is excellent, then also parents tend to change in some cases. They feel that now his level is higher than this school, so we will better remove him from DAB public school and put him into DPS. People do it. And similarly, if performance of child is very, very poor, then they also feel problem is with the school, not with our child. So we will shift him to another institution. The performance of child, I feel, is also important. And another important variable is, when you look over time, change in income status of household. You see, if income status of a household say changes, BT Cotton has increased income in Andhra, then they will say that social hierarchy, all those things. Arey, your children also going to government schools. Their students go only to get a stipend. Mr. Reddy, now your son should be going to that school, your daughter should be. So that change in income matters a lot. That determines hierarchy, economic hierarchy in the society. So that also is very important. So these are some of the thought which came to my mind, and this is a very useful research. We look forward to publication based on this, and I congratulate all the 3 paper presenters and their co-authors for doing this excellent work. And thank you everyone for participation in this session. Thank you.
For lunch, please proceed to the lawn where tea was served before this session. And also, since we are running behind the time schedule by 15 minutes, so please make it a quick lunch, if not very quick. And assemble here by 2:25 at least. And also I request the presenters from the next technical session to hand over the PowerPoint to our student volunteer at least 10 minutes before the session starts. And if possible, now itself, if you can do it, it will be better.
Can I do it now?
Yeah, sure. And we have 2 discussants for this session. Nitin Arora from Punjab University and Arindam Banerjee from Ambedkar University, Delhi. So I request them to occupy the discussion chair. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, friends. After a fairly sumptuous lunch, the mood isn't one of getting back to serious listening to economics papers, but still we have a job to do, and there's a time factor, and we have to go strictly according to the time schedule. So we have to begin. So this is going to be a very important session. It's the technical session 2. It's on financial inclusion. And we are going to have 4 papers. and the time, as far as I know, is 2 hours. 2 hours. Is that right? So I should think that something like 20 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes for each paper presentation should be adequate. And I don't know what is the format you've been adopting regarding the comments. There are 4. Oh, did not come. Okay. Second paper not there. But will it be presented or no? No. Okay. So that makes the task somewhat easier. We have 3 papers. So one thing I will check with the organizers, how is it that you are going? Are you looking at each paper presented, discussed, and then another paper presented, discussed, or you're having the 3 presentations and discussions at the very end? It's up to you. So then I would suggest we can have the 3 paper presentations in sequence. We'll give adequate time, 15 to 20 minutes. 20 minutes should be adequate, I think, 20 minutes. And after that, there will be discussions by the 2 discussants. And then there'll be adequate time for questions and observations from the floor. If that is okay, I think this probably works better, because sometimes single papers take different amounts of time. It becomes difficult. So here we go. It's a session on financial inclusion. I don't have to belabor the importance of this particular topic. It's in the development process. The issue of the financing of any developmental process is of the essence. That goes without saying. And how precisely this is to be done is very important, very crucial. Since I've had a chance to look at some of the papers, I might tell you, at least the audience in advance, that there'll be a fair amount of discussion on the issue of microcredit, and also in particular how microcredit, when given to women, is that helpful or is it not going to be particularly helpful? These are matters of very substantial amount of contemporary debate, especially after the work of Banerjee at MIT and many others, Angus Deaton also. And there is controversy regarding whether randomized controlled trial experiments, does that help give us a good understanding of the issue of financial inclusion and microeconomics, microfinance institutions as a whole. So there's a lot of debate right now going, and I think these 3 papers are definitely going to shed substantial light on these very important issues. So without any further loss of time, I call upon Mr. Muhammad Aslam Mia, University of Malaya, Malaysia, and he's going to talk on evaluating productivity and factors of productivity in South Asian microfinance institutions, a MOM-Quest approach. So please.
Hello. Honorable Chair, discussant, professors, as well as participants and presenters. A very good afternoon to all of you. My name is Muhammad Aslam Mia, and I'm currently pursuing my PhD at University of Malaya, Malaysia, but I'm a Bangladeshi, by the way. So the title of my topic today is Productivity and Factors of Productivity in South Asian Microfinance Institutions, a MOM-Quest approach. It's basically going to be a kind of empirical analysis. So I'll try my best to present my paper. So the outline of the presentation consists of introduction, where I have looked into the overview as well as objective. Then literature review, I briefly discussed the literature review, and I think since the time limit is here, so I'll be going through very briefly about the previous studies in the field. And then I'll be discussing research methodology quite comprehensively, as this is one of the quite contemporary methods used in this analysis process. And then lastly, I'll be discussing about the findings and discussion based on the empirical analysis. Well, since all of us are here from the economics background, so you know that what is microfinance is all about. So one of the most developmental tool in contemporary economics we consider is the microfinance. So we believe that microfinance has its impact on alleviating poverty, women empowerment, as well as some other socioeconomic development. So in that case, I will be not looking into whether microfinance has created any impact, positive or negative impact. Rather, I'll be looking into how the institutions, the microfinance institutions itself can create better impact to the society. So it's basically an institutional analysis rather than looking into the borrowers or clients' perspective. So this is basically institutional perspective. So as you know, the microfinance, especially if you look into the modern microfinance, is originated in Bangladesh more than 4 decades ago by Professor Mohammad Yunus, who got the Nobel Prize in 2006, joined with Grameen Bank. So since then, this microfinance program has been expanded all over the world, and currently practicing more than 110 countries with a clients of more than 220 millions worldwide. Okay, so this is extensively a good developmental project. We believe that despite there are some criticisms of microfinance and other things. So the thing here is that since microfinance is operating for more than 4 decades, there are several changes in the background, in the industry as well as in the sector, in terms of competition, in terms of the number of microfinance institutions, as well as there are so many other factors which has shaped the microfinance institutions in Bangladesh to move abroad. Another interesting thing you maybe notice is that most of the development tool basically originated from West, where they suggested to have a development tool. But this microfinance is one of the exceptions that it originated in a developing country, and you can see that currently it has been operating in developed countries. For example, Grameen USA, Grameen Germany, Grameen some other European countries. So looking into the institutional analysis, it will reveal that how microfinance could do better, especially the institution itself. And recently about the remarkable technological advancement as well as financial development, overall development in the sector actually give a interesting phenomena whether how microfinance institutions are performing in terms of their facilities to the poor clients, those who are unbanked as well as discriminated by the formal banking institutions. So another important thing is that since microfinance institutions are providing financial services to the poor, so long-term sustainability of the microfinance institutions is important, because if the microfinance institution itself is not sustainable, they cannot create sustainable impact in the society. That's the general overview. So that's why how we can detect whether a microfinance institution is sustainable itself or not. So the way is to, one of the ways to do is that analyzing their performance. It can be different types of performance, either financial performance or ratio analysis or any kind of analysis. So that's why it raises concern that if we can investigate the productivity performance of microfinance institutions, then we can detect some weakness and strength of the microfinance institutions, and we can guide them to further improve their operational activities, as well as we can also learn from the microfinance institutions to replicate in some other countries. So this productivity analysis actually will give us a glimpse of ideas of microfinance institutions, who are performing better, who are lagging behind, who are not progressing overall. So those are the things it will be identified throughout this research. And another interesting thing I have done is that this study looked into two aspects. The first, I estimated the productivity of the microfinance institution itself, and then secondly, I looked into the factors that may affect the productivity of microfinance institutions. Just to inform you is that when we calculate or when we estimate a productivity, it basically looks into input and output. So there are some other factors which may impact the productivity scores or productivity index, which cannot be considered as an input or output. For example, let's say the institutional characteristics, whether the microfinance is a big or a small or medium size. So this one we must have kind of empirical analysis that can capture their size effect or some other aspects. So as well as some other macroeconomic factors also, it may have an influence. For example, when the financial sector of a country develops, obviously it has an impact on normal financial sector as well. So that's why the second objective I'll be addressing based on the, the second objective I'll be looking into the factors that may have an impact on microfinance institutions' productivity. So the title itself revealed that I looked into specifically South Asian microfinance institutions. So you may be quite curious why South Asian only, because microfinance is being practicing all over the world. The main reason for choosing microfinance institution itself in South Asia is that it has originated in South Asia and particularly Bangladesh, as well as the South Asian microfinance institutions has quite, as you can see from the table, is that they have more than 56 million of clients. Active borrowers, those who are, having a financial relationship with microfinance institution. And this is one of the largest if you compare with other continent or if you compare with other region like Latin America, Europe, or other parts of Asia, Central Asia kind of stuff. So that's why it was one of the phenomena behind choosing the South Asian Microfinance Institution for the analysis. And even in terms of loan, gross loan portfolio, you can even see that it even exceeds more than 10 billions of dollars that has been disbursed to borrowers, those who are unbanked from the commercial financial sector. So the literature review, of course, since microfinance is one of the hottest issue since its inception in 1976, so many research has been done mostly on impact studies, and there are some studies who has looked into the institutional analysis as well as productivity. One of the few prominent research has been done in the productivity studies by Ben Sultane, Gabriel Michael and Rani, as well as me myself and with my supervisor, as well as one study by Ujasri and Meoli. So there are some couple of studies who has looked into productivity itself. The extension of this research is about the second objective, where I looked into the different factors that affect the productivity. So this is one of the contribution I expect that this study makes. So this is just the glimpse of the previous studies where I have highlighted some key points, the methods they use, the area they focus, as well as their results. So from the findings you can see that most of the microfinance institutions are progressing in a sense that their performance is upgrading year by year. So we also want to test whether South Asian microfinance institutions are progressing or regressing or remain stagnant. So this will be answered by following this study. So just to give you a brief idea about the Malmquist productivity index is basically the extension of data envelopment analysis. So this is a kind of non-parametric test where we looked into input and output, and this DA analysis mostly used in the efficiency for financial corporation, for example banks or institutions or any other things. And the pioneer of this DEA is Charnes and Cooper, another of one of his colleague. So they even claim that this method is applicable for the institutions, those who are not profit oriented, because there are some behavioral assumptions in this method which mostly applicable to the NGO types of microfinance institution, because they are not profit driven. As the main original promise of microfinance is not profit maximization, rather than is to provide financial service to the poor. So that's why we find that this method is suitable for analyzing here. And there are some other basic properties of this method which also inspired me to use this one, is about the price of input and output. Actually this method do not requires the prices of input and output, which is quite difficult to gain from the existing sources. You'll be noticing that most of the firms, either banks or others, they do not disclose the price information directly to have capture on their performance and stuff. So that's why it's one of the good method when you do not have prices of input or outputs, but it consider the quantity, the number, rather than price, and in its analysis process. And secondly, it also relaxes some assumption related to, like as I mentioned, the profit maximization or cost minimization. So they do not consider these kind of issues. And thirdly, the most interesting part of this method is that it allows you to decompose the index and find out the possible factors within this productivity index that is deteriorating or progressing. So this is one of the interesting findings of this Malmquist index, that will allow you to decompose the index and find out the sources behind. So how the decomposition happen is that, so let's say we have an input. So in this research, I use the inputs as a number of staff, those who are working in microfinance institution itself, and then operating expense of our gross loan portfolio. And the output we have chosen here is the financial revenue of our assets, average loan size, and number of active borrowers. Behind choosing these inputs and outputs, there are some other reasons as well. So as you know, the microfinance actually it has double bottom line. It means that they should attain the financial sustainability as well as they should outreach. Outreach here, it means that they should provide more loans to the poor clients. So to capture this outreach effect, we looked into the average loan size. So average loan size, how we can detect is that the less average loan size, it means more poor people they are serving. Because poor people usually require a small amount of money than the wealthier clients. And secondly, the number of active borrowers as well. So the number of active borrowers here is capturing how many people they are serving. Because you know, microfinance, when it's originated, it actually gives loans to the women mostly. And even in microfinance sector in Bangladesh, you could even see that almost 80 to 90% of the clients are women. But recently, they also extend their services to men as well. because some male, of course, they are poor if you have a comparative analysis on gender. So that's why this number of active borrowers, it captures the clients, both male and female, that has been taking services from microfinance institutions. So using this input and output, we'll be estimating the Malmquist productivity, and another name of this one is called total factor productivity. Since we use more than one or two inputs and outputs, so it can be considered as total factor productivity. So this Malmquist productivity index, it can be decomposed, as I said earlier, into technological change as well as technical efficiency change. Just to give you a brief idea is that technological change basically when they use inputs and outputs optimally with efficient technologies. For example, technologies in microfinance could be like giving online service, for example, and as well as developing new methods of loan, new methods of delivering the service. Those are the technology here it refers. And technical efficiency change is basically coming from the employees, the staff, because when they work when they work a single thing for longer time, so it gives them kind of learning by doing skills. So throughout the times, they learn several techniques inside them that help them to progress over time. So then this technical efficiency change, it can be further extended to pure technical efficiency change as well as the scale efficiency. So the pure technical efficiency change here is referring how the microfinance, institutions can minimize their wastage. Because you will see some microfinance have number of workers, number of staff, but it's not efficient, it's inefficient. So it will be capturing whether they're wasting their inputs or not. And scale efficiency is basically will capture the size, whether the microfinance are operating at optimal scale or far beyond from there or remain stagnant. So that portion will capture that part. So this is the default mathematical formula of Malmquist index, which I think is not need to discuss. The sample, the data I collected is from the mixed market database, one of the biggest data source for microfinance institutions, which covers almost all the microfinance from all over the world. Although this data set is not comprehensive and is not full. For example, when I checked lately, they only listed around 50 microfinance institutions from Bangladesh. But in reality, in Bangladesh, we have more than 800 registered microfinance institutions. So this is one of the maybe drawbacks of this database, because they do not have all the information about the microfinance. But still, it can be used as one of the major platform to get the data. So the sample size includes 20 microfinance institutions from India, 10 from Bangladesh, 9 from Pakistan, 7 from Nepal, and 4 from Sri Lanka. And if you look into some other institutional characteristics, they have NGOs, banks, non-bank financial institutions, credit unions, rural banks, and others. You might be interested why the sample size is not balanced. One of the, I should say that one of the limitation of this method is that all the inputs and output must be observed throughout the period. So when I choose the sample size, actually I had to look into those microfinance consistently provide the input and output information. So that's why the sample size is not balanced. And some countries, they don't have even listed microfinance, because in South Asia there are some other countries as well. So that's why I choose this is the best combination of sample size from my understanding, that 50 microfinance institutions covering 2007 to 2012. This is just the basic descriptive statistics about the data, where I have given the information for the productivity, which I look into the financial revenue, active borrowers, average loan, operating expense, and personnel, and the remaining of the factors will be regressing against the total factor productivity index later on, which I'll be discussing. So if we look at the annual means of Malmquist total factor productivity for the whole South Asian region, we could see that the South Asian microfinance institution on average progressing at a rate of 2.1%. So the way we read total factor productivity index is that if the index is less than 1, so it means that the productivity is regressing. So if the productivity index is exactly 1, it means it remains constant. And if it's more than 1, it means there is a progress. So in that case, we can say that the 1.0 to 1, so it is actually, we should read 2.1% progress. So the microfinance institution in general in South Asia is progressing at a rate of 2.1%. So now, since I included the Asian countries, so I also have categorized in terms of country performance. If we looked into the performance in terms of productivity growth, based on the growth only, then we can see that the Pakistan microfinance institutions has better performance, overall performance, because their performance was 4.1% productivity progress per annum. So it shows that in general the Pakistan microfinance sector performed better, followed by the India 3.8%, then Bangladesh then Sri Lanka 2.4%, Bangladesh by 2%, and lastly Nepal. And if you see, the interesting result is that Nepal microfinance institution actually observing a regress in their performance, especially the productivity. It means that their productivity is not increasing, nor it's stagnant, rather it regressing over the time. So this is the glimpse of ideas about the productivity in South Asian microfinance institutions. Now looking into the second part, the second objective of my study is that what are the factors that may affect the productivity performance of microfinance institutions. So here the normal productivity equation, here I looked into the financial factors within the microfinance institution itself, then institutional characteristics, of course, from microfinance institutions, and some other macroeconomic factors to capture the effect on microfinance institution, because microfinance institution itself is a part of an economy. Okay, so that's the equation, and here there are some pre-regression statistics where I looked into the collinearity between the independent variables. So there is no major issues about the collinearity. So if you look into the base model comprises of financial factors and economic factors, we could even see that the interesting results here is depicted is that the total asset. Okay, because there are three models I have run. One is random effect, fixed effect, as well as OLS. So later I classify which model is better. So if you look into the results, the base results here, we could see that the total asset has a negative effect when we looked into the fixed effect. Okay, it means that the larger microfinance institutions, in terms of total asset, it may not perform well, because sometimes it may be because of the wastage of their input. So that's why although they have a huge amount of asset, but it may not be that productive. And then we also see that the cost per loan is negative, despite any model we looked into. It means that if the cost per loan is increasing, surely the productivity will reduce, because large amount of resources is being given to produce the loans. And then return on asset is also positive regardless of the model. It shows that if the microfinance institution has a positive return on asset, it may influence their productivity positively. It's because when they have return on asset, it means they have additional surplus from their operation. So they can use this return to have innovating different types of financial products and extend their credit to the more poor people. So if you look into the economic factor, you could see that inflation does not significantly related to the productivity, but GDP is when you look into the fixed effect. So, and it effect, and the significant is around 10% and is positive. So it means that if the economy, if the country is developing in terms of GDP, overall GDP, so the microfinance institutional productivity will improve. So then, as I said, we choose the model which one is suited here, either fixed or random. So after running the Hofmann test, which distinguish between these two methods, we found that fixed effect result is better. So that's why onward all the method all the empirical analysis I followed fixed effect result. So here you see the results remain significant despite the differences in the significant level. And if you include the institutional characteristics, which is financial intermediation, just to inform you, the financial intermediation here is categorized into three: high financial intermediation, low financial intermediation, as well as non-financial intermediation. Is basically the matching of savings and giving loans. So those who are high financial intermediaries, they are actually matching more loans. For example, those are donor-driven microfinance institutions. So they receive the grants, they match with the clients and give loans. And those are non-financial institutions, financial intermediary, they are basically providing service from their own resources. For example, they generate savings from the clients and then they disburse these loans. So we could see that those microfinance institutions are non-financial intermediary. They are, this institutional category have a positive impact on productivity. Because we can see that when the microfinance institution interact directly with the borrowers and clients, so they have a kind of better information as well as better relation with clients. So that's why it's positively related. And if you look at the explanatory power of the model, you could even see that the R square is more than 30%. So it's reasonably good. So the second institutional characteristic is scale, means the size of the microfinance institution. So here we found that the medium scale microfinance institutions perform better. So the distinguishing, findings from here we can relate is that those large microfinance institutions, sometimes they diversify. For example, you will see some microfinance institutions nowadays, they not only provide financial service, they also provide non-financial services. For example, Green Microfinance, Microfinance Plus, sanitary, and all other issues, educations. So those microfinance actually they're extending to some other extent. So that's why maybe the medium scale microfinance institutions, and it's assumed that medium scale microfinance institutions are quite relatively new, okay, because it takes time for a microfinance to grow over the time. So maybe perhaps they use quite reasonably recent methods of delivery of microfinance services and stuff. So that's why perhaps medium scale microfinance institutions are have a positive impact on productivity. So the conclusion here is that, as we have found that 2.1% productivity progress of the microfinance institutions, as well as the Pakistan microfinance sector perform better, followed by India, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and Nepal. And if you look into the specific microfinance institutions, we found that the microfinance institutions from India actually perform better. Okay, so based on the productivity growth, I choose the best performing microfinance, and actually it was from India. And it may be because the Indian microfinance sector is one of the biggest, as well as there are severe competition in the sector, so that maybe influence the microfinance institutions to progress over the period. So as we have found that the financial factors, return on asset, as well as total asset, cost per loan, DT, observe a significant negative impact on productivity. So the microfinance institutions should look into this matter. For example, they could have innovative techniques that can reduce their cost of delivering the loans, as well as they should raise the fund through equity financing rather than debt financing, and as well as some economic factor, as we have seen that the GDP has a positive impact. So of course it's a natural process. When the GDP increases, the financial sector also develop, and things like that. So we expect, the estimated effect to productivity is that if the country progress, so obviously microfinance institution also will progress. And then as we have also looked into the institutional characteristics, financial intermediary and scale. So the results suggest that those microfinance institutions are directly contracting with their clients, it perform better in terms of productivity. So instead of matching the savers, instead of matching the donors and borrowers, the sector, the authority should promote microfinance institutions, those who directly contact with the clients. And then lastly, as a policy guidelines, the comprehensive financial package to small scale microfinance institutions could enhance their productivity, as well as another interesting thing here is that I think it's missing. Since
request you to close, please.
Oh, okay, just a second. Since Nepalese microfinance institutions observe deterioration in their productivity progress, so they could even learn from microfinance institutions, for example, in India or Pakistan, about their dynamics. And of course, since this is an empirical study, there are some limitations as well. So, comprehensive in-depth studies, for example, those microfinance institutions perform better, so you could have a more in-depth studies to understand the dynamics of operation. As well as we can also link into the productivity and competition in the sector, how does it affect. And of course, we talk about the growth, but how much growth should be better for the microfinance institution to serve both financial sustainability and social outreach is also one of the interesting findings could be enhanced. And actually this paper has been extended to analyze other region with two of my colleagues who are here, and those are the reference that has been used. And thank you so much for your
thank you. Thank you. So as I said, we'll be taking the papers in sequence, and thank you very much, Mr. Astamia. The next paper is by Mr. Jahangir Alam Chaudhary, University of Dhaka, Bangladesh. Topic is, does access to microcredit help women in becoming entrepreneurs? Evidence from Bangladesh. So about 20-25 minutes, please. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I welcome all of you to my presentation. Basically, this is the paper that in which we are going to, we have tried to assess the impact of access to microcredit on women entrepreneurship. Yeah, yeah, it's working. So we have tried to assess the impact of access to microcredit on women entrepreneurship in Bangladesh in this paper. So this is the these are the contents that motivation, and then research question and objective will be discussed, and methodology, research results, policy implications, and conclusions and policy recommendations. So what are the motivation? Basically, you know that in Bangladesh, what happens, access to microcredit is important in the sense that poor people and especially women are not given access to formal sector credit or facilities because of the reason that they don't have access to provide with financial institution as collateral. That's why they don't have access to credit. On the other hand, they have, they don't even have access to informal sources because of the reason that informal sources are very exploitative, interest rates are very high. That's why they don't get it credit. And in the literature, you see, we know that access to credit has been recognized as one of the most important factors that contribute to entrepreneurship development. And on the other hand, that in the literature, even we know from the literature, we know that the access to credit has got gender dimension. Women are more constrained than men because of different reasons, is social, religious, and other cultural factors that contribute to this thing. And again, in the sense that, in the literature, again, we have seen that entrepreneurship is important from the perspective of household welfare, because it helps households to increase income, and that contributes to alleviation of poverty, reduction of poverty, and then increase in the well-being of the household. So considering the limitations of the formal sector and informal sector in terms of giving loans to poor people, that microcredit concept has evolved, and it was initiated by Professor Yunus, that he's a Nobel laureate in peace, and he started this program in the 70s as an action research program while he was doing teaching at the University of Chittagong. And now it is, previous presenter has already mentioned that it has already been replicated the model has been replicated in more than 100 countries in the world, and everywhere you can find this microcredit nowadays. And microcredit is basically, the definition is a small loans given to poor people on installment basis, and women are given preference because of the reason that in the literature, again, we know we see that women are considered better in terms of using credit for the household welfare than men. So from that perspective, women are given, and and there are some other factors as well which have contributed to this thing that women are given preference in the microcredit program. So the microcredit programs have got the main objective of alleviating poverty, and that means through enhancing the ability of households in investing their money in businesses or helping them in starting new businesses. And through this process, microcredit contributes to the better welfare of the household. Okay, so you see, since 70s, microcredit has gone, its size has become very big. It is available all over the world. Once in every 10 years, there is a summit organized by the microfinance institutions, and the last one was organized in Canada in 2006, and in that 2006, in that summit, they set a target for achieving, achieving or going to 175 million poorest families to help them to start their own micro enterprises to improve their self-employment. And then, and out of this 175 million people, they want to alleviate, they want to increase their income level above the threshold of 1.25 US dollars per day by 2015. So the main objective is to, the main objective of a microfinance institution is to alleviate poverty through helping households in starting their income generating, businesses. And through this process they want to increase their income and to alleviate poverty and to enhance the household welfare. But in the literature, we have got some, we can see in the literature there are some papers which have looked at the credit constraint issue and the entrepreneurship development. But interestingly, all these papers, especially on microcredit, they have looked at the micro enterprise growth rather than we haven't found any papers actually yet. I'm not sure in my knowledge which has looked at the impact of access to market directly on the starting a business or becoming an entrepreneur issue. So most probably this is the first paper, from this perspective. So this is an outline of the whole sector, though it's a little bit old data. By 2011, there were around 18,000 branches of microfinance institution in the country. The previous president has already mentioned that there are 800 microfinance institutions registered with the regulatory body in Bangladesh. But this number has come down to now 650 around, but initially it was around 800. There are 230,000 employees in these microfinance institutions. And there were 33 billion active members. If you consider in Bangladesh the average family size of 4.8, there are around 30 million families. So from that perspective, you can see almost every household has got on an average one microcredit program member in Bangladesh, and there are 93% of the members were women at that time, but most probably this number has come down to level of 91% nowadays. And there were 27 active borrowers at the time. Total loan outstanding was $3.6 billion at the end of 2011, and net savings was $2.3 billion. So if you can see that these two numbers, that means savings and loans, almost microfinance institutions are using the member savings for their running their microfinance programs. Especially for the Grameen Bank, member savings is now more than their loan portfolio, interestingly. So what is the research question? Research question is, does access to microcredit contribute to the development of women entrepreneurship? And why this research question has been taken? I have already mentioned that there are in microfinance sector in Bangladesh, 93% of the members are women. Main objective of microfinance institution to enhance the household welfare or to alleviate poverty through helping women in starting their micro enterprises, or helping them through helping them investing their money in business or income generating activities. So keeping this in mind, we want to see whether actually this access to microcredit contributes to women entrepreneurship or helping women in starting their own businesses. So that's the main objective of the paper, because this hasn't been looked at yet in the literature. So this is the estimation of the you see in the first equation, which is actually looks at the determinants of entrepreneurship. The dependent variable is a dummy variable, whether women owns a business or not, or the person owns a business or not. And then second equation is actually to see the determinants of access to credit. Now you see, we cannot actually run the regression only using the first equation, because of the reason that we know that in access to credit, endogeneity is there. Because of the reason that non-randomness is inbuilt in the system. From the perspective of the demand side, from the perspective of the supply side. From the demand side, what is the endogeneity? Endogeneity is that, those who participate in the microcredit programs, they are actually different from others who are not participating, because somehow in them, something is there, which is motivating them to participate. They are self-selected. one part. Second part is that from the supply side, microfinance institutions are using a criteria. That criteria is that household needs to fulfill a criteria, that criteria of having less than 50 decimal of land to become eligible to participate in a microcredit program. It was strictly maintained at the beginning of microcredit, revolution, but nowadays MFIs are relaxing this thing because of the reason that they have got huge competition among themselves, for attracting the borrowers. Now, and from the other papers, we know that around 15 to 30% households members are actually not fulfilling. That means they are not purely, looking at this requirement. So considering this endogeneity problem, we have decided to go for instrumental variable technique, to see the impact of access to microcredit on women and tertiary. And in the second paper, the second equation you see the Z is the instruments, is a vector for instruments. And we have actually used 4 instruments, in the process of assessing impact of access to microcredit on entrepreneurship. You see, the table 1 shows that in terms of that criteria, that means whether household owns less than 50 decimal of land or not, we can see that 86.11% households actually fulfill that criteria. That mistargeting is from this perspective around 14%. Households are mistargeted. So apart from land criteria, we have also used 3 other instruments: per capita, formal sector, loan availability in the district. Because of the lower availability from the formal sector, higher the probability of joining a microfinance institution. Per capita availability of loans from MFIs in the district, again, higher the availability of microfinance institutions in the area or operations in the area, higher probability joining a microfinance institution. And then an interaction variable between land criteria as well as agricultural land ownership, then to see, the households which fulfill the land criteria, and within them, what is the impact of, land ownership on in the whole process. So considering that we have got, this instrumental variable technique, but for the first equation, we have got 2 specification of access to credit in the whole process, in the whole estimation process. One is the dummy variable, whether household participates or the individual have participated in the microcredit program or not, dummy variable. In the second specification, instead of using the dummy variable, we have used the total amount of loan taken by the individual from the microfinance institution, taken by the individual from the microfinance institution. Then what we have done actually, in the process of seeing this impact of access to microcredit on women entrepreneurship, we have also examined the whole thing for men as well, and then made a comparison between men entrepreneurship and women entrepreneurship, and what is the impact of access to microcredit for men and then women, and how is working. So you see for instrumental variable technique, there is a standard process of some popular estimators like IVREG, IVREGRESS, sort of IVREG2. These are the estimators that are popular in the strata, for running such equations. But the thing is that we have a problem, basic problem, in the sense that in the IVREG or in standard estimators, assumption is that all the dependent variables are independent variables, endogenous variables are continuous. This is the assumption. But the problem is that in our estimation, our dependent variable is a dummy variable, a binary variable, but out of the 2 endogenous variable, one is the binary, another one is continuous. So we cannot actually use the standard estimators in Stata. So we have decided to use CMP, which is conditional and mixed process, developed by Rudman 2011. It has got a unique advantage, is that you can use both types of variables, simultaneously at the same time in the estimation process. That means one dummy, one is continuous, or both the dependent variable and the endogenous variable, both are binary variable, can be used. So considering this advantage, we have used CMP. And for data, we have used our national data set, you know, which is popularly known as HAIS, Household Income and Expenditure Survey data set. It is, the survey is done once in 5 years. And I have used the 2010 round for this paper. And this data set has got around 12,240, you know, 12,000 households in the data set. But the assessment has been done at the individual level. The individuals who are age above 80 have been taken into consideration in that process, because below 18 they are not considered as adults, so we haven't included them in the estimation process. So we have got like, you know, 16,000 male members, household members, and 17,000 female members in the estimation. Specification testing, I'm not going through these things. You can see it in the paper, and then the test shows that IV technique is used, the use of IV technique is okay. Our test confirms that. So now these are the results. You see, this is for effect of access to credit on women entrepreneurship. Model 1, in the model 1, the endogenous variable is, you know, the microcredit program participation, the dummy variable. And if you look at the results, that you can see that is highly significant and positive. That means that access to microcredit positively, significantly contributes to women entrepreneurship. In the second model, we have used total amount of credit taken. So that also, this one is also significantly, positively significant, highly significant, and it also shows that the total amount of credit also significantly, positively contributes to women entrepreneurship. Then what we have done actually, we have made a comparison. Even for the male entrepreneurship, we have also found the same results. But interestingly, when we looked at the marginal effect of access to microcredit on women entrepreneurship, we have found that microcredit is better for men entrepreneurship than women entrepreneurship. Though only 7% members are men, but it still works better for men. Then we try to see what happens actually. If you look at in the paper, that you see the only, you know, a few women are actually using their microcredit loans for starting their own businesses. So now, then we try to see what is happening, what they're doing, you know, with their microcredit loans. Then we try to see you know, the cross-gender effect. What happens, you know, what is the impact of men's access to credit on women entrepreneurship and women's access to credit on men's entrepreneurship. Then in the table 8, you can see that this is the at least one male member in male microcredit participation, total male microcredit loan amount. Interestingly, then when we did the same thing for men, we have found that women's access to credit is very important for male entrepreneurship. But men's access to credit is not that important for women entrepreneurship. So, and then we have also seen that when a household has got male, you know, a male member who is participating in the microcredit program, his total amount of loan becomes significant for women's entrepreneurship. So what we have concluded is that after fulfilling the requirement of male household members, then if any surpluses are there, then women are using that thing for microcredit loan, you know, for their own business enterprises.
So 5 minutes.
So after, you know, combining these results, what the conclusions that we have drawn is that women are not actually not using their microcredit loans for starting their own micro enterprises because of the reasons that we have explained in the paper, that you have got cultural, social, and religious constraints there. And another thing is that in a country like Bangladesh, where women are responsible for household activities, you see, and men's time is not a substitute for women's time in performing those activities. In the labor economics, we know that from the labor economics, we know that women, you know, women's participation in the labor market is actually depends on her opportunity cost. When opportunity cost is very low, their probability becomes very high. In the lean period, they participate in the labor market highly. But when in the, when they have time, and when in the lean period, their probability goes down. But when they have, there is a huge demand for labor in the area, locality, when the opportunity cost is very high for them, low for them, so ultimately they are participating in the labor market. So considering that thing, actually women, before using their microcredit loans for starting any business, do they actually look at their opportunity cost? And from the literature labor economics, we know that women are actually participating in those activities which have very low profitability, low probability. And most of the activities are actually informal. And that's why the profitability is very low. So that's why they think that actually, our conclusion is that women see that their rate of return from their businesses is lower than the rate of return for men. So considering that, they allow their household male members to use their loans rather than they using it. They do it voluntarily. Sometimes they do not do it, but we cannot see it. We don't have that data to see whether they are doing it voluntarily or not. But conclusion is that, women are not using their loans for starting their own micro enterprises, though access to credit is very important for them. It's positively, significantly contribute to their women entrepreneurship. And then policy implications of the paper is that if we want to enhance the women entrepreneurship using microcredit loans, then we need to think about other issues which are putting constraint on them. You see, even in a country like Bangladesh, still the male-dominated society do not want to, doesn't like to see a women to start doing a business openly in an open market. So, but the scenario is changing in Bangladesh. It's drastically changing. You see, if you look at the thing, for the last 30 to 40 years, the things have changed a lot. Microcredit has enhancedly contributed to women empowerment, as well as women's participation in labor market, economic activities, but still we have to go ahead, further. And I think we have to look at why women are not using, and some other research will have to be done to see why women are not using their loans for starting their own micro enterprises. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jahangir Alam Chaudhary. Very interesting paper you have. We go on to the next paper. This is by 5 individuals. I don't know, maybe one of you will be doing the presentation. The names are, I'll just read through the names: Muhammad Abdul Malik, BRAC Bangladesh and Bonn University; Muhammad Amzad Hussain, University of Dhaka, Bangladesh; Muhammad Shakil Ahmad, BRAC Bangladesh; Maruf Hussain, he's from University of Florida; and then finally Muhammad Hasib Reza, BRAC Bangladesh. And the topic is Impact Assessment of Credit Program for the Tenant Farmers in Bangladesh, Evidences from the Field Experiment. So, who is going to present?
Hasib Reza.
Yes.
Thank you.
Are your other colleagues present here?
No.
Only you are there.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Okay, please.
Thank you. First of all, I'm really happy to be here and presenting in front of the distinguished policymakers, academics, and most importantly, the young scholars of South Asian University. My cordial thanks to the conference committee for inviting me to present this paper and share our research experiences, which is conducted in Bangladesh. So particularly, our research is focused on evaluating a very focused microcredit program aimed to improve the life and livelihoods of the marginalized tenant farmers in rural Bangladesh. Me, Hasib Reza, one of the co-authors of this impact evaluation study, working in RED of BRAC, B-R-A-C, BRAC, Bangladesh, one of the largest NGOs, of the world right now. Okay, the impact evaluation is funded by International Initiative for Impact Evaluation, CIE, which is headquartered in New Delhi. The treatment component, that is the microcredit program for the tenant farmers, is financed by Bangladesh Bank. If you present in the earlier sections in the morning, our governor has cited about this project, that this is the direct financing between the Bangladesh Bank and the BRAC. And the treatment component, that's the microcredit program, is implemented by Borga Chashi Unnayan Prakalpa, that is tenant farmers development project under BRAC Agricultural Food Security and Microfinance Program. The impact evaluation is conducted by Agricultural Economics Research Unit of BRAC Research and Evaluation Division, and the impact evaluation period between 2011 to 2015. And I led by Dr. Muhammad Abdul Malik. So, according to the recent national statistics, the number of tenant farmers and the cultivable land under their control has been increased in Bangladesh. So currently, about 58% of total farmers are tenant, and they are cultivating nearly half of the total cultivable land in Bangladesh. However, they are very marginalized and suffering from myriad of challenges. Among all the challenges, access to credit, this is easy term credit, is crucial. It hinders their input use, technology adoption, and definitely the farm productivity level. So this suffering from the easy access of microcredit usually lowered their farm productivity, their efficiency level, and as a whole, their household income. The BCUP, that is the Borga Chashi Unnayan Program, in English, Tenant Farmers Development Project, is launched in 2009, by the finance by the Bangladesh Bank, to ease the tenants' access to easy term credit, so that they can overcome the existing challenges and improve their lives and livelihoods. This credit program is implemented by BRAC, till 2005. This program is scaled in 212 sub-districts in Bangladesh and provided credit about 291,000 tenant farmers, which is 0.2 million. Among them, 80% are female. The main feature of the BCUP project or the BCUP program is it's mainly female targeted, village organization based operation, and the monthly installment. That means the credit recipient needs to repay the loan on a monthly basis, not the weekly basis. 1 month grace period. Initially flat interest rate at 10%, but recently changed to 18% declining rate, whereas conventional microfinance changes 26%. So this BCUP loan is pretty focused for the marginalized tenant farmers in Bangladesh, and it charged usually very lower rate of interest. You see, it's only 18%. It's diversified with its credit products with customized repayment periods. Crop loan is for 1 year, agro machinery is for 1 to 3 years, and land leasing is 1 to 3 years. First, I mentioned that the project is only for providing the easy term credit, but this program is changing, continuously changing from the perception, from the demand, from the the bottom level, that is from the demand side. So in the supply side, BRAC is continuously changing its product to meet up the demands from the tenant farmers, from credit to agri machineries, from leasing land. So it has a complementary extension services with this credit program for the tenant farmers, so that they can optimize their use of credit by adapting much more technologies and increasing their efficiency level. So BCUP is responsive to the change in grassroots level demand, as I said. So the study initially was titled as Impact Assessment of Credit Program for the Tenant Farmers in Bangladesh. The baseline was conducted in 2012, and the inline was, our follow-up was conducted in 2014. But the IE period was 2011 and 2015. So what is the motivation or rationale behind this kind of impact evaluation, we thought that this type of intervention, like the focused microcredit program, like BCP, was very new, not only in Bangladesh, but also in similar developing countries in the world. So we focused on very precise three research questions. First off, what are the impacts of the BCP program on livelihood improvement of the participating tenant farmers, on an impact on their farm productivity and food security. To estimate this, the livelihood improvement, we use a number of outcome indicators. For farm productivity, we use only farm productivity, and for food security status, we use a self-reported food security notion by the participating tenant farmers. So we followed a mixed method to evaluate the impact of BCP. We followed cluster randomization trial to quantitatively evaluate the impacts of BCP on tenants' livelihood indicators. To interpret the impacts, that is why and how the changes is occurred, we did a longitudinal qualitative survey. To estimate the impacts from quantitative data, this research followed a difference in differences technique. We estimated intention to treat effect using a multivariate regression technique where we controlled baseline characteristics of the tenant farmers. We used sustainable livelihood frameworks to analyze qualitative data. Why we use DID in a RCT type research, there is a motivation behind this. If we if we can go, can I use the hyperlink of this section? Excuse me. Can I use this hyperlink? Can you speak up? Yeah, great. So, the main mechanism of RCT is in the baseline. That means pre-intervention period. That means joining in a kind of intervention, both the treatment or the, alternatively we can say the participant farmers and the non-participant farmers should be very similar in terms of their characteristics. But as we can see, there are 2 or 3 variables across that. The control group, that means who are not participating in the BCP program, and the treatment group who are participated in the microcredit program are different in terms of 2 or 3 characteristics. One is most of the, there is a difference between the treatment and control group across the male headed, right? They are different across these characteristics. There's another variable, loan from other NGOs, and there is another variable, any type of loan. So this is the main motivation of using difference in difference technique of estimating impact of this BCP program. Could you please click on here or something else? Yeah. Slide 5. Could you please go fast? Yeah. Okay. So, just for better understanding, I would like to just elaborate the DID method technique, okay? According to recent impact evaluation literature, difference in differences is a standard way of estimating the impacts of an intervention which is robust enough. For better understanding the technique, let me show you a very simple hypothetical example. Let's consider the horizontal axis is representing the time, and the vertical axis is representing the mean agricultural income of tenant household, right? So we are considering 2 groups. One is treatment groups, that is who are participating in the microcredit program, and another group is not participating in the microcredit program, right? We collected data from them before before the treatment group participating in the microcredit program in 2002, and we found that, this is hypothetical, their mean average agro income of treatment group is 39,000 Bangladeshi taka, and for the control group they are 45,000 Bangladeshi taka. After that, we allowed a group to participate in the microcredit program for 2 years, and then again we collect data from both groups in 2015, and we found that the treatment group moved far away, and their average income is in 2005 is 70,000 taka, and for the control group their main agro income is 55,000 Bangladeshi taka. So just following this very simple technique, we calculate the impact. So in baseline or before intervention, the difference between the treatment and control group is A, and in 2015, that means after participating in the microcredit program, the difference between the treatment and control group across different outcome indicators is B. So what is the basically impact? Impact is B minus A, which is average treatment effect. Right? So this is a very simple methodology we have used to estimate the impact of BCOP program on tenant farmers' livelihoods. So what are the impact actually? So impact on financial inclusion and extension services, we found that this focused microcredit program has raised the inclusion rate among the very marginalized tenant farmers in rural Bangladesh by 19.8%. That means it is very successful in targeting and or easing the access to the marginalized tenant farmers in microcredit program. And it increased the access to the extension rate is only 4%. For credit utilization, the farmers who participated in the Borgachashi Unnayan program or BCP program usually utilize their credit for crop cultivation, land purchase or mortgage, livestock, poultry and fisheries, non-farm business, house repairing, loan repayment, and others. That means it tells us that they are very diversified in using this simple, this focused microcredit program, not only in only for cultivating rice or agricultural crops, but also they use this for non-farm business and other things as well. Basically, my intention to show this pie chart is that the tenant farmers in Bangladesh are now moving toward a very balanced livelihood by using this kind of credit, by diversifying their occupation. You know, there is a correlation between diversifying the occupation and the probability of higher probability of escaping from the poverty level, right? So, and other impacts of livelihoods, the first one, very crucial one, is access to land, because tenant farmers has usually they have no own lands. They usually rented in lands from the landlords, and that's how they can access to the land and cultivate or producing their crops. So accessing to the land, we estimated that it is increased, but it is increased by leased in. By leasing in, they are increasing their access to the land. For another one, gross value of rice production. The rice is the main staple food in Bangladesh. So the farmers who are tenants, they could significantly increase their gross value of rice production by participating in this kind of microcredit program. Investment on productive assets has also increased. You can see that cow, goat, and investment on potter wheel has also increased by participating in this kind of microcredit program. The very important one is shifted labor supply from wage earning to self-employment activities and catalyzed new business. We have a assumption inside our mind that farmers usually cultivate crop. They have no capacity, or usually they do not want to start new business or something else. But our assumption was invalid when we estimated our data and found that household has a self-employment activity after participating in the microcredit program compared to the comparison group is significantly increased, and they had started new businesses on their own alongside the usual crop cultivation. So they are trying to diversify their livelihoods. the self-reported incidence of food security decreased, but insignificantly. So we found that there is a research question on that this kind of microcredit program might increase or improve the food security status, but we found that this is negative and also insignificant. So there is an ambiguity, this kind of this indicator we have. So from the qualitative perspective or the qualitative data, we found that this microcredit program increased women decision in making their income generating activities. Just prior to my presentation, Professor Jahangir has told that usually microcredit program who are really targeted to the female but cannot cannot catalyze the entrepreneurship among the women. But it is true from the quantitative data, but we saw from the qualitative data the process is ongoing. Might be it took take much more time to to happen the process in these kind of rural localities in Bangladesh. So number 2 is increased decision making power in land or sale purchase. That means women can now influence more their male counterpart in choosing, well, we need to sell this land or we need to purchase this land or something else. Women extended their role not only in credit repayment but also in credit investment. This is pretty interesting. Women are now taking participation with their male counterpart whether they need to invest in crop, in business, or whether for the investment for their child education or health, etc. So, and alongside women, time for income generating activities has increased. The control of women over the way loans are invested challenges the assumption in earlier literature on microcredit that women borrow but men control, which is confirmed by our prior presenter as well. So, during this impact evaluation, the evaluation team deals with number of challenges. One is study leadership change number of times, different identification strategies to select eligible tenant household by the agricultural food security and microfinance program. I must say here, the collaborating impact evaluation, that means the RCT kind of study, which is usually the RCT, the main component is implemented by some other agencies or organization, and the evaluator are independently evaluating this kind of project is really pretty tough, because the implementing organization has their own focus and the impact evaluator has their own focus. So merging these two team is really pretty difficult. Lower uptake or non-compliance rate was another challenge. Belated program introduction in several areas. That means rolling out the program in a lot more branches or more villages was really delayed by the Agriculture Food Security Program of BRAC. So what are the conclusion and recommendation from our impact evaluation? It might be a very good approach to ease the financial access to the marginalized tenant farmers if we can scale up the BCP for in number of much more villages in rural areas in Bangladesh, strengthen extension service provider, because only access to the credit is not very crucial, is not very instrumental to boost up their productivity and other things if they are not getting advanced technologies and ideas for bolster their productivity. Introduce crop or price insurance to minimize risk and incentive agricultural production. Build agro-processing centers and storage in grassroots level, because if there is these facilities are not available in the rural areas, the farmers might not be feel incentivized to continue their crop cultivation and other things. So what are the lessons learned from the impact evaluation for the Agricultural Food Security Program and Microfinance Program as a whole for the Bangladesh Bank? Because for the impact evaluation, it's the main pitfalls that impact evaluation has done, but the ideas, the recommendation and the evidence are not usually taken into the practice. But our AFSC program and microfinance program confirmed us that they have learned these lessons from this impact evaluation, First one, specially targeted agricultural focused credit products or system increases financial inclusion rate. Tenant farmers can cope with transitional and tenancy market and increase their access to land if compatible credit facilities are available. Domains of credit demand are highly diversified. That means the credit demand among the farmers is not only for the crop cultivation but also for agro-machineries and land leasing. So another one is existing extension service delivery model is not efficient and need to modify as per the impact evaluation recommendation. And this is a very brief presentation. We generated a model of extension service providing in rural areas based on the the women, basically the women, engaging the illiterate women in the rural areas. So BRAC is now working on these ideas and to develop a women-based extension service providing category. So need to invest on farm mechanization, and BCP is impactful to improve food security and women empowerment status in rural areas where that improved food security is, we found that it is insignificant. So reflection of I on BCP microfinance program, that means the recommendation we have generated through the impact evaluation was translated into the practice by the microfinance, agriculture food security microfinance program of BRAC is that extension of the project period and plan to scale up nationally. That means BRAC is now planning to roll out this program nationally according to the recommendation of impact evaluation. They paid special focus on providing more credit for land lease, livestock, poultry, and fishery and agricultural machineries. Diversely designed newer credit products to facilitate non-rice, non-cash crop, and high-value crop cultivation. Promote agro business with special attention to develop female entrepreneurs, and plan to modify the existing extension services, however challenged by fund limitation.
Closing, yeah, okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Hasib Reza. Three wonderful presentations. So we now proceed on to the discussants. First by Dr. Nitin Arora from Punjab University.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Mr. Aslam. It's a good work, but I have some observations which you may incorporate in your research. Out of 5 years, there are 3 years in which negative technical change has been observed. So it's a sort of technical regress. When technical regress is there, frontier is moving closer to decision-making units. Not the decision-making unit is catching up the frontier, isn't it? So in such case, what the efficiency change you observe, it's spurious in nature. So productivity index is also spurious.
Okay, thank you for your question. I think, since 2007 to 2012 I focused, and there are some TC is deteriorating. Perhaps there are some influence of the global financial crisis happened in 2007, 2008. Perhaps because, most of the microfinance institutions also depends on donors fund. So maybe, that donor funds were contracted by that. So maybe it has an influence.
No, that's fine. The influence is there.
Yeah.
But the issue is you are saying 2.1% TFP growth is there.
Yeah.
In case of technical regress, generally TFP growth is overstated. It's upwardly biased under Malmquist framework.
Okay. Just a second. Because maybe the component of productivity progress is basically due to the other component.
Actually, if I may put it this way, it would be better if you made all your comments paper-wise.
Sure.
You could kindly, if you don't mind, take your seat. You'll get a chance to respond to. So you will make your comments on the 3 papers. All 3 or 1 or 2 or whatever. Yeah, that's up to you. All 3 papers or none at all. And then you'll have a chance to comment on 1, 2, 3 papers, any which way. And after that, each of the 3 presenters will have time to respond. And of course, we'd also like, ideally, to this time, to have some questions from the floor as well. So I think that would be better. So you make your presentation. I mean, whatever you have to say. On the papers,
Then my second observation is.
Beg your pardon? They will respond last. Yeah.
My second observation is you are comparing all the decision making units on same frontier, like they are operating in different environment in different countries. The literature says when you have different sets of decision making unit operating under different environment, the role of technology gap is there. So you have not accounted for technology gap. I think meta frontier technique will be, you know, better applicable in your case. Then next case is no. This DA-based Malmquist productivity index, it includes the white noise discernment because it is a deterministic technique. Again, it is upwardly biased, and you are saying that it's just less than the MENA and Ethiopian microfinance institutions, isn't it? If you will count for these type of errors, and obviously the technical regress, then I think the productivity growth of your type of microfinancial institution will be much lesser than the microfinance institutions in Ethiopia and other MENA countries. So I hope this inference will be, you know, different. So these are my comments. If you want to incorporate, that is your choice. Thank you very much.
No, then you have the chance to also comment on the other papers if you have any.
No. Thank you very much.
And number second and third.
Second is not.
And third also you don't.
No, sir.
That's fine. Thank you very much. Dr. Arindam Banerjee, Ambedkar University.
Yeah, thanks to the paper presenters. Well, I have comments for two papers, which is one, of course, is the paper on assessing microcredit's impact on women becoming entrepreneurs. But I'll do that. I'll take that in the second as the second paper. I'd like to first put my comments on the paper which was presented at the end, which was on the tenant farmers, the impact of the credit program on the tenant farmers. There are a number of observations here. I mean, just to clarify, I mean, the paper that I received in print, I mean, over email, did not have some of the tables, did not have the tables actually, but there was a discussion on the tables. But the presentation had certain things, some of the tables. So I'll basically refer to both the paper as what plus whatever I have gathered from the presentation, because in some senses I think the paper had more than what could be presented. I'll look at the methodology part, the question of RCT and all later. But the first. I mean, a couple of questions, issues in terms of the effectivity of microfinance, particularly when we have, I mean, as the program the BRAC program goes, it had a yearly payment installment system, from which it moved into a monthly payment installment system. That's what the paper says, and it's argued in the paper that it's largely from based on the feedback that's received from the ground, where farmers or the borrowers, that participants in the microcredit program feel that it's better for them to manage as monthly installment repayments rather than on a yearly thing. Sorry? Now you have it as weekly.
Monthly is better than weekly. Usually the norm is weekly.
No, yeah, but you have moved from the yearly payment thing to monthly, from weekly to monthly. Okay. See, I mean, even if it is monthly, I'm just trying to understand how this impacts the production processes of the participants, particularly if they're in agricultural activity, where, I mean, if it is, if they're using a large part of the loan they're using for crop cultivation, 43% that you showed. I mean, given that it's a seasonal activity, that you actually have the harvest at the end, so in effect it kind of means that the farmers start repaying even before they can get the harvest. So that's one issue, which also means I'm trying to understand how the program deals with, for example, issues like, I mean, because agriculture again is something dependent on natural factors, I mean, droughts, pest attacks, etc. So is there anything within your program which takes care of such incidences in terms of insurance attached to credit programs or something like that? That's one issue. But the more important issue is in terms of what I gathered from the paper was what was definitely a positive impact of the BRAC program was that your treatment group shifted, they had an enhancement in rice incomes, and a significant one, and that was primarily because they shifted from the HYV varieties to hybrid varieties. You didn't have time to explain all that thing, but that I think was a crucial factor. Two issues here. No, the other observation, before I bring up the issues, the other observation, however, is that while your agro income has increased for the treatment group, you find in the paper that for the household income as a whole, between the treatment and the control group, there actually is not much difference. And so two issues here. One is that when they're shifting from a HYV to a hybrid variety, one would like to see, and it leads to an increase in yield. One would also like to look at, I mean, some analysis of what happens to the costs of production, because the two may require different kinds of inputs and different kinds of costs. Nevertheless, the income has increased, but it still helps if you look at what's happening on the cost side. The second thing is that I mean, trying to understand why, while the income actually has diversified and the income source has diversified, there is increase in self-employment, which you find. Yet, for the between the control and the treatment group, you find that the overall income household level does not change. And what I gather from the paper, and which is probably plausible, is that wages in the labor market are actually still higher than the returns that you get from self-employment, probably. So for the other, apart from the rice income, for some of the other activities, you find that, I mean, you actually have negative coefficients there. So just trying to understand this, and this is related to the larger question of microfinance itself. And I just picked up the phrase from the other presentation, and I'll link it when I make this comment, that microfinance is collateral free, that it reaches credit to sections of the population who do not have assets. Now, I mean, the question that I want to raise, and I mean, for all of us to reflect on, is it really free of collateral? Or is there something that is used as collateral here? There are two things that actually emerge as collaterals in the microfinance mechanisms, which are not by definition assets, unless you broaden the definition of assets. One is the question of labor. You take a loan, you have to repay it on a monthly basis or a weekly basis. Monthly, of course, is better than weekly. And you do it even before you sometimes get your output. So you are basically pledging your labor power and using that as a collateral. That is, you're going to engage in certain, and within that labor, of course, entrepreneurial skills and all of that will also matter. The second thing is that it's the way the microfinance functions is on the basis of groups. I'm not sure how the BRAC program is designed, and the groups or the networks or the is in a sense creates a peer pressure on the participating members to pay up, and if you default, then you can get barred from access to future loans. So therefore, it's probably incorrect as a conception to say that there is no collateral. Of course, there are not the traditional collaterals are not there, but there are certain collaterals on the basis of which large amounts of microfinance is disbursed. Related to the income thing, therefore, you also find that as far as the food security parameters are concerned, most of the parameters you find that there's not much impact. So, I mean, trying to understand this whole thing about, I mean, since I've raised the question of labor, I mean, why microfinance is more dominant amongst women, poor women, and I'll come to the entrepreneurship question later because that's in the second paper. In a sense, I mean, women, I mean, in South Asian countries, but largely in developing countries, do household work. But at the same time, they do a lot of other works which are productive, which can be within the household itself or within the perimeters of the household. Agriculture, of course, is one of them. And the labor that the women use in that in those activities, it's sometimes difficult to really differentiate between what is productive labor and what is unproductive labor, because they do a lot of care activities and all of that. What I think needs to be studied for any microfinance impact evaluation, which of course cannot be done from the secondary data source, but from a primary data source, is to look at what is happening to labor hours put in within households, which I mean within households, or I mean generally what is happening to labor hours put in by women. And there probably we will see that I mean why the returns to labor are low is actually explained by the fact that women indulge in greater and greater self-exploitation, because you have to pay up the monthly installments and all of that. On the other hand, I mean in paid work, which is your where you get wages, where you don't have the status of a farmer probably, but you are agricultural laborer, there's a fixed hour of work and you get a certain payment, and that's probably what's causing the overall in your overall impact assessment you are getting that the income levels, household income levels between the two groups are actually not very different. So, I mean, returns to labor might be higher elsewhere. Of course, there's the question of the status of whether you are a worker or whether you are an entrepreneur. So that's as far as this is concerned. I mean, I had some comments about the RCT method, but that's not something specific to the paper. But I mean, RCTs again are, I mean, some of the difficulties about RCTs are, it comes from a technique which comes from life sciences. It's supposed to be triple blind in nature. And by triple blind, we mean that the sample, the investigator and the environment are all blind to each other, and which can be nicely done in a lab on rats. But when human beings come in to the picture, it kind of messes with that blindness. Particularly, I was thinking, of course, there's a lot of things that you do in your RCT design to take care of these things. For example, to ensure that the treatment and the control groups are actually similar. That part can be taken care of probably in a better way. But what happens in terms of the interaction between the different groups and the environment? For example, you do something like choosing your control group 8 kilometers away from your treatment group, so that there's no interaction or there's no spilling of your microcredit. Yeah, spill off. But even if you do that, that will take care of part of the problem. But at the same time, what happens when certain groups know that there is, I mean, BRAC is, or any agency is carrying out a certain program elsewhere, which is not being followed because they are the control group. There's something, some behavioral implications in terms of economic behaviors will be there. I mean, entry or, I mean, access to other microfinance or kind of. So that is something that needs to be, that's a difficulty that lies with RCTs anyway. And therefore, I mean, in terms of expanding on the basis of only RCTs might become a problem in terms of your policy implications. That's coming to the second paper. I don't have many critical comments on that. It's more of a secondary data study, which then comes to the conclusion that women do not really transform themselves into entrepreneurs through the use of microcredit, and there's some findings which have been supported, I think, in the literature as well. The discussion of the literature in that paper is quite rich. That's what I found, including some of the papers, some of the explanations of why women don't benefit from microcredit and all of that. Now, what is essentially at stake here is something like, it's a question, I mean, if women are joining microcredit programs and then the loans that they access pass on to the male members of the household, what is at stake here is a social constraint in terms of the gender inequality that exists within the household, within the society. And that's been discussed in the paper. Now, it basically tells us that social problems may not be possible to be addressed by technological or technocratic solutions. No matter whatever design in the microcredit program you might have, might still evoke a reaction from within the society or within the domain where you are implementing it, such that women are prevented from having a more independent say on that loan. And I mean, given the other things about that I'm trying to say about microfinance, again, women's labor is an important question. It's not to say that it's only women's labor which is self-exploited more, but at times even men's labor might be self-exploited more. But given that women are participating more in that, the question, therefore, I mean, such things can be changed. For example, say, I mean, if there is women are poor, they lack assets, because often in South Asia we find land rights for women are a very contentious issue. It's practically not there. So therefore they participate, I mean, they try to access the financial, they try to get included financially through that process. But that in a sense also maintains the status quo as far as the status of women and men are concerned, because access to property or property rights itself is a major question as far as gender equality is also concerned. So the question that comes to my mind is, suppose women have access to property, we change that thing, which is of course which cannot be done simply by policy, but it's a much more social change that requires. Then where does microfinance, what happens to the participation of microfinance in terms of the gender composition and all of that? And that's something that's an open question that comes to mind. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. So we now are in a position when we first, we'll come to you. Questions be brief and pointed so that
One or two on every paper, so about 5 minutes, okay? 3-4 minutes.
it should be less. So that
3 minutes, 3 minutes, okay. Right. Let me start with the first paper by Aslamia. The main issue there, I think, is the conceptual ones. Like you are comparing, as one of the discussant, Nitin already cited, that different countries have different norms. Especially the cost of funds is a very important issue. To know the efficiency of operation, you have to take care of cost of funds. Cost of funds are different for different countries. They moved across time. Also, the interest they can charge, the 26% somebody mentioned, right? That's in Bangladesh, MFI, that came in 2012 and being implemented as we speak, right? So that they have had very high rates before, 30, 33, and so on. And the cost of funds can be very low on the historical funds. They don't look at the opportunity cost of funds. So that makes a big complication about even using same country data is probably can be used not even for same MFI, because the same MFIs have different source of data. You know, all MFIs in Bangladesh, as you know, travel in the country, they have real estate, they build training facilities, they have guest houses, they have whatever, colleges, they set up schools and colleges. So where is the money coming from? There are a lot of surplus funds. So the comparability issue, I think, is the key one before undertaking any of these studies. So that's the main issue. We can talk about other minor things later on. Professor Jahangir's paper on entrepreneurship, again, my issue is conceptual. That is, you kept referring to entrepreneurship and referring to self-employment sometimes without really defining it at all. If you go by microfinance records, they have micro entrepreneurs and normal borrowers. That's simply on the basis of the size of the loan. now one can probably conclude or imply that the size alone has a connection with the actual business operated. Business is, you can call anything business, of course. If you raise a cattle or raise a goat, you can call it a business too. But question, do you employ somebody else? Is employability of full-time person at least beyond yourself? That's, I think, there's some indication of entrepreneurship. Now, HIS data, HIS data, I have sort of roughly know about it, but I haven't used it. So I don't really know how good a job that would do in defining entrepreneurship. So that's the big issue there. Minor issues are things like you talk about formal, one of the controls, formal sector loan availability in the district, implying the demand for microloans, but you have to net out the Krishi loans, because the most formal loans in rural areas are Krishi loans, the agricultural loans, BKB, RAQB, and they are not, the microfinance people are landless, so they are not candidates for that, so that will not be a very relevant indicator, although I mean, in a fungibility of funds, I mean, if you have a neighbor who is a Krishi loan, he can give you some money for something else. That may be a general equilibrium implications on the overall picture. On the last paper, my questions are really elementary, and that is the, the big question there is, Hasib, right? Big question there is, you know, in Bangladesh, as in some other countries, a huge seasonal issue. The manga prone, the traditionally scarce region vis-a-vis the more normal regions. And the traditional microcredit has failed to address this issue. Recently, they have given some special credit targeted for even migration. Go migrate to more greener pastures and come back, etc. Now, my hunch was that this, and the governor told in his formal, informal discussions today, that the Barga Chashi thing, they put 500 crore to BRAC or something, right? So that is a huge thing. You didn't tell us the average size of the loan, but the question is, these people are being given credit for mainly what I presume a good chunk of it is going for raising production, right? So you would imagine that, and also they diversify use of loan as the pie chart showed, right? So all that diversification will give you more employment opportunities, more income sources. So this dependence or their lack of resources in the lean season should be alleviated by that. So it's a bit surprising why it doesn't do that. So that's the main issue. And on the issue of the weekly, monthly, I think the grace period should have been at least 3 months. You know, I mean, 1 month is too short. The long and short is in Bangladesh microcredit, I'm sure probably same here, the practice has been this weekly payment. That means you can't invest, you only borrow. You invest at most 70, 60%, or 80% if you're very risky. You have to have cash to make your payments. And of course, you're right, there's no collateral except the soft collateral, which is the sanctions. And peer monitoring.
We'd like to have some other questions as well.
Right.
The time is running out, so let's give a chance to.
Thank you, sir. My name is Asif, and I'm a student here. I'm sociology department, and as I'm trained in sociology and anthropology, so my question will not be economically correct, but maybe politically okay. So, okay, I was looking for a critical point of view regarding microcredit, which was missing mostly from the presenters, and that's my observation. And from that observation, I would like to ask a question to Professor Chaudhary. That, sir, you made a very excellent remark that the whole argument regarding microcredit that Dr. Muhammad Yunus made in his book, Microcredit, and also recently he gave a lecture in New York where he was also saying that, look, women are the main places where we can invest and where we will get money from that investment also, because they are the most effective, sectors. Sorry. So like that, so in that case, I think the argument that you are making is completely the opposite of Dr. Muhammad Yunus' argument, that the whole structure which are focusing on women, but your research is showing that no, I mean, they are not effectively doing well. And thus, my second question is to the last presenter. So in your question, you made this, you used this term, farmers. So in Bangladeshi context, there are landless laborers and there are farmers who has land. So the data that you are using, So who are the subject of those data? Like landless laborers or the farmers, they have land? Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Are there any other? Yes. Yeah, certainly.
Hello?
Are you asking yourself or to the other two?
To others. It's just not a question, just a curiosity and suggestion. The biggest issue that you should consider. And maybe perhaps you know that a study by Faruqi and Khulili by BIDS, from BIDS, they showed that until 2009, the multiple borrowing rate was more than 30% in Bangladesh. And they said that there is no village in Bangladesh that we cannot find microfinance institutions. So as you are claiming that the impact, of course, is positive, perhaps you are saying that it's because of the BRAC, but indeed, perhaps it's not. Because one borrower may be borrowing from several microfinance institutions. And if we projected the rate, because they estimate for until 2009, and if we extend the projected rate to 2015, let's say, it will be more than 50%. So among these 2,19,000, we could expect that more than 100,000 are multiple borrower. So from this multiple borrower, extracting the specific impact for BRAC project, I think you should have kind of controlling, or you should have kind of defined categories of analysis and things. And second major issue, I think, in your empirical analysis is that the explanatory power of your results is very low. I must acknowledge it, because some model have 0 R-square. So if you go for adjusted R-square, I believe it will be negative. So as you are claiming that the impact is positive, so I think you should have kind of specific, thing over there. Okay, thanks.
Some more, yeah, please.
Okay, thank you. Actually, thank you everybody.
Very brief.
I have a specific question to Hasib, Mr. Sohail. I'm Sohail. In Bangladesh, what happens if you don't have land? So you are going to someone who has, who has land. So what actually happens in case of, production? The land.
Are you asking a question to somebody? Because we have to close this session.
Okay,
so are you making an observation? You can make that.
Okay, sir. Sorry,
over
just
tea.
I want to.
Are you asking somebody a question?
Okay, sir. Okay. So my question: you saw the graph that in 2012 and 2015 that you have certain differences, but you have taken only 3 years for your differences. But my question is, in these 3 years, you have a positive rise in your, yield. But what happened within these 3 years? I mean, there is certain changes like price changes. There should be the price changes. There should be the, production of their cost, and as well as the market rate of the crops and yearly inflation. So, have you considered all these when you have, measure your yield or something? So that's the question. Thank you very much.
The last question coming up now, please. And please be very brief, just one sentence. Try
I have
doing
a
that.
question from the first presenter. So why you have not chosen female borrowers? Because as proxy for the depth of outreach, because even in the context of South Asia, there are many papers which have used a number of female borrowers as a proxy.
Now we are going to give chance to each one of you. No, you can be just there. So minimize the time taken. So in a minute or two, and then we'll be able to close.
First of all, thank you, Professor Nitin Arora, for specific methodological questions. I think the first one, as you said, the technological change is 3 years negative, regress, and then a positive. So this is empirical analysis. I do not have any control over it. So that's just the result I got from there. And secondly, about the technological gap, of course, there are methods we can address whether there is any technological differences between the countries. Unfortunately, I haven't done it. And since you have raised it, I will consider about this test, whether there are any differences of the technological frontier for microfinance institutions from different countries. But the assumption I made before I do this, since microfinance is a worldwide, quite unique concept, so I assume that all microfinance are operating at the same kind of frontier. Just an assumption I made. So I think that the third question also you have mentioned about the comparative studies between MENA region as well as Kenyan. So, of course, the growth rate is slightly different from those countries and stuff. So, as I said, it's empirical analysis. So, the result I just presented what I got from analysis. And to Professor Saidasan, yeah, indeed your question is very nice, and of course is, I mean, reasonable to expect that different microfinance institutions have different cost of funding, cost of loan. And maybe you have noticed that in the second stage analysis, I have looked into the cost per loan. Okay, so each of the microfinance institutions has a specific cost per loan, and even indeed it shows negative impact on productivity. It means that those microfinance institutions having more cost per loan, their productivity will regress. Okay, so of course, you know, this is one of the issues that microfinance should look into, how to reduce the cost per loan. Because if you even look into the descriptive statistics, there are some microfinance institutions who incurred almost $2,000 for one loan, one single loan. Maybe that loan was maybe perhaps 50,000 USD or 100,000 USD. And of course, there are some you know, less cost as well. So I think, of course, this is one of the interesting things that microfinance should look. And regards to the third presenter, okay, you know, in the social outreach of microfinance institution, the second objective, there are two types. One is called depth of outreach, another one is called breadth of outreach. So I use average loan size as a depth of outreach, and the second, number of borrowers. So I didn't use only female, because female it will, you know, contract the breadth. That's why I use the total number of borrower to capture the breadth of microfinance. So I think I answered the questions.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Banerjee, for your comments. And regarding Professor Ihsan's question regarding the entrepreneurship or self-employment, actually we have used dependent variables whether the individual is owning any businesses or not. That's the thing, because we have got particular information from the HAYS about it, so we know whether they are owning or not. It's not self-employment, it's owning business. So, and regarding the formal sector loan and BKB and Krishi in agriculture loan, we have taken this data from Central Bank, and we have considered these agricultural loans, you know, in the formal sector. You know, consider it as part of the formal sector. So that agricultural loan is also included in the formal sector loan. Regarding his comments about the critical view, this is actually in this paper we have taken it critically, because you see there are formal understanding that usual understanding is that microcredit promotes women entrepreneurship, but we have in this paper we have looked at it and we have seen it's not working. It's not, but we don't say that it doesn't help entrepreneurship. It helps entrepreneurship, not for women. It helps for men, and it contributes to household welfare, but not through women entrepreneurship. And regarding Professor Yunus' comment on investment on women, he talks about making investment on women, not entrepreneurship actually. Making investment on women doesn't mean that we have to make all women entrepreneurs. So that's another part, and it's not possible. You see, if you know about Bangladesh, because you are from Bangladesh, it's not possible for us to make everybody, you know, make all women entrepreneurs. And even not even in the United States, it's not possible, even in a developed country. So yeah, it's not possible. So ultimately, you know, the point is that whether it is helping majority of them or not, that's the question, and it's not helping majority of them. Women are using, and the thing is, that whole decision is economic actually. It's economic rational behavior. Women are not using because of they know that their investment will not earn them higher return. Rather, if they allow their male members to use that fund, that will bring more money to the household. And that's why they are allowing their male members to use that fund. This is economic sense, you know, normal economic rational sense. And the point is, the main objective of the paper is to see whether women are becoming entrepreneurs, because this is a common perception, and we have looked at it. And because in this area there is we haven't seen any papers particularly looked into this issue directly. Thank you.
So thank you everybody for showing you're very much interested on this particular research, and I'm really feeling fortunate, but I'm really unfortunate because I'm constrained by the time limitations to answer all of your questions. But I should put some reflection on our honorable panel. Yeah, your observation was really, really, really good, and I appreciate it. But one thing I must answer of your questions from labor hours use, right? So our paper, we estimated that the using of labor hour on productive activities has increased, which is not reported in this paper. but we have initially estimated that. This is a very good outcome indicators for improving livelihoods. Thank you so much for your kind observation. And I must go for second from questions from floor. From sir, you have noticed that there is a variation in seasonal issues and average size of the loan. Average size of the loan is about nearly 11,000 and something. I cannot remember the actual figure. And it's higher than the usual loan from the traditional microfinance to this particular targeted group. So it's also raised their average size of the loan. And sir, may I continue just 1 minute? Okay. Yeah. So question from Mr. Asif, who are the respondent, right? So probably I'm really sorry I did not mention the sample size. We have a sample size about 4,300, not the millions of people who are getting credit from the BRAC AFSP. Basically, it's the total participant from the BRAC ASP program, and we only observe 4,300 among them for evaluating the impact. Okay? So another one very interesting question from Aslam, Mr. Aslam, multiple borrowing issue and no villages without multiple borrowing. Yep, that's the really answer of your question. The answer is lying into your question. We usually compare two groups, which are treatment and the control. And there is an intertemporal changes. We measure the intertemporal changes. And that both things, the multiple borrowing also happen in the treatment villages and also the control villages. So both are nullified due to our very smart methodology of impact evaluation. But your observation is very smart and clever. Okay, another last question from Shohel. What about the changes? Have you considered, could you please, Shohel? Yeah, thank you very much. And again, the same thing. You know, you are the two people, and the same thing is happening. What is the very macro issue? It's happening all over the country, and both of you are experiencing the both issue. We are just, you and this person will cancel out this issue from yourself, and we all only measure the estimation of this microcredit only. So the methodology is really smart enough to cancel out this kind of thing and controlling this kind of practice. And that's another one thing. In the first table, very first table, I show a difference between the treatment and control group, which is in the baseline only, not in the intertemporal, right? But for the other tables, there is the difference between the treatment on the control group over baseline and endline. Thank you very much.
Concluding very quickly, giving just one or two observations, what I would say is that I think one may have some specific quibbles about certain aspects of the actual practical side of microfinance and its implementation in various contexts. But there's no doubt that the contribution of Muhammad Yunus and Bangladesh generally on this issue of microfinance has been of revolutionary value to the poverty situation across the world. So which means that it has obviously affected positively the situation in Bangladesh. It has direct application for the biggest poverty population in the world, which is there here in India. And contrary to your results were very interesting, that women were getting the microfinance loans, but they were transferring it to the male members. Now, a number of studies in Gujarat and Andhra Pradesh in India show in fact that women have been able to make use of those things to make very small items like papad and so, you know, I'm talking about the Ida Bhatt context in Gujarat, which has been a huge success. So why that has been the situation in Bangladesh, questions need to be asked. But at the end of the day, despite these quibbles, the fact that microfinance has been a revolutionary change from the earlier notion of the standard collateral. If you're taking a loan, you have to provide a collateral. This notion was changed into a situation where the notion of collateral itself was made into a social compact. That was the leap of imagination of Muhammad Yunus. And it is this leap of imagination which makes microfinance the kind of instrument that it still can sort of be and deliver in large tracts of the world, including Bangladesh, India, many parts of Africa.
Hungry, we can just do it very quickly and go for dinner. So this is on open economy, macroeconomics. As we just heard, there are 4 papers, and what we'll do is first we'll have all the 4 presentations, then the 2 discussants will give their views, and after that we'll open the session to the floor. So we'll start with the first presentation. First paper is Domestic Credit, School Enrollment and High-Tech Exports in Bangladesh. And the presenter is Sandeep Sarkar, Khulna University from Bangladesh. You may start. It's approximately 20 minutes for you.
No, I can finish it within 10 minutes.
You can take a little longer, yeah.
Madam, can we start?
Yes, please.
So, Honorable Session Chair and dear audience, good afternoon to all of you and welcome to my presentation. My presentation topic is Domestic Credit, School Enrollment and High-Tech Exports in Bangladesh. At first, I would like to thank South Asian University for organizing such a nice conference and giving us an opportunity to present our paper here. And here we are. I am Sandeep Sarkar and my co-author Arifuzzaman Khan, and I work for a private commercial bank in Bangladesh. Let's have a look at my presentation outline. Well, it includes background of the study, then methodology, which includes our sources of our data, then our modeling, then results, our unit root test, the co-integration, causality, and finally concluding remarks. Well, let's start with background of our study. Well, we all know that Bangladesh has been one of the emerging economies in South Asia, and we are able to maintain a steady growth of 6% over the past 6 years. And we all know that export is one of the major determinants of our gross domestic product, where export contributed nearly 19% of our total GDP in the fiscal year 2014-15. Well, Bangladesh used to export several commodities like fish, shrimp, jute goods, and among them our top exporting item is ready-made garments which accounted for nearly 25,000 million US dollar for the fiscal year 2014. Now, the question remains about the sustainability of our ready-made garments, because we all know that Bangladesh garment industry has a competitive advantage because of its cheap labor. Now, as the country develops, the labor price will also increase. Therefore, question arises whether buyers will still be attracted to Bangladesh with its high labor prices. It is very likely that buyer will move towards the other cheap labor countries. Therefore, Bangladesh needs to focus on the possible alternative for more sustainable export-oriented item. And in this regard, we suggest that high-tech export can be a potential alternative for Bangladesh. You all know that in the last few years, Bangladesh has made rapid progress in the technological sector. It is also evident that high technology is considered one of the most powerful forces for economic development. A study by UNDP in 2011 found that high-tech manufacturing export has been the fastest growing area of world trade, which accounted nearly for 1/5 of the total trade. Another study also predicted that high technology export will be the primary source of wealth generation. Moreover, we all know that credit also plays a critical role for international trade. It is very likely that firm will go for more export and import if they experience a lower credit constraint. Further, evidence also suggests that investment in higher education normally provides a higher rate of return in the long run in the form of innovation and development. And so far, we didn't find any study that focused on the relationship among domestic credit, school enrollment, and high-tech export of any nation. Therefore, our study has attempted to identify the relationship among domestic credit, school enrollment, and high-tech export from a time series data. And here we want to show that if you provide your people with a good education and then provide credit, it is very likely that your high-tech export will be increased. And we believe that our findings can provide important policy suggestions regarding the sustainable development of Bangladesh through high-tech export. Here comes our methodology. Well, our study is basically a time series analysis. We used 3 variables. Here, our dependent variable is high-tech export. Here we measured high-tech export as a percentage of total manufacturing export. Then our 2 independent variables, these are domestic credit to private sector. It is measured as a percentage of GDP, and finally school enrollment. It is also measured as a percentage of gross. We used several statistical tests like augmented Dickey-Fuller test for unit root, then Johansson co-integration test, then vector error correction model to determine the long run as well as short run causality, impulse response variance decomposition, and we have collected data from World Development Indicators of World Bank, and our data ranges from 1989 to 2014. Let's start with our result. Here comes our unit root test result. Here we see that all the variables become non-stationary at their level. However, they become stationary at their first difference. Now, as they are integrated in the first difference, now we can run Johansson co-integration test to determine the long-run relationship. Here is our Johansson co-integration test result. Here we see that there is long-run relationship among our variables. That is, in the long run, all the variables move together. Now, as the variables are co-integrated, we can run vector error correction model to determine their long run as well as short run causal relationship. Here we see that our C1 is significant and also negative, which indicates that there is a long run causality running from domestic credit school enrollment to our high-tech exports in Bangladesh. Now, we want to determine whether there is any short run relationship between our variables or not, and to do this we used world test statistics. Here we see that in the first result we see the short run causality between domestic credit to private sector and high-tech export, but we see that there is no short run causal relationship between domestic credit to private sector and high-tech export, as the chi-square value is more than 5%. Similarly, no short run causal relationship have been found between school enrollment, tertiary and high-tech export. Now we want to check whether our model has any statistical error or not. We already see that our R-square value is 70%, which is a good sign for our model. Our F value is also found to be significant. Moreover, in our model, there is no serial correlation problem. Also, there is no heteroscedasticity problem in our model. Further, residuals of our model is found to be normally distributed, and at the same time, our stability statistics says that our model has stability. Now here comes our impulse response result. Here we see that if we give a positive shock of 1 standard deviation to domestic credit to private sector, we see that our high-tech export will become negative throughout its 8-year period. And on the other hand, if we give a positive shock of 1 standard deviation to school enrollment, our high-tech export become initially positive, but after the 3rd year it becomes negative, and once again positive after the 6th year. Now here comes our result of variance decomposition. Here we see that both in the long run as well as for the short run, our independent variable can explain the major variation of high-tech export. Now here comes our conclusion. So far we want to examine the relationship among domestic credit, school enrollment and high-tech exports in Bangladesh, and we found a long-run causal relationship among the variables. Now, so if we want to increase our high-tech export volume, we need to focus on our financial sector that provide credit to our private sector. At the same time, government need to emphasize on restructuring its tertiary educational system. Now let's have a look some of the statistics of our high-tech exports in Bangladesh. Well, our pharmaceutical exports has reached nearly 42 million in the fiscal year 2014. Moreover, our IT outsourcing has experienced near about 52% growth in the fiscal year 2014. Further, we earned nearly 109 million by exporting computer services. Now, we believe that government need to develop strong policy if we want to increase our high-tech export. At the same time, if we want to go for sustainable development. However, our study has conducted within 3 variables only. Therefore, we recommend that future studies on high-tech export should be conducted with more possible alternative variables. And at the same time, a cross-country analysis can also be done using panel data to explain deeply about the high-tech export. That's all from my presentation. Your feedback will be very much helpful. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Sandeep, for an excellent presentation, also very efficient in your presentation. As I said earlier, we will take comments and questions later.
Okay.
So we'll move on to the second presentation. The second presentation is on large fluctuations in capital flow. How different are these episodes? A new use of India's balance of payments data. And the presenter is Sayantan Bandhu Majumdar from University of Calcutta. So you have approximately 20 minutes.
Shall I start? Good afternoon, everybody. I am Sayantan from University of Calcutta, Economics Department, and I am a PhD scholar there. So this is a pretty much work in progress. So please feel free to make any sort of comments, criticism, anything. In this paper, we are trying to, this paper talks about a large fluctuations in capital flow. Well, just to begin with, we all are quite accustomed with the issue of capital flow volatility, but in general, in this paper, we are not talking about a small fluctuations in capital flow, rather the focus is on large fluctuation. So obviously the question that immediately comes into our mind that how large it should be, how do we calculate a large fluctuation and all these things. So I'll clarify all these things during my analysis. And the analysis has been done in context of India, and during analysis we have tried to use India's balance of payment data in a bit different way as it's provided by the Reserve Bank of India. So just to begin with, nowadays it's well documented that the capital flows are more volatile in developing countries compared to the developed one. And of course, this increased capital flow volatility is a biggest threat of increased capital mobility in the developing countries. And of course, India is of no exception. After liberalization, capital inflow in India has increased, and there is no doubt about it. However, the increase in that increase in capital flow has occurred with a noticeable upsurge in capital flow volatility. And this has posed a serious challenge in front of the policymaker. And following the importance of the issue, a large volume of literature has already been existed in this front. And just to give you a glimpse, very broadly we can categorize this into 3 parts. There are so many other literature on this front, but very broadly a first strand of literature actually talks about the measurement issue. Second strand of literature talks about this business cycle properties. And a third and a very emerging strand of literature actually talks about this large fluctuation in capital flow. And our paper falls in this particular category. Well, I am not going into the details of this literature, but just to mention the generic origin of this particular literature could be traced into the seminal paper by Calvo in 1998. So it's a simple analytics of sudden stop and all these things. But nowadays, once again, there is a renewed interest in this particular literature, with a particular emphasis on a linkage between that net and gross inflow. So our paper fall in this particular category, and we try to show the limitation of the existing literature. So it's essentially, first of all, the existing literature is confined up to the two-way decomposition of capital flow data. I am coming into what we mean by net and two-way decomposition. So we try to extend it to a 4-way decomposition. Second, I mean, all of the prior studies have used either net inflow or gross inflows, I mean the two-way decomposition, but it's always preferable. I mean net and gross flow both have their own merits and demerits. So it's always preferred to use them in tandem to each other instead of use them in isolation to each other. So we try to optimally exploit the interdependence and nexus between this net two-way and four-way decomposition. Third, all of these earlier studies have focused on a particular type of episodes. So it's not comparable. So our studies are quite exhaustive in a sense that we have included all type of episodes. And fourth and finally, I mean, most of the literature are concerned mainly about the identification issue, that how should we identify an episodes of large fluctuation. So here we also extend it and we try to focus on the macroeconomic implications of this large fluctuation. So what's the objective? Objective of the study is essentially fourfold. First, we try to identify the episodes of large fluctuation in capital flow, and here we focus on both total capital flow as well as its three key components, that FDI, FPI and commercial borrowing, and thereby we try to identify that how different these episodes are. Second, I mean, based on this nexus between net two-way and four-way decomposition, we try to categorize each of the episodes, and thereby we try to answer the question that are all surge episodes are very similar or they are generated from very different sources, very different reasons. Third, we try to understand the macroeconomic situations over these episodes. Are this situation different or not? And finally, we try to explore whether these episodes are completely random or not. So these are data, so we have taken from RBI. It's a quarterly data, so it's completely publicly available data set. So what do we mean by the net two-way and four-way decomposition? Very simple. We are giving it with the help of a simple example that net FDI inflow is the most common term that we use. Now, what is net FDI inflow? It's simply a net FDI inflow by foreign investor minus net FDI outflow by domestic investors. So we call it a two-way decomposition because it decomposes the net inflow into two parts and hence allow us to distinguish between the role of domestic and foreign investor. So it's called two-way decomposition. And then actually this gross inflow, what is gross inflow? It's simply a net inflow by foreign investor. Why again it's a net concept? Because there are some it's a purchase of domestic asset by foreign investor minus sale of domestic asset by foreign investor. So in this way we can categorize it into a four part. So we call it a four-way decomposition, which actually help us to distinguish between the role of investment and disinvestment over and above the role of domestic and foreign investor. So in this paper, it's actually a chapter rather, it's not a paper. So here we have actually tried to identify the episodes in, it's a net inflow, then it's in a gross inflow, we call it surge and stop, then we have a flight retrenchment. And what we mean by that large increase in gross credit inflow, just give an example, that large increase in gross credit inflow means simply a large increase in the purchase of domestic asset by foreign investor. And similarly, a large increase in gross debit inflow, it means large increase in the sale of domestic asset by foreign investor, and so on and so forth. So what's the empirical strategy we follow? So there are a lot of techniques in the existing literature, but it's very hard to find a particular one as a superior because there are no theoretical, that cutoff point. So everybody relies on their own judgment, but three things are very important here. First, it has to be there has to be some unexpected change, and the length should be at least more than 2 quarter or more, because we call it an episode, not just the ups and downs, right? So in this paper, we have actually followed the methodology that has been provided by Calvo in its 2004 paper. So I am giving you a graphical glimpse. So that's a graphical glimpse. So that black line, it's simply the quarter over, CT minus 4, that year over year change in capital flow. And this red band is a 1 standard deviation, it's a rolling mean and rolling SD. So it's a 1 standard deviation band, and this sky one is a 2 standard deviation band. Now we call a particular episode a large increase when this del CT crosses 1 standard deviation band, and the episode ends when it's fall below this red line. And so this is a large in relative sense, so relatively large. And in order to qualify the entire episodes as a large increase, it has to cross the 2 standard deviation band for at least 1 quarter. So that captures these unexpected change aspects. Similarly, we calculate this large decrease and all this thing. So this is the same thing. Now we calculate some of the descriptive statistics, that we calculate how frequent these episodes are, their duration, reversibility, and this change in the volume. So I am not showing you the tables, rather these are some key findings. So what we find first is that there are several instances when surge and flight has occurred at the same time. So we have a large increase in capital inflow by foreigner, as well as large increase in capital outflow by domestic investor. So probably this could happen if you have a good liberalization drive and thriving economic condition, which could simultaneously encourage both gross inflow and outflow. Second, all these large fluctuations are observed since 2000, so it's a pretty new phenomenon. Third one is that interesting that episodes of large decrease in net and gross inflow are always reversible. By reversible, what we mean that, so suppose there is a stop episode, and this stop episode is said to be reversible if we have a surge episode within the 4-quarter band. So I mean within a year, if we have again a surge, we call it reversible. So in that sense, what we have found is that all those stop episodes are reversible. So probably it says that all these increase are maybe, decrease are maybe a temporary phenomenon, or it may hint toward efficient policy or something like that. Third thing is that this magnitude of change in gross inflow is significantly larger than gross outflow, and that is quite expected thing for a country like India, where foreign investors largely dominate over the domestic investors. These are the key findings. And regarding these components, what we find is that, that first three, if we merge these first 3 components, what we find is that it actually says that FPI flows are hot and FDI flows are more stable. So that's a usual thing that we can expect. And fourth one that we find here is that there are several instances where the sudden rise in FDI inflow has coincided with a sudden fall in FPI inflow, and as a result, we have a stable net inflow. So there are certain situations. So if we look just at a net total capital inflow, we may have a very stable kind of thing, but actually it was a large FDI inflow and a large FPI outflow and all this thing. Now we categorize each of the episodes, and this is just a Venn diagram. So what do we mean by NII? It's a net inflow increase. Now large increase in net inflow could occur either due to surge only, so that part 1, or it could happen due to retrenchment, that sudden decrease in gross outflow, so that part 2, or due to both, that means this part 4, or it can happen, we have net inflow increase without surge or retrenchment, that is part 3. That part 7 is just a logical possibility that cannot actually happen practically. Now, if you ask me how this area 3 could be possible, that we do not have a surge, we do not have a large increase in gross inflow, or we do not have a large decrease in gross outflow, but still we have a large increase in net inflow. So probably it's something like that there is an increase in gross inflow, but it's not sufficient enough to qualify as a large episode. Again, there are large decrease in a gross outflow, but it's not sufficient enough to qualify as a large episode. But their combined effect, since they're moving at the same direction, is sufficient enough to qualify as a large episode, and then we have this NII kind of thing. Similarly, we have a NID's net inflow decrease. It could happen either due to sudden stop only, or due to sudden flight only, or due to both. And similarly, we have categorized this surge episode. How surge can happen? It can happen either due to GICI means gross inflow credit increase. That is large increase in the purchase of domestic asset by foreign investor, or decrease in the sale of domestic investment by foreign investor, on both. And similarly, we have categorized each of the episodes, and we have calculated all these things. And finally, these are some issues, that's the key findings. So essentially, most importantly, what we find is that there are several, all net inflow decrease are not because of sudden stop. There are few episodes, particularly in 2013-14, it was actually due to sudden flight in capital inflow. And moreover, what we find in case of net inflow increase, it's mostly driven by the gross inflow rather than a gross outflow. Then what we do, we calculate a change in macroeconomic variables, and here we consider a bunch of, so can we open this hyperlink? I mean, hyperlink is there, so yeah, so this is a list of macroeconomic variable what we have considered. So we have considered this variable such that it can easily capture the state of macroeconomic situation as well as some policy situations. So I mean, these are pretty standard one, and we have collected from different source. So I mean, can you exit this one? Please press this. Okay. So so just press the exit one, I think. Yeah. Yeah, fine. So actually here we are not intended to show any kind of causal relation or something. So what we are interested to see, is there any change in macroeconomic variables or not? And for that reason, what we have done, so we have we have take the change from t-3 to t, then t to t3. So, and first of all, I mean, it's difficult to run any sort of regression because we have a very limited number of data points. So that's our empirical strategy, and what we find is that current account deficit has increased over this episode. So there are increase in current account deficit when you have a large increase in capital inflow, and this is quite expected because think of a situation that actually what is current account deficit is simply a negative of S minus I. So when you have a large capital inflow, it actually increases your investment, keeping saving unchanged, so it actually increases your current account deficit. And second important observation is that episodes of large increase are characterized by a decline in fiscal deficit. So again, since I am not talking about any sort of causal relation, it could be two-way around. So either it could be that when you have a large fiscal deficit, then it actually, I mean, that twin deficit principle say you have a current account deficit, high inflation, so there may be a less inflow. Or in other way around, it could be that when you have a low capital inflow, there is a bit, fall in output and all these things, so government rises its expenditure and all these things. And this degree of openness are higher over this period of extreme movement. Interesting observation is here that period of abrupt capital inflows are associated with increased growth rate. So while the episodes of tumbling capital flows are characterized by decline in growth rate. So in a way, it supports the claim of Calvo, which said that so the sudden stops are associated with costly consequence in terms of economic activity. So we have this fall in growth during these sudden stops and all this thing. Third thing is that independence, in monetary policy, independence has declined across all episodes of FPI, and even that exchange market pressures are high during these fluctuations in FPI. So in a way, it says that handling those fluctuations in FPI is a bit difficult. Third thing what we find is that interventions are relatively, this policy intervention, in a way it could be a sterilization or open market operation or something. It's less over the episodes of increase in capital inflow rather than the decrease. And finally what we find is that, we try to understand whether these episodes are completely random or not, and here we focus on three things: change in domestic policies, economic condition, and some external shock. And we make a case-by-case analysis, so it's again in hyperlink. So it's actually we make a case-by-case analysis, not any kind of econometric analysis or something. And what we find is that most of these episodes are driven by these three factors. So either it's an external shock or change in domestic policy or some domestic, economic condition that actually drives this kind of situation. So at the end, what we can say is that just this all type of fluctuations, these large fluctuations are not equally disturbing. Some of them are not at all disturbing. So, and hence all episodes should not be treated similarly, and like a very general solution, strategies should be designed specific to each type of episodes. And of course, the last one, as I have already said, that it's not completely idiosyncratic or random. It's a domestic macroeconomic environment, policy action, and external shock that could explain most of these episodes. So, thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much. That was a very clear and good presentation. We'll move on to the third presentation now, which is on what next with NIFA, a lesson from trends and contests behind the currency convergence in South Asia. And the person presenting is D.I.J. Samaranaike from the University of Peradeniya, Sri Lanka.
Okay, good afternoon to you all. I am Mr. Samaranayake from Sri Lanka. I am here to present this study which comments through the collaboration of Kinga Chodron from Bhutan and what next with NIFA. Before I address this question, I will give you a simple introduction to NIFA. So simply, NIFA means New International Financial Architecture. So roots of NIFA, this global monetary framework, developed since 1944 with this Bretton Woods Monetary Conference, and with this conference basically they introduced the gold standards and it established the World Bank, and then again they choose the American dollar as the backbone of the international exchange. So this third one, this American dollar as the backbone of the international exchange, is the basically considerable issue with this NIFA framework. And but things gone wrong with US Federal Reserves. Then in 1971, US President Robert Nixon just stopped using gold standard and pull out US dollar as the key currency. So then after that, after 1971, world financial arrangements looking forward to a new financial regime actually. After this period, Mexican crisis is there, Asian crisis is there, and after that, so there are some kind of crises, but dollar is flowing, so countries are pegging their currency under this, beneath this value of dollar, but there are crises. So in 1999, according to this task force report, NIFA was introduced as a framework to prevent from financial crisis in 1999. So there's another kind of work behind this, work with group of 7, and their summit as well, they try to do something with the ministers in those countries. And beneath that, 4 key areas were highlighted for the attention. Those are the 4 key implementations to this NIFA, this framework. First, increasing the transparency of countries' data and economic conditions, helping countries prepare for global capital flows, strengthening the national financial system, ensuring the private sector takes responsibility for its decision when crisis strikes. So from my literature survey, I will give you few key literatures here. Using descriptive analysis, both Crotty and Wade do some studies while criticizing this NIFA framework. According to Crotty, he find that this NIFA, but this adverse effects from this crisis, which after the NIFA as well damage both developed and developing economies. And according to Wade, he is supposing something about this idea about this Asian currency, common Asian currency unit, and how they can independent from US dollar, like that. And these 3 scholars, and there are a group of scholars, and they do different kind of analysis like descriptive analysis and time series analysis, there are panel data analysis, and these all scholars try to do something about this integration of SAARC countries. So according to this Chowdhury and their fellows, actually this this integration, like this common currency, can give more benefits to the region and to the investment, and it can provide boost to the economic conditions of these countries. And according to this Khalid and Rajaguru, they provide some findings, they provide some clues about this currency market linkages increased during and after the crisis. So it's like weak support for co-integration in the pre-crisis period. And according to Mohisen, he concluded that real interest rate differentials of South Asian countries are found to be stationary when compared with the United States, Singapore, China and other Japanese and like currencies. So there are two key objectives with my study, and here before that I will say simply about this, what is currency convergence, and it's like coming together of two or more distinct currencies into a common exchange rate to a given CPI, consumer price index, for a certain kind of time period. So here those are the both two objectives. The first one is figure out whether there is a convergence or divergence in real exchange rates in South Asian countries after the financial crisis. Here the financial crisis is the global financial crisis in 2007-8. And then to examine the price co-movements between each South Asian country with the United States while taking Indian rupee as the solution for South Asia. Then here is my methodology. Here I use three types of tools to pursue my results. First, graphical illustrations. For these graphical illustrations, I use data from 1971 to onwards. Actually 1971, as I say, what mind change with Nixon and then what happened to the dollar. And then I use hierarchical cluster analysis. This is a different kind of graphical representation. For this cluster analysis, I use a similar kind of data, but when I use CPI data with this data, then there are some limitations with the CPI data, because for some countries like Afghanistan, CPI data are not available from 2004. So then I do some kind of arrangements for that, and then thirdly I use kind of simple time series method as well. So it's a second order auto-regression process which used to analyze currency co-movement of South Asia, and this data obtained. So that's why I mentioned here that data obtained from time periods 1986 to 2014. That's for the time series methodology, because CPI make the issue, and then data obtained from the World Bank. So this is a simple time series equation here. Present the currency level in each South Asian country relative to the US dollar in particular time period. And here I used that previous time series methodology equation to obtain this residual from each equation to compute the root mean square error. And I use it to measure this co-movement equation. I use this root mean square error to measure those each co-movements, which shown as VPIJ. And then when I move to my results, first I will use this simple graph. So according to this graph, actually I use lag of real exchange rate values. So first I calculate real exchange rate values for each country. You then use the lag of real exchange rate values. I use lag of real exchange rate values. Then I can compare the differences or changes of these values but the year by year. So here we can see kind of patterns for some kind of countries from 1971 onwards. So while I use my lag, then 1972 onwards, and then here this linear graphs, when there's a decrease in trend of linear graphs, say that depreciation of currency, and this increase in trend shows that appreciation of currency to US dollar. Okay, so this is one of key moment 1990 where the Asian crisis there, and you can see after that there are some kind of changes, but Bangladesh is pattern somewhat different. And then here the 1999 where the NIFA is established, and after that, and also I'm not here putting a line in 2007-8 because I will do more. We had do more analysis for that. So here this is summary statistics for that estimated real exchange values, and according to these values, here we can see all mean values in negative. All mean values are negative. It means all values represent depreciation. And when after we divided them before a period before global crisis and after crisis, then almost all are negative. But before crisis, when we compare this data before crisis and after crisis, we can see the mean values after the crisis are increased, shows demonstrate higher values for all South Asian countries. And this is one of cluster analysis. Actually, those clusters named dendrograms kind of graph. Here in these graphs, this horizontal dimension shows the countries and the clusters, and vertical axis shows the dissimilarity measure. So it's like trying to get all currencies to one cluster, and how far is it take, what kind of dissimilarity measure there to get these currencies to one cluster. That's what we are looking at. And here dendrogram from 1972 to 2007, it's like around 2 to 3, like 2.7 kind of dissimilarity measure. So but after that period, the period 2008 to 2013, it's like 14 of dissimilarity measure. That means that simply give us some clue. The period after the financial crisis, global financial crisis, make more different among these South Asian currencies, South Asian nations and their currency values. So it means this NIFA, actually NIFA seems not a solution because there's the global financial currency crisis as well in 2008, and also we saw that it creates some divergent pattern, and also here also we can see, and also it tend to make some kind of increase within the currencies or currency patterns within these South Asian countries. And this is my result from that time series analysis and that outcome. Here first we used US dollar and core movement of currency with US dollar like that. So here Bangladesh show the highest core movement. There I will explain it. Here lower the value means higher core movement, and that's the way. Lower the value means higher core movement. So here Bangladesh is lower the value and higher core movement, and with Indian rupee, Nepal show the highest core movement. But the interesting thing is, when we compare all countries, Indian rupee gave us higher core movement for all South Asian countries. So those are simple results, and within my conclusion I will say more about them. So here first thing is level of determinants of South Asian currencies, again dollar become more and more dissimilar after the establishment of NIFA. And then South Asian currencies have high opportunity to use Indian rupee as the anchor currency. So here this anchor currency, we have to think twice about this anchor currency term here. Anchor currency means here, so actually what happened with this pegging our money beneath the dollar is we need to prevent from that. So to prevent from that, we can't use Indian in our reserves and pegging in Indian rupee as a region. This is not the solution according to us. So here we should do is, if we peg, when we peg with the Indian rupee, then what happens is there's a higher core movement as well with Indian rupee for each country. So if there's a shock in India, then it will be give negative returns to other members as well. On the other hand, it will be and on the other hand, it's like it may create another regional hegemony. So we shouldn't create a regional hegemony. We should to be integrated. So to be integrated, the solution may be to use a common currency, to go for a common currency. So we can use India as the backbone, Indian currency as the anchor currency, and then we can go for a common currency as a region. So however, NIFA and related neoliberal tools narrow down opportunities. So as I present, so this NIFA narrowing down the opportunities. So we need to think twice about we are going with this global financial regime, or we are get together and do something as a region. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. That was a wonderful presentation, very informative. And we move on now to the last presentation, which is an analysis of dynamic interdependence between financial cycle and business cycle in the SAARC countries. And the presenter is Wasim Ahmed from IIT Kanpur.
Yeah, so I wanted to do a study on SAARC countries, but I have got a project from ICSSR, and they wanted us to evaluate the financial integration or financial deepening. So when we started looking at the literature, then it was very difficult to get the data on all countries. For India, for a longer period we have data, but not on all countries. Like we had difficulty in getting data for Nepal, we had difficulty in getting even for Bangladesh. So while going through literature, I came out a paper by Nicolo Kakakis. It appeared in Quarterly Journal of Economics and Finance, and then a similar paper also appeared in Journal of Banking and Finance. And I also came to know about a paper, it is by Ajanman from Central Bank of Canada. There they have also talked about the role of credit expansion and the interdependence between business cycle and I would say domestic, I would say about domestic claims that government is having on, or financial institutions are having on individual as well as banking and financial. Yeah, I wanted to move to next slide. Next slide. Yeah, is it here? Okay. Thank you. So here I started. I will start with a question that tells that what role does change in credit expansion condition has in determining the dynamics of economic growth. So that is also one of the objectives of this study. In general, I would say that to examine the role of credit expansion in driving the business cycle of the economy, whether it works in case of SAARC or not, and what role does financial sector play in driving the business cycles of the economy. So that is also one objectives. I have not mentioned explicitly because of the limited time. And then we have also looked into that if we are talking about SAARC as a regional economic bloc, there is a study by Kabir Hassan that appeared in the Journal of Asian Economics. In that study, using international trade model called gravity model, he had tried to experiment it with the data, and he has concluded that SAARC can be considered as a viable economic bloc. So keeping that in mind, when we are talking about BRICS, IPSA and G7, we have a G20, then why can't SAARC be an important? And though we have moved from SAFTA to SAFTA, now we have SAARC finance also, and we have talked also about common currency. So keeping those issues in mind, I wanted to have some kind of study on this, and for that purpose, I got data. I had to struggle with that. I had to convert quarterly sometime. I had to convert yearly into quarterly, and I have used a new technique given by Dabble and Yilmaz 2009-12. It's called talks about directional spillover. Now, before that, I wanted to talk about financial business cycle. What do we mean by financial cycle? So, financial cycle basically it talks in the moves in the same way that we try to explain business cycle, the expansion and contraction. Here, in case of stock market, we drive by saying that there is a bull and bear period, and here, in case of financial cycle, we talk about booms and busts. So that is the underlying idea. The boom and bust, it is clear by what that boom means. We are seeing some kind of we are in the expansion phase, and bust means that we are into the contraction phase. So is there any kind of synchronization that we try to look? Now in case of SAARC nation, it is important because none of the studies are examined so far none of the studies have examined this phenomena. So I wanted to do, but I still have to add many dimensions. This one is just a preliminary, I would say, draft of the whole study that we are carrying out. Now, as per the existing literature, SAARCs are basically bank-dominated economies. Like if you try to go through the paper on financial development, economic growth, then we find that as country move from a lower income to higher income group, there will be a role of diminishing role of banks, but there will be a strong role of a stock market and some other financial intermediaries. So since most of the SAARC nations fall into the middle income and low income categories, low income categories, or I would say developing categories. So we find that banks play a very dominant role in these countries, and the percentage share is about 48% to total GDP. Stock market, it has gone up 32%, and because of the change in outlook of Sri Lanka, now the stock market role or share, it has gone up. Now apart from this, the financing sources that we find in case of SAARCs are remittances. There are many studies on the remittances, the impact of remittance on economic growth, that we try normally by taking as I would say proxy of financial development in these countries. Then we have FDI, and then we have official development assistance, that we call it as foreign aid, or something that we normally find in case of these countries. Now, role of credit. So this is what I got the literature review, and this I have not mentioned explicitly, but I would like to highlight the study by Taylor and Skulo-Eric that it talks about credit growth is one of the important predictors of financial crisis. Like for example, in case of US also, we found that there was some kind of expansion of credit, and because of that we say that there was era of Greenspan and whatever we say, but it basically tells that there was some kind of credit boom in the economy, and that ultimately resulted into the crisis. So those kind of thing has been examined. And the Bernanke and Gertler study, Gertler is the man who works extensively in this area. I appreciate his effort, and he has very good studies on the role of financial sector in economic growth and development. And then the recent study that I came across by Zerman and Quadrini in 2012, that also talks about the same thing. Economic, I would say, crisis are normally linked with what we say financial disruptions. So disruptions might be in a different form. Now we have experienced the global financial crisis, so we know what do we mean by disruptions. And these issues have been examined by the recent studies by Klassen. He's the well-known in the area of in international trade, and Jorda, Taylor, we call it Jorda et al. Because I have mentioned it this particular study at several places. But this particular study is more close to the Nikolo Kakakis et al. 2015 that appeared in Quarterly Review of Economics and Finance. Now, there are some methodological issues, like in terms of dynamic structure, that we try to see by applying different set of time series models. So that I have tried to look into. And in terms of gap, that I find it that developed countries are covered extensively. There are large number of studies on that, and there are well-established literature. But in emerging and developing ones, we have given very limited attention, and I think we should pay some attention to these countries also. So that's what in this case I have done a study that links with a dynamic framework, and it also tries to examine the role of credit expansion on economic growth. Now, methodology and data. Methodology, I would talk in brief. It deals basically with directional spillover measure. It appeared first in Economic Journal in 2009. But in that model, there was a problem that they had a variance decomposition calculation based on Cholesky factorization. So Cholesky factorization, once we go for lower triangular matrix, and that will have ordering a problem. So until unless you order it correctly, I mean to say that if you have 4 variables, you are putting first variable as important factor, then this variable will take larger share of variance decomposition. So it will be very difficult to examine. So they wanted to have some kind of they wanted to have a improvement on this model. So they came up with the idea of generalized spillover. So it means that it was based on Coop et al. Function of variance decomposition, and then they have calculated, and now it is order insensitive, so we don't have to worry about order. The only thing it helps in finding out, in the same way that we try to explain the variance decomposition, it will help you examining the forecast error variance decomposition, how much a variable explains the forecast error variance decomposition of another variable. So it moves like x1 to x21, so you can easily know what is the level of directional spillover. The one good advantage of this particular method is that you can work on return, you can work on growth, you can work on volatility also. So if you work on a simple return or growth, so that becomes your simple spillover, or if you try to work on volatility, so it becomes a volatility spillover. So that we normally see in case of asset market, different assets, commodities, foreign exchange, those kind of thing. And this is the method of generalized spillover. So here we first specify the VAR model. So VAR model we know is very is a kind of what we say reduced form equation, right? I try to put it all variable into the framework of reduced form, where each variable will appear as a dependent as well as independent variable, the same way. But here we work basically on the on the residual matrix, because once we go for factorization, then once we go for Cholesky factorization, then of course your explanatory variables become the function of your residuals, and that we have to take into account a number of lags. So this one is the normal procedure that we have to take into account. Now after this we go for second step. Second step is the Cholesky factor. Here xt becomes your summation infinity, t is equal to 0, a q this one q transpose is the variance covariance matrix, right? So epsilon hat t minus I orthogonalized and a 0 mean and covariance, same thing. How do we calculate the spillover? So spillover we calculate it by a theta I, we denote it by theta ijt, but it is nothing but summation, same thing, e I ai q ez t, it is whole square divided by whole of the product. So that means it says that how much one standard deviation shock of xi explains the forecast error variance decomposition of xj, and that what we say theta ij. So theta 1 2 will be the same thing, that how much 1 explains 2, 2 1 will be how much 2 explains 1. Now how can we put into the table? So table looks like this. I have taken from Lebo Yin et al. Lebo and Han 2014, it appeared in Applied Economics Letters. So here it says that if you have x1 x2 n variables, and then horizontally also you have x1 x2 n, the contribution from others, then you have contribution from 2. So 2, if you subtract 2 minus from, so you will get net spillover. So how much percentage it leads to the explanation of how much it contributes to the other. And it means that if the net spillovers are positive, it means that it contributes more to the variable, it transmits, and if it is negative, then it means that it is a net recipient of spillover or information transmission. The whole 1 by n summation I j is not equal to 1, I is not equal to j theta is t. So the overall matrix. So in economics it can be interpreted as how much interaction takes place among these variables and what is the magnitude of that. So that is one good advantage of this particular method. Now in terms of spillover indices, so as I explained, you can also put it in total, then you can also put it in from, and then directional spillover index to all to other assets. If the values comes out to be the same in case of from and to, or in case of total also, if the values comes out to be same, then it will cancel out, and ultimately there will be some kind of break in the series that we generate for total spillover index. So that will be reflected once I will try to show it by chart or graph. And net spillover, as I said, 2 minus from. So in sum, if you want to go in detail about this particular methodology, you can go to Dybern and Yilmaz 2012. It has appeared in International Journal of Forecasting. So that is one good thing they have added is that now this model is more popular, and most of the people are choosing over MGARS or GARS type models. Now here we have the data. I have collected the quarterly data of domestic credit, gross domestic product in nominal, and then I had, since I was using nominal series, so I had to take GDP deflator to convert it into the real series. So I have taken Bangladesh, India, Nepal, Pakistan and Sri Lanka for the periods 1975 quarter 4 to 2012 quarter 4 to 2013 quarter 4, because that's what available mostly recent data from IMF IFS database. And Afghanistan, Bhutan, Maldives I have not taken because of limited availability of data, and since we apply a time series model, and in time series model we know that until unless we have long time series data, it is very difficult to get if you are using a VAR type of model where it involves lags. And then we have domestic credit, which defines it as the total claims of banks from national residency. And I have used two series on IFS website. It's called IFS 32 and IFS FDSAT. So wherever we have a IFS 32 for all countries, so there is a discontinuity of this particular series IFS 32 that talks about domestic credit. It talks about domestic claims. So domestic credit are defined as total claims of banks from national residency. It also includes non-financial institution if it is not included in net domestic credit. So that is what, and IFS 32 has been continued after 2009. So they have moved to IFS FDSAT. So I have combined both the series to construct a time series data from 1975 quarter 4 to 2013 quarter 4. For some countries we had GDP deflator data issue, so we have converted yearly into quarterly by using the linear interpolation method. And this to confirm whether is there any kind of outlier in the data set, so I have put the mean, maximum, all the descriptive statistics. So as you can see, there are numbers coming very close to the actual data. Like for example, in case of Bangladesh, the average GDP appears to be 4.8%, 5.5, we have a 3.99, 4.72. So after looking at that, I found that these numbers are correct except maximum and minimum. So maximum minimum there will be some error because but it's not an error. I have found out from in case of India also the numbers are very close. Why I had to confirm this? Because I have done some kind of conversion from yearly to quarterly. So that was because of that I wanted to confirm it. Now on analysis of spillover, I have done it. I just wanted to open this hyperlink. So if somebody can help me. Yeah. So after calculation, what we have done first within SAARC countries, then among SAARC countries, and that study is still going on. So I have to add some more dimension that I will be talking at last. So here within SAARC countries, I found that between in case of Bangladesh, we see a somewhat higher magnitude. So total spillover index appears to be 16.60, so close to 17. Then we found in case of Nepal, it is high, 14, and in case of Pakistan it is high, and we found it in case of Sri Lanka it is still very low. In case of India, it appeared that the banking credits were playing very limited role. It might be because we have some other alternatives also. We have a well-developed financial system, so it means that we have moved from more dependence on banking to other sources of finance. That might be one thing. But here one good thing that Bangladesh appear to be showing a somewhat higher interdependence between credit expansion and GDP. This one is static analysis, and then followed by Nepal, then followed by Pakistan, and then we have India and Sri Lanka. So these are the, so among all these 5 countries, within SAARC analysis shows that Bangladesh is having a strong role of credit expansion, and it means that banking sector play a very important role. So whatever we have domestic claims, or whatever credit expansion we make here, or whatever credit expansion policies we adopt, it will have impact on the Bangladeshi economy. And then we have a Nepal economy also, and similarly for Pakistan. Now with this, it is clear that there is some kind of interdependence, though the magnitude is very low, I must say for that. But this has, I have tried to confirm it in the literature also, but in most of these studies, even in case of mature economy, the same kind of now numbers, the magnitudes are almost same, but in case of Germany and France, it is big. It is almost 25-22% that has been reported by Nikokakis. And then I wanted to do the net spillover analysis, whether during crisis period, if I am the policy maker and if I have to know whether credit expansion is leading the GDP growth or GDP is leading the credit expansion. So in that way, I wanted to confirm it. So for that purpose, if you go down, at this, is there? Yeah, I don't know whether you are able to see or not, but I had tried to put it also. I have downloaded the business cycle dating from NBER and I've tried to put it on the chart, and then you can see that shaded line will show the credit, show the crisis period. I don't know whether it is visible or not. So here it means that you can simply map it looking back at the crisis period timings, and then you can see whether during that period this kind of movement was going up or down. If it is going up, it means that there was some kind of decoupling. If it is going down in that period, it means that economy really went down during that crisis period. Now, in my view, what I have found that during Asian crisis period, these economies had some kind of impact, but during GFC, global financial crisis, most of the economies were showing upward trend itself. There was no declining growth except in case of India and to some extent in case of Pakistan. Now, can you yeah, I wanted to move to my PPT. Yeah, so this is what, so I have already explained these things, so I would like to move. Now, time varying spillover also I have said the same thing, that in case of Bangladesh, Nepal, Sri Lanka, net credit spillover remained positive throughout the sample period except 2013. There was some that might be because of domestic regions, but there was no external shock. Now, spillover across our country. So this one is interesting here. In case of within our countries, as I have reported that Bangladesh, Nepal and Pakistan appear to be more integrated or showing interdependence than India and Sri Lanka. Now I have done the spillover across our countries. So magnitude of spillover that comes out to be quite high. It is 48%, but that's the one drawback of the empirical study, that you get the results, but it is very difficult to justify by numbers. So I am still looking out. I have found out some reports on ADB where they have mentioned that there is some kind of bilateral flow of capital from one country to another. But in this, what I wanted to open this spillover hyperlink. So in this also I have tried to see, I don't know, here also the same thing. Here it appears, here in conclusion I would say that in case of amongst our countries, India explains more to Bangladesh, and it also explains to some extent, I would say credit expansion in India explains to some extent to Bangladesh. It also explains to some extent to Nepal, but it then explains to the Sri Lanka and Pakistan. Similarly, in Bangladesh also we find a similar kind of complementarity, that it is having some kind of interdependence with India and Nepal. Nepal it explains 22%, so that we have to still justify. I have not got any kind of backing report, but still I have to see. Nepal, it explains Nepal, and similarly in case of Pakistan, you will see that Pakistan explains highest to the Nepal 19, and it explains to Sri Lanka 17, and it explains itself 60%. The same thing that we try to explain the variance decomposition. So matrix remains same. You have to interpret it in the same way, but it doesn't explain India. India it explains only by 3.3%. So that seems quite interesting. Similar analysis or similar observations can be made by looking at the table, but interesting is to find out the net spillover. Net spillover of Bangladesh appears to be positive, and similarly for Pakistan. And here I wanted also to include China, that I have not included because China is also the observer of SAARC nation. It is not included, but it is having influence of South Asian countries. So I also wanted to include China into this. Second thing that what I have in mind that I wanted to also take out the cyclical component by filtering the data of these two series, GDP and credit expansion, and then do such type of analysis, and then we see whether is there any cyclical coincidence, cyclical synchronization among these countries or not. So, but that is I have not done it till now because I had moved to some other work. But here the overall magnitude comes out to be good. 47.5% is quite good, and the similar influence has also been found in case of G7 countries in some studies. So by looking at this, we can say that whatever policy measures we have taken, it is in the right direction, and we should also focus on something by saying that we can consider this as a viable economic bloc, and we should revive this by having some kind of financial architecture that will support this kind of findings. Now, I wanted to move to my PPT. I'm sorry for that. I thought it will be in my hand. Similarly, you can go to SAARC countries. So this will be my last, and after that I will summarize. So I won't take much time. Here, this one is the among SAARC nations total world spillover index that I have plotted, and it also shows that the some values are same, numerator and denominator values are same, so that way we will see some values missing, but still I would say that during a financial crisis period it was not very high. The magnitude comes out to be quite high. It has gone up to 80%, so that is also a good thing that I still have to see where I can explain. In terms of graphs that I see here, in most of the cases I see that credit is taking lead. In case of Bangladesh, also credit taking lead. In case of India, also credit is taking lead. Similarly, in case of Nepal, there is some kind of asymmetry that we try to find it out. In case of Sri Lanka, in case of Pakistan, there is some kind of initial asymmetry, but later it is the credit that is playing very important role. In case of Sri Lanka, there is some kind of asymmetry. The higher magnitudes are also equally compensated by lower magnitude, so it is fluctuating in the white noise direction. So this means that there is some kind of asymmetry that I have to take into account. I have not taken explicitly this particular issue, so I will be focusing more on this. Now I will go back to my slides, if I'm sorry. So this is what I wanted to say. It shows the average regional spillover among SAARC nations appears to be quantitatively pronounced. I have already discussed, and this is in line with the study of Antonio Kakis et al. 2015. He has implemented in case of G7, but magnitude, luckily it appears same. I don't know, my discussant will tell me how it is appropriate. Now, among SAARC countries, credit growth in India and Pakistan play a dominant role in driving the business cycles of Bangladesh, Nepal and Pakistan. Similarly, in case of, I would say, innovation to credit growth in India explains 19%. There is a not clear trend of trigger. It means that among these countries, there is not much, I would say that it is not a situation that if India will go into the crisis period and these countries will be impacted. Somewhat there is a very limited level of interdependence, and this has been I have tried to look at the literature, and this has been substantiated by studies by World Bank in 2009 that have also shown. Then we have one study by Bhaskaran and Ghosh 2010 that also says that there is limited impact of GFC on these countries. So this is what I would say, and in conclusion, it is bilateral, and same thing that why I said last line I would repeat because it is important, because we all SAARC members are sitting here, so it's better we should look for making this as a viable economic bloc. And I will try to incorporate the limitations of this study. There are only two variables, so anyone can challenge that this one just an econometric analysis, nothing much to add value to it can't add value to the existing literature. But I am looking out for some more factors that can explain credit growth in a more robust way. And second thing is that I would also try to take out some more. I would also try to draw some more inferences from the credit growth and economic growth interdependence that can be highlighted further by taking a stock market and some other financial intermediaries that play a very important role in these countries. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much. That was a very technically sound paper. So we now move on to the comments by discussants. We start with Dr. Ananya Ghosh.
First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me here today, which give me a chance to read two very nice papers, and I also was able to therefore look up some related literature on these issues, which proved to be very interesting. So first let me comment on the paper by Sandeep Sarkar and Arifuzzaman Khan on domestic credit, school enrollment and high-tech exports in Bangladesh. This paper highlights an important trend with respect to exports from emerging economies, which is to consolidate the comparative advantage position for exports by relying not just on price competitiveness, but creating a more solid basis for that competitive advantage through focus on human capital. And it really tries to highlight the role of two important determinants of high-tech exports, namely credit and the supply of human capital. Now, I have two sets of comments. The first related to the existing paper and the second on possible extensions. Now, so far as the paper is concerned, I think it's like the presentation, very competent and neat paper where the results are presented very succinctly. The literature is summarized nicely. So really the comment I have is while it's an interesting finding that with school enrollment and credit growth, you have some evidence to show that performance of high-tech exports improves. Of course, these are endogenous variables, particularly domestic credit, because you're observing an outcome, and that is recognized. But the endogeneity, particularly of the credit variable, I think needs to be incorporated also within the empirical framework. So one suggestion was if you would extend the scope of the present study by including more variables, something which you also recognize, because high-tech exports depend not just on these two factors, but on a host of them, of which I think the most sort of important omitted variables in this study are FDI inflow, because that's something which is ownership of high-tech exporting firms, whether they're foreign owned or not. FDI inflow could be one variable that captures it at a macro level. So FDI inflow and change in the regulatory regime, okay, because you do not seem to be controlling for any kind of structural breaks over the long period that you're considering, and changes particularly with respect to trade policy, any change in subsidy in industry specific policies, growth in trade partners. So these are just some standard variables that also ought to be there as controls, and if you still get these results, then they would be more robust. Secondly, the variable that you use, high-tech exports, your dependent variable is high-tech exports as a percentage of manufactured exports. Now, the only reason I think that might be problematic is in one of the graphs, particularly around 2007, you see a very sharp increase in that share. Now, that could be because manufactured exports, you have manufactured exports in the denominator, maybe that's contracted. So you might want to, just as a robustness check, look at look at growth in high-tech exports. Just look at the log of that variable, rather than simply focusing on this as a share of manufactured exports. Apart from this, I think I just have some suggestions for how you could extend your study. One, of course, you yourself realize, put this in a cross-country framework to see whether more human capital-rich countries do more high-tech exports. Second would be to adopt a gravity model approach for Bangladesh and look at bilateral trade flows, in particularly so far as high-tech in this sector are concerned. And third, and this is where I saw a lot of studies when I tried to see what the literature was saying on the determinants of high-tech exports, I really came out with a whole bunch of studies on India, which are firm-level studies. Now, I don't know whether the firm-level data is available for Bangladesh, but that would be a very rich source of identifying the factors that affect high-tech exports, what differentiates these firms from other firms, and whether foreign ownership matters or not. And here, I think one of the things you could introduce is not just look at the supply of capital, supply of human capital, but also look at the productivity of human capital, which has been highlighted as one of the important variables in this literature. Right, so that's so far as my comments on the first paper that I was supposed to discuss. The second paper is the one by Samaranaike and Chodan, What Next with NIFA, a lesson from trends and contexts behind currency convergence in South Asia. I think this paper makes a very good point in context of what it calls the new international financial architecture, which is really a combination of financial deregulation and capital account convertibility, the major policies that have been advocated by think tanks located in the OECD. And in that context, it really explores through an empirical study the feasibility of a common currency for South Asia. Now, again, I think there are two very interesting results that emerge from the paper. First is with respect to the divergence of real exchange rates in the post-crisis phase. And the second result has to do with the importance of the Indian rupee as an anchor to the SAARC currencies as opposed to the US dollar. So I think that's really worth highlighting, that these are two very important results. And given that, it would be really interesting if you could sort of make the methodology a little more robust by working on it. Now, so far as the methodology is concerned, I actually read two papers which the current paper seems to be modeled on. One is by Lim, which carries out a very, very similar exercise for the ASEAN countries. And the other is the one by Mattei, which does something very similar for the European Union. Given that, I would suggest that following Mattei, particularly the one that you do not refer to, he has a paper in Economic Bulletin. He does the exercise on convergence and the exercise on co-movements in terms of relative prices. So rather than looking at real exchange rates, because as you know, real exchange rate changes would combine the two, change in nominal rates as well as change in relative prices. So he uses the purchasing power parity framework and looks at price convergence, relative price convergence. And I think that would be an interesting extension to this study. You've already looked at currency co-movements. If you also look at price co-movements, that would give you some insight into what could be some of the reasons why you are observing what you are observing. Particularly because these are yet not integrated like the ASEAN into some sort of a free trade zone. So it'd be interesting to see therefore in which direction the relative prices take. Now, one point regarding, relating to your paper, and that's to do with the definition of the real exchange rate. I think it needs to be clarified a little more exactly how you are measuring it, because the two papers, Lim and Mattei, they're slightly different in the way they are, measuring their real exchange rate. And I was not exactly clear whether you're measuring it in terms of local currency per dollar or, the amount of, the other way. All right. So that needs to be clarified. Also, I'm not very sure why you consider the lag of real exchange rate when you're presenting summary statistics, because again, these two papers, they're really taking log values, which is why they're getting all those negative numbers, but they're not really looking at the lag real exchange rates. So, why you're doing that, I was not very clear. In addition, I think the empirical framework could be modified to incorporate a structural break, because the period that you're considering, particularly for the longer period, many changes took place, liberalization, etc. So there should be some effort made to control for those changes when you're trying to explain currency co-movements. And finally, I think the main point that you're trying to make, that is show how it was really a post-crisis change in the position of the dollar that really is responsible for this divergence. I think that needs to be substantiated somewhat more. True, you're observing these changes in the crisis phase, but that it was due to the crisis, that cannot be taken as something automatic. That would need to be fleshed out. Thank you.
Thank you, Ananya, for very extensive comments, and I hope the authors have taken a note of all these, and if not, you can have discussions over dinner. So I now invite the second discussant, Jyotirmoy Bhattacharya, to give his suggestions.
Thank you, Professor Dua, and thanks to the organizers for giving me the chance to be part of this conference. Two very good papers by the two presenters on topic which I think all of us really think of and worry about. So thanks also for the papers. I would begin my comments with a comment on Sayantan Majumdar's paper on large fluctuations in capital flows. I think that the point of departure of the paper is this movement from two-way classification to a four-way classification of flows. And I think at this place, and for the paper as a whole also, it would be helped by some more of theory. Because I think that the two-way classification is ultimately motivated by both empirical studies, maybe some theory, on the idea that people look at domestic and foreign financial assets differently. That given the same kind of incentives, there's still a difference in holding between domestic and foreign financial assets with the well-known home bias and so on. So it makes sense to look at kind of gross flows rather than net flows. But when you're moving to four-way, so let's look at say one component, that holding by foreigners of domestic assets, then you're looking at increases and decreases separately, right? So in a world, let's say that it nets out, so net is zero, and you have an equivalent increase and decrease, then basically we are saying that foreign asset holders are changing their portfolio of domestic assets, right? So in such a world. So in this case, the change in the composition of the portfolio, why it should be of economic importance, right? So one can imagine many reasons why it would be of importance. Particularly, it may be a sign of volatility, sign of new information, and so on. So I'm not saying that it is something, it's an obstacle to your argument, but I'm saying that it's a place where the argument can be fleshed out to say that why is it an interesting economic variable. That degree to which, because I would read if the gross and the net values here diverge, I would read that as a sign of portfolio churn within the same class of portfolio asset holders. And then why is that churn an interesting variable, and why it would be linked to other macroeconomic variable? I think that would be a good thing to think about and possibly suggest that why that might be so. Then that would help us also interpret the kind of results shown up by this framework. Models would also be useful when you are trying to identify large fluctuations, because you have identified it using a purely statistical method with greater than 2 standard deviations. But I think the interesting part about large fluctuations is their unexpectedness, and then therefore their ability to kind of disrupt your economy because they violate the assumptions built into the existing contracts and so on. So then if the expected flows can be used, can be derived from a model, then flows which deviate from that forecast, right? So you have a model of which explains capital flows, and then you see that when do the actual flows deviate by a large amount from the forecast, that may be an alternative way of trying to identify large fluctuations in capital flows. And I think you address some of that in your last part of your paper where you discuss whether the flows are idiosyncratic or not. And I think that's an interesting result where you say that for each flow one can understand that there are underlying causes driving each of these episodes. Because then I think another question comes up which needs to be addressed, that why only large fluctuations? Because see, if the fluctuations are more or less driven by a story, that it's something within the economy which is driving this fluctuation, then large ones and small ones are not kind of fundamentally different. So sudden stop or a large fluctuation which is driven by a genuine shock, unforecastable, random event somewhere out of our control, then they may have a different kind of macroeconomic impact by the unexpectedness. But if they are already part of the dynamic and therefore can be forecasted to some extent, then why not pull in the data on the small ones as well? Because see, more data, more information. Then why should we make this kind of artificial segregation between the large ones and the small ones. So I think that also needs to be debated. So these are some of the major methodological points I wanted to make. One point about measurement, in fact that was a point which was not clear to me from the paper, so maybe it can be clarified in the response, is that when you're looking at changes in each episode, both for this flow variables as well as for the macroeconomic variables, my understanding from the paper, please correct me if I'm wrong, that you are looking at the beginning and the ending values and looking at the difference. For macro, I think look at the middle value, 3 periods ahead, 3 periods later. But I was wondering that, see, when you're looking at the beginning and the end, then within that, whatever the episode had to do is done almost. So you are back to some kind of a normal state. So could it be useful to actually find out a trend of all these variables and then look at the kind of mean deviation from trend during an episode, right? So rather than looking at the two endpoints of the episode where the story is not yet begun and already over, let's say that within an episode, what are the magnitudes? So I think particularly for the capital flow variables and so on, the numbers may turn out to be more interesting, because I think that if you look at the signs are sometimes unexpected because you're looking at the beginning and the end. But if you look at the mean deviation from a trend during the episode, that may give you a different kind of measures of these things. Okay, that's all I had about this paper. Or the second paper by Wasim Ahmad on financial versus business cycle, there also the comments I would like to make. So again, it's a very interesting question, because I think that after this current crisis, the role of credit and credit cycles in driving economic cycles, I think that has come to the forefront, and very useful to see how it works out in our economies. So you take a methodology from this paper by Diebold and Ilmaz on this spillovers, which is basically you are looking at the share of forecast error variance and so on, but you modify it by moving to a generalized version. So Diebold and Ilmaz actually do a Cholesky decomposition and look at it. You look at a generalized version, where my understanding from the papers that you referred to is that in the generalized version you are actually working still with the reduced form, right? So if you are doing that, then my question is that how do we interpret the shocks? Because after all, the motivation behind the Cholesky factorization is that you orthogonalize shocks and you think of then these shocks as some kind of structural things and so on. If you are not doing that, and there is contemporaneous correlation between these variables, which is your credit and GDP, then a unit shock to just GDP or unit shock to just credit, how do we interpret it economically, right? Because ultimately this exercise has to be motivated by some economic story that each of these shocks is interpretable in some sense as a deep shock. So if I am not doing that decomposition and I am using the reduced form, then how do I interpret these shocks? Then when I say that this shock forecasted deviation measures the kind of spillover, what am I really measuring? Is there an economic counterpart in terms of the shocks to the economy of a change, say a contemporaneous change in credit, which is not accompanied by a contemporaneous change in GDP, because that is what the unit shock is. So is that a economically kind of meaningful phenomena? We can always run the arithmetic machine, but does it really answer an economic fact? The second point I think which you made in your presentation yourself is that you have only two variables, right? When you have so few variables, then of course the question comes again of that, are we measuring something causal? That ultimately if you are measuring these shocks, then possibly there are many other variables which are driving both these variables. So then in that case, the results may not really hold up if we add more variables. And particularly for credit and GDP, one of the variables which would be very interesting is macroeconomic monetary policy, right? So interest rates and so on would drive both of these variables, and then we don't know whether you are seeing a really credit GDP spillover or purely aggregate demand management, right? And I think particularly because for the surprising result about the interlinkage between the SAARC countries, that becomes important. Because see, all these countries to various extent open up to international capital and so on will be driven by the world macroeconomic cycle, right? So what we are measuring really is a kind of pairwise spillover between these countries and not a common cause which is coming from your world economic environment. I think we need to kind of make our models more robust so that we can confidently answer those questions. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Bhattacharya. Before I invite questions from participants, I wanted to also say a few words, although comments of Dr. Bhattacharya were very insightful, and I am sure that the authors would find it very useful when they revise their papers. And again, Dr. Ananya Ghosh had given very constructive comments. So both of them, I think the authors have benefited a lot. So I have only very minor things because they have covered the major ground. So in the first paper by Sandeep, just some technical things, other things have already been pointed out, that for the unit root test, you had used the ADF. Maybe you should verify the results by other more robust tests like DFGLS, tests that have more power. And also you have used the Cholesky decompositions, and you should also try with respect to generalized decompositions. And then with respect to the third paper, so that the currency convergence in South Asia. So although the focus is on currency convergence, it may be possible to also include other variables, because other variables should be the control variables. Otherwise, you are only focusing on one particular variable. So it should be a broader framework that then captures the other fundamentals of the economy. So you could try extending this work. And with respect to the fourth paper presented by Wasim Ahmed, I have a couple of comments. First of all, the time period 1975 to 2013. Now, several changes happened during this time period, and you may get better results if you also look at the sub period from mid 1990s onwards. And maybe the reason you're getting these very low interdependencies is because of the time period that you are picking up. Because although business cycles as a phenomenon existed even before 1990s, but when you talk about financial cycles for SAARC countries, these have become only more prominent 1990s onwards. So you could try that, and since you have quarterly data, you do have sufficient degrees of freedom. Then second thing was you mentioned that you have taken the reference chronology from the business cycle dating of NBER. NBER reports only US. So maybe you are picking up from some other source which may be on the NBER website. The US crisis only, not the reference chronology. Okay, all right. And the third point already mentioned by Jyotirmoy is that you're taking only two variables. Now, I know that the more complex you make this model, it becomes more difficult to estimate, but you could try some other variables like interest rates or some monetary policy variable, which has already been mentioned. So this is my very little contribution in front of the two discussants who have given enormous time to read all these papers. So I thank both of them profusely, and look forward to the authors taking all their comments into account. So I now invite questions from participants here. Well, it's not dinner time yet, Even if we left early, the dinner's not going to be ready. So you can ask questions. Yeah, we have someone there.
Good evening, everyone. My question is to the first paper on Bangladesh, the textile thing. My question is, you mentioned about a relationship between school enrollment and credit to high-tech exports. Can you, tell what explains this relationship? You mentioned it as a result of your study.
Good education and then provide credit facilities, your high-tech export will be increased. Education and credit are our independent variable, and high-tech export was our dependent variable. No. School enrollment and high-tech export, as well as domestic credit to private sector to high-tech export.
Any other question? Yeah. All right, so I think it seems that the presenters did a wonderful job. So your ideas and your research is crystal clear to everyone here, and all the research scholars here can replicate their work and use these techniques. Am I right in assuming all of this? Or if you have not understood, the authors are here and one can discuss with them. If you have any question, we can still take some more questions. All right, do the discussants have anything else to say?
But the authors could respond.
So, yeah, would the authors like to respond to the discussants and my comments? We'll take it paper wise. So, first paper, Sandeep, you have made a note of the comments made by Dr. Ananya and Dr. Jyotirmay. So, you want to say something in response to that?
First of all, I would like to thank the comment. Thanks for the comments. First, I would like to say that me and my co-authors, we were studied in Khulna University, and we just completed our post-graduation. And he joined in our central bank, and I started working in a private commercial bank. So we are just learning. We are still learning. So hopefully, in future, we will try to accommodate your comments before publishing it. Thank you.
Well, let me say something. We are all learning. So I learned a lot from today's session. So we are still learning. Learning never ends. But yes, that is very good that with your experience you have been able to do this kind of work. So congratulations for that. Yeah. The second author, Shayantan Bandhu Majumdar. Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. Just regarding the third point that you have made, that the change in macroeconomic variables, that you were suggesting to take a mean deviation from trend. So actually what we did here, we took that change from, quarter to quarter change, and then we took the average. Average for this t minus 3 to t, and then t to t plus 3. So that was essentially the strategy. So I will check with this one. So, and another point is that regarding the second, that you suggested to check that deviation from actual and expected. So methodologically. So expected means, you were suggesting to calculate this expected flow and then.
Yes, please.
Actually, let me clarify. What I was saying is that since particularly your results are saying that these episodes are kind of driven by fundamental factors, so if you fit a model which says that how do fundamental factors influence your outcome variables in terms of flows, right? So you have fitted values of those variables. Then you see that when the actual deviates a lot, so when the errors are large from your model, then you can say that those are the unexpected episodes. So just a kind of thought.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So then we move on to the third paper. Samara Naike, would you like to say something? Yes.
Thank you very much for all comments. And first, the way I calculate that real exchange rate is, madam, I use exchange rates of each country and use local CPI of that country and relative to the US currency, US CPI. And I use lags because I need to find the relative differences. That's why I use lag, because simply then I can find the relative differences within these rates in linear pattern. That's why I use it. So it sounds like it's better to use that log values. That's all. Yeah. And also I accept that I need more analysis to strengthen my major outcome, to need to do more, and to add more variables. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. And the last paper, Wasim Ahmed.
First of all, I would like to thank the reviewer for his peerless review of the paper, and I would also like to thank ma'am about both because that I have to look into two things in very detail. That is, first thing is that I need to find out the economic explanation. That is very good thing when I am trying to work on that. The second comment that I have received about the sub-period analysis. So that is also a very good input, and I will try to divide the sample into two parts, and then I will try to see post-1991 scenario, because on ADB website I find lot of studies carried out during 1990s, and they say something about financial development. So now they have started talking about Asia's financing or Asia's growth financing. So I will try to look into. Regarding adding variables, I still have to look into, because I will have to see the kind of indigeneity and all the issues that I may incur by incorporating. But yeah, I'm finding out. I'm trying to find out a variable that will help me to augment this model, and I would also would like to add some variables like risk and uncertainty. Like we have economic uncertainty index constructed very recently, so I will try to see if that will add value, because it also takes into account different set of news or shocks. So that also I am considering, and that's it. Thank you so much. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Does anyone else have a question? Okay, so then we bring this session to a close. So we are 8 minutes ahead of schedule. So you get extra time to rest before we move for dinner at 7 o'clock. Thank you very much.